Okay, I'm gonna cover a few questions. If you have something to ask me, please ask me now. While I do have a bit of time available, so let me see if I can answer your questions here. Canonessa, does anyone playing turn sync on, or is it Pepega update? We did try to play turn sync on, but it just didn't go as smooth as we would have wanted to. Unfortunately, it does freeze the game during the rollover for the players that do have a lower PC, a higher PC, I mean, than the lower PC. So it causes some issues when it comes to the user experience. Oh, by the way, guys, I'm just unbelievably like.
Hello, Michael. Welcome. I am back. Or should I? Is it okay if I call you that?
Yes,
your name on
sir.
Discord.
Yes. That's me, okay. Michael. Yes.
You must call me Sir PotatoMcWhiskey, not
Sir.
Just,
yes.
No, just kidding.
He's fine with that as me. I do try to have respect to the people around me, so it's fine.
No, I'm just, my real name is Jamie. You can call me Jamie.
Jamie, hello there, Jamie. Okay, that's good information. Nice to meet you too, man. I was trying to do a recap of what happened earlier, and of course give some details, maybe get some answers here and there.
Yeah, I hope, by the way, just so we can maybe have a talk about the actual cast, I hope I'm not asking you to explain too many things and taking focus away from the game, because a lot of the people who are watching me don't understand the game as well as the people who are watching you, because I'd say your viewers probably understand the multiplayer scene better than even I do, because your explanations are on point, dude. They're on spot, one might say. OnSpotTV, twitch.tv/OnSpotTV, Twitch Primes right now.
Oh man, love you, bro. What can I say? So there's always been a struggle between explaining on detail and the overall picture. It's one thing that I also struggle to find the balance exactly for the games, like for my usual cast. And sometimes what I do is get a cast of players that are not as experienced, so I don't have that big of an audience, but at the same time I try to go into detail a lot more, so, because I get to explain stuff. When you're talking about high level players, they're always gonna do the best thing they can do. You know, it's not. It's gonna be harder to find them. Find that subject in which you need to explain why this would have been better over the other thing, while in the low other ranking players, in the mid part, I should say, you do have those subjects at hand. But no, I do I do appreciate, and of course more than enjoy to explain stuff if I can.
Yeah, because you got to understand, like, there's only so much I can do talking about the game from a multiplayer perspective if I have no idea what's going on. Because I understand the game, but, you know, it's like saying, okay, I understand chess, I know how to move a knight. But, like, that doesn't tell me, like, where should I put my knight, why I should put him there, when there's all those, like, intricate details. I'm going to rely on you to give me and my audience, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, with much pleasure. I'm here to help as much as possible. I did try as much as I could to specialize, but it's an ongoing process in this game in which you have to keep on talking for hours and hours and hours. It's definitely a challenge.
You're actually smashing it. Your ability to continue to talk is unmatched, especially because, like, most commentated games, it's 40 minutes maybe and you're done. You've got to keep up that commentary for 3 hours sometimes, maybe more, depending on how long the game goes. Huge respect to you, man. Huge respect.
Thank you, sir. It's I guess it's more of experience than anything else, because I did try to focus my channel on just this, so I basically sacrificed my own game time, my own gameplay to just cast the games.
No, but dude, that's how you succeed. You gotta get on that grind. You gotta grind out 1 million casts of save. That's how every single commentator, pro player, you pick a specialty and you work on it, and people will love to see it. That's why we're hopefully seeing. I assume you're a partner. That's hopefully why we're seeing Twitch Primes right now in OnSpotTV's chat for that amazing cast that he did for us.
Yeah.
But really, really good. I'm super impressed I saw you cast, and now I'm impressed having casted with you. But is there anything we need to go over for this next game? It looks like everybody's in the lobby.
So yeah, we got everybody in the lobby. They're gonna need to switch places. One thing that I do have to point out, there are gonna be different maps to choose from.
Okay, so there's different maps to choose from. Now,
Yes.
one question one of my viewers had is, remap tokens, are they per game or are they for the whole series?
Remap tokens are for the series, so they can choose a maximum of one remap token per game, but the total number of remap tokens they have available are for the series, is for whatever it is.
Okay, so they how many tokens do they get? Sorry,
They only got 2 of them, so one just got taken out. They just got used in the first game. Well, now they only have 1 remaining for the rest of the series. So if they if they use another one here then, and they go for a tie, the next 2 games would gonna need to be played out on the map they generate.
That is gonna be whoo.
Yeah, that.
Oh my god, I can't believe both teams blew a token on the first game. I guess getting that first game win can be a big deal in setting the tone for the whole series.
Yeah, it is. And honestly, like even in best of 3 series, you're gonna see the players think 10 times before they're gonna use a remap token, because it's just so expensive and so important.
True. I mean, you can use that first token, no problem, knowing that you got another one in the chamber. But man, once you're out of tokens, that it's like jumping out of an airplane without a parachute. You feel a lot less secure.
Yeah, indeed. I did check the information. We got in the game 2 Tilted Axis, Inland Sea, and Highlands. They're going to need to choose a map from these. So it looks like Pangea got switched with Inland Sea when it comes to the choices.
Ooh, Inland Sea. Now, has Inland Sea been given some changes by the map script? Because I know Inland Sea can be somewhat powerful for tundra civs because you get those huge bands of tundra land to the north and south of the map.
Yeah, it's no, actually, it is exactly like you're saying. You have top a lot of tundra, bottom a lot of tundra, in the middle that oval of water, and the fresh water is kind of scarce. But the map script does exactly what BBS tells it to do, as in it's according to the civilization, so it's still gonna terraform a little bit, but not as much as you've seen here on Tilted Axis.
Interesting. So if we were to see a map like Inland Sea, we might see a lot more of these tundra civs, people like Russia, like Canada. They might you might even see them get banned if we see an Inland Sea. Now, which map do you think is the most likely for these teams to pick after a Tilted Axis game?
Ooh, that's a tough one. You know why it's tough? Because you got Inland Sea, and Ulysse doesn't have the best track record on Inland Sea. They did win in the previous series, but I think that was a bit lucky on their side, and I think they know that also. On Highlands, this is basically going to be simming extravaganza, so everybody's going to try to go for the late game pushes instead of for any kind of early aggression, which
and that's down to the fact that Highland has just so much land and so little water, right?
Yeah, but I do think on Highlands, zone of control is much better suited to play it, so it kind of feels like they're going to try to avoid it. Zone of control has TaskForceFish and Tordread, 2 of the best simmers, like I think they're the best, like 1 and 2 over there, simmers in Civ. And then you got Noob634 that's coming up in a close top 5, and then you got Cynth that definitely can hold her own. So it's gonna be a very big problem for them to go for simming. I don't think they're gonna go. Maybe Inland Sea. I don't think they want to take another chance with the Tilted Axis, so that's gonna be taken out. Highlands is too much towards an advantage towards zone of control, and probably Inland Sea is gonna be the one.
Interesting. So you would definitely see zone of control maybe pushing more for a simming map like Highlands, whereas oh my god, I will learn these team names eventually. The other team,
Ulysse,
maybe
Ulysse
go for
Ulysses
will go for a more aggressive map, right?
Yes. Oh man, I also want to point out something. Give me 30 seconds. Oh, we got the map pool. Never mind.
Pangea Band.
Okay, Inland Sea actually got taken out first. They don't want to take that. So it was Zone of Control that took out Inland Sea. They took out that option. So now this is basically between Tilted Axis. Highlands. It seems like TaskForceFish is pushing that option of Highlands. He does know they have that advantage.
Interesting. I mean, why wouldn't... Oh, Highlands.
Wow. Yeah, this is...
Both. Man. I feel like both of those maps maybe gave the advantage to Zone of Control.
I mean, Tilted Axis is always a flip of a coin. That's the thing over there. You've seen how it generates multiple times, and it's you're gonna have chokes to defend. You're sometimes gonna have somebody in a no-court position and so on. And very rarely East versus West, and even then, some players are just not gonna get those advantages or think they're not gonna do the same moves.
So Basel and Maori taken out. Now I can understand why Basel was taken out, but Maori was taken out because they can settle turn 1 and immediately begin building settlers on Highlands, can't they?
Maori, yes. Basel, it's because of that crusade ability. The crusade ability, with spreading the crusade ability, I mean, for killing units is just so overpowered. Basically, it forces an opponent to go for a religion and try to snatch that crusade away from him.
Yeah, because Babylon completely sets the tempo of the game. It's a bit like playing against Rus in Age of Empires 4. Like if you're not killing hunts, you're losing. If you don't get a religion and steal crusade, it's basically game over. Yeah,
exactly. Maori, of course, it's well known for extra production and that adaptability factor. We got Arabia taken out, and this is very important because sure, it's not gonna get the gold, but the science is just so strong on Arabia. We did change it a little bit in BBG, which gave it more advantages when it came down to faith generation and the science from its madrasas and so on. It's
I believe the madrasa is actually half price as well in this, so Arabia seems like it would be a tier 1 SimCity civ.
Yeah, that is indeed tier 1. And the only problem with Arabia is the gold. If you manage to overcome that problem, maybe with an ally, so maybe somebody goes makes gold for you, you're just
like Mansa Musa just got banned as well.
Exactly, yeah. Portugal, for example.
Portugal. Well, I don't know if I would go Portugal on a Highlands map.
No,
seems like
no. I was just
Now, I would have the impression that Gaul is a pretty strong civ on a Highland map. Have they been nerfed significantly? Because I think their mine culture was delayed and a few other changes. But
yes,
is it possible we would see Gaul on this map? We do see a Cree.
The same problem with the gold arises on Gauls because you can't put your districts next to your cities, so you lose a bit of adjacency there for your commercials and harbors. But other than that, yes, the culture the tempo is a little bit slower. What I think we might see as gold generators is of course Pawn Maker here, and we're probably going to see something like Phoenicia. We might see even Victoria. There are some lakes in which you can, some seas that you can put your cities in.
Really, we would see naval civs on an almost a very heavily biased land map, really.
Yes, just for that extra gold generation they're gonna get going. Persia is another well-known choice. Rome, very good choice. I do want to point out that the TaskForceFish did go for Cree. This is one of his favorites, by the way, with the Oxitaus, with special scouts. Those 20 strength scouts that can go for level 3s. Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay, that seems like a really, really fun build to go with the the scouts early and maybe snatch some things from your enemies. Now, I noticed that the multiplayer games are also played with barbarians off, and certain saves actually rely on barbarians like Sumeria. So does that mean they have significant changes? How is Sumeria in this kind of a situation?
Sumeria would be amazing. I'm not sure if they're going to play. I mean, the thing with Sumeria is you usually want to use that bonus at the beginning to take out your opponent. So basically what players do with Sumeria is try to get 3, 4, 5 of those heavy chariots out and war cards, I mean, and send them across the map against somebody.
All right.
But they're not as dependent on barbarians as you might think. Actually, I'm a bit surprised they didn't show up here the choices or the bans. But anyway, we'll see. I do want to say that Dido here got picked by Astikos, and then we had the Pericles picked by Cynth. It looks like Tordread or Noob is going to go for a culture victory again.
Yeah, Pericles is incredibly strong.
Yeah,
Gorgo feels like a bit more flexible, but can still go culture. But Pericles is sending a very clear message that they are going for a culture victory.
Yeah. And they also banned King Shi, which is usually the
counter pick.
Yeah, the counter pick for Pericles. We're gonna need to see what's gonna happen here.
They're gonna need to come up with an answer for this, right? Because I don't know, picking Pericles, that's kind of like slapping your entire hand on the table and being like, okay, you need to come up with an answer.
Yes, exactly, and that's exactly what the players are also doing in the ban phase. They're forcing their opponents to go for a certain strategy rather than taking away those go-to choices. They know the players. They know, for example, JackTheRipper really likes Mongolia, as we've seen last game. They took that option from him. Right? King Shi, again, strong option to go for Noob 634, took it away as an option. We got Rome, the best save of I would say Astikos, and actually they went. Actually Astikos took away. You know what? I just see Spain is available. Oh my God, we might see Spain.
Spain is so. So wait, you can have Gorgo and Pericles in the game.
Yes, of course. I mean,
interesting. I thought it was limited by Civ, not leader.
No. You can have both in the game.
That seems like, oh man, have any teams ever picked both Pericles and Dido, or Pericles and Gorgo, and just went like, try and stop us?
Yes, they did in season 3, if I remember correctly. It was amazing. Yeah. One of them had to go war, and the other one had to go do the culture victory, but just together it was so strong.
Yeah, that sounds crazy. Now, my question is here: we do see the Gaul, which was something I was considering. How do you counter the danger of Pericles? Do you pick a civ like Gaul? Is that the counter, or are you going to need something else?
That's actually one of my viewers was saying that Russia can definitely try to defend the culture victory, which, I mean, yes, sometimes, although I'm a bit not so trusting Russia right now with all of the nerfs that got applied on it. It has less faith. It has quite a few problems when it comes to its spawn and so on and so forth. So it's not as adaptable as it once was. And the players...
Yeah, to me, Russia feels like a Faith SimCity civ that has a timing push with Cossacks.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's really... it can do culture. It has the Lavra bonus. The Guams.
It definitely can do culture. It's just the timings are a bit off, and I'm certain that Pericles over here is way more than capable to counteract any kind of tourism or take the lead in tourism. And there we go. We got JackTheRipper going for the goals. You called it. They're definitely going to try to get that advantage from the extra culture on the mines and the production. We got Noob 634 Philip II on Spain, Tordread going Lotaro, Mapuche, and Ulhas going for Suleiman. Oh, you're going to love this. You're going to love this.
I was wondering if we would see an Ottoman, because you were talking about needing a gold generating civ, and I was like, I'd say the Ottomans with the Grand Bazaar absolutely pump gold and super good at military.
Yeah, that Janissary timing push is just going to be so important. If they do manage to get that going, that's the biggest thing. It's going to be neighbor dependent, right? If they do have an enemy.
Yeah. Now, is the Spain pick a surprise, or was this something you would expect?
This is something actually that I do expect, even though you do see that Spanish main treasure fleet bonus, the foreign fleets and armadas earlier. Most of the players are going to pick it for its internal trade routes and the conquistadors. If you do manage to get the missions, like on a second continent, Spain just flies off. It's just so good.
Yeah, it's crazy. Especially if you get into some of those like mid to late game diplomatic policy cards and the Casa de Contratación. If you can grab that, you're winning.
Oh my God, you're just...
What about... Yeah, it's insane. What about Lautaro on... Oh my God, what is that? The Mapuche?
Yeah, Lautaro, yeah.
This feels like a civ that it's like... we're behind, like, because the enemy got a golden age, but we can actually fight back. So is that kind of Lautaro's role here? Or what? Because I don't understand why you would pick Lautaro in this situation. Is what I'm asking.
One of the things that you need to know is Cynthia is a Lautaro main. She really likes Lautaro. Second of all is usually Lautaro has the awesome ability of just smashing through its opponents because of that +5 that it gets in against opponents in a Golden Age, which if I have to say this, it got nerfed in half from the base game. At the same time, if you're being caught in a simming position, the Shema moves actually make so much work. Like they can give you so many advantages.
Yeah, because in single player, Chema moves aren't really very good until flight, but in multiplayer, where culture tempo is like nearly everything, I can see Shema moves being spammed.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's happening. If you do get the breathtaking appeal, that's because that's another thing that got changed. You can only build them in breathtaking. You can't build them in charming. So
the thing is, you can build them in breathtaking, but then chop away and they'll stay, right?
Yeah. You lose the culture, but they stay. Yeah.
Oh, really? All of the culture goes away?
It's dependent on the appeal. So for charming, it's +1. For or actually +2, I believe, +2, and for breathtaking it's +3.
Yeah. So like, if you want to chop and do Shema moves, you have to have slightly weaker Shema moves. It seems like, because those forests give a lot of appeal. So we see Greece's starting location here. Talk to me about it.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure Tordread is going to try to go for that 2-2 base on the east. It does look like he's going to have a good adjacent campus next to Acropolis, where his settler is right now. Has an opening with iron and horses, and from what I can see, has a big problem when it comes to freshwater. This is something that we're probably going to see quite often on Highlands, and the land will actually force the players in a certain way or another, like a certain direction or another.
Because Greece wants to be settling freshwater. They don't want to be settling coastally, right?
Yeah.
So you might get a civ like Japan, like put a city on every tile around that lake to pump gold. But that's not what Greece wants to do, right?
Exactly. Greece wants to stay inland, wants to get that culture going with the Acropolises. Tordread did it before, by the way, got the culture victory in a game in the series with the Barking Gang when they were in the semifinals. So it's not something that Tordread is going to be new to. From what I can see, he has the option, immediate option to go northwest on that river. But then when it comes to other options, south is just not going to be there for him. All the development is going to be so slow. So that only lives out to the east, which again, it's kind of far away. It's 7 turns to move, 8, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 turns, and then on the 9th turn, you actually get to settle on the stone. That's a long time.
That feels really bad. And also, because of the positioning of his first city, he's going to only be able to get one city on this freshwater. So I think that river to his northwest, like you said, is going to be really his only hope. Now, he might be able to get 2-3 cities on that river.
Yeah, we will probably going to see him take that sacrifice and get a few granaries out, build cities in non-freshwater for the granaries, because this is just not it doesn't give you any other option, right? Probably marble, probably stone here are going to get settled. You already get an advantage because of the Acropolis. You basically put an Acropolis down, and you get that at the same time as a monument, and it's going to generate the Guams anyway for you. So it should be fine. It should be fine.
I think one nice thing for him, though, is he does have a lot of high quality tiles in those bad no water areas. So he will be able to build his... been in a position where you have... Oh, what's going on?
Relobby, yes, because UI bug, and this is something that I need to explain. I'm going to close the game and start it up again to refresh my files. So it's stream in just a few seconds. With the better spectator mode, sometimes there's a user interface bug that happens. One of the players, if it clicks on something, but we couldn't replicate it that easily, just loses its whole user interface, so it doesn't have any more buttons, any more information, anything. It's just a map. So the only way to reload that is through a relobby.
Yikes! That's interesting. Because I know there are mods that allow you to take away your UI, but the UI just disappearing on its own for no reason, that's very odd.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening, and what can I say? Our modders can do as much as they can do.
Listen, dude, those modders are like basically magicians. They do incredible. Yeah. But this does actually kind of raise a question here. In a future Civ game, would you like to see like a little bit more maybe spectator friendly, options? Because it seems like I had no idea that the Civ multiplayer World Cup scene was so big, and it just seems like maybe the Civ developers, if they're watching, they might decide to in a possible future Civ game make something a little bit more friendly for you guys.
That would be awesome. So Civ 6 as a series is basically at the threshold between crossing over from single player into a big multiplayer scene, and I do have to point out that if you wanna not only survive but thrive in nowadays gaming world, you have to push that multiplayer button. Like the players are so used to this kind of atmosphere, this kind of challenge from meeting other players, from playing with other players, playing with their friends, and revolving their lives around this, that I think the multiplayer scene cannot be ignored for long. So
no.
The tools
I would be interested to see if the sheer size of the multiplayer scene, because it seems to be growing, may influence the development of future games in this franchise or even in the genre. It does seem to be a bit of an anomaly. What I'm excited about though is for a long time I didn't think multiplayer was like very fun. I always thought multiplayer was kind of boring, but that's because I was playing, dude. Watching it is way more fun. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's especially high level. It's just so amazing because you get like all of those details, moves that you sometimes don't even think about. They're gonna happen, and it just hypes up. Especially if you notice them exactly at the correct moment in time.
Absolutely, and there's also I don't know about you, but I always as a viewer of a game, I feel like I'm getting a mastery and grasp of the game from watching it if I can start to predict even just little things players will do, I think he'll settle on the bananas, or all these little predictions that you can make when you're watching a game. It really ties you in. It makes you feel like you understand it and are almost as skilled, obviously not, but as the players who are playing.
Yeah, I agree. The only thing is, and that's the major differentiator factor here, you do still have to have experience at actually playing because of the timer. So the timer actually causes a few concerns. First of all, the speed. Second of all, the decision making. So that's one of the things that happens in other sports, esports as well. So for example, if you take into account Counter-Strike Global Offensive, well, there you're gonna have the reaction time that you're gonna need to have. If you don't play it, but you have you have the tactical knowledge, you have the mentality, but you don't have the reaction time, you're just not gonna be as good as a player. But you're gonna be an awesome
100%. And the interesting thing here is Civ is traditionally seen as a fairly chill, relaxing game, but in this, you've only got 90 seconds every single turn. That's all you've got, right? I don't think it scales up, does it?
We scales up more than 8 players, I mean.
Okay. I mean, as the game goes on, you don't get more time in your turn?
You do. This is...
you do?
So, yeah, sorry, I got distracted for a second.
Hey, listen, no worries. I did it too, so you're forgiven.
So, the game has a dynamic timer, turn timer. Well, that timer got the beginning. We started playing with it, but then we did test throughout the community for thousands of games and quite a few hundreds of players, and we ended up with a new dynamic turn timer, which really puts the pressure on the player and sets the scene apart. As in, it will reward fast thinking and experience, but it will not punish new players as much. It's basically an in between.
Especially because here's the thing, thinking about your decisions, that takes not only brain power, but it takes time. And every second you're thinking about a decision, that turn timer is ticking down.
Yes.
So that pressure is mounting. But I feel like if you're a really experienced player, you can get all your turns done really, really quickly. Side of that is, if you don't take your time to think about things, you're going to make mistakes.
Yes, and that is going to be a problem the longer you take to make decisions. Okay, well, coming back to the game here, we do have Fish with Alpha. Again, setting it up over here. Looks like he's going to have a 2-1 base. Didn't go for the 3-1 on the other side. No, he really wants these sheep, though, by the way. He really wants the pastures.
He's playing as the Cree, and pastures boost his meekwaps, don't they?
His resources boost the meekwaps, but he's getting his trade routes boosted.
Oh, that's right. He gets his trade routes boosted from having pastures to them. Is it like +1 food? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, +1 food and +1 gold for each of those trade routes. And he's probably going to be running internals anyway. That's how Cree rolls most of the time. So you're probably going to see him get 4 extra food from what I can see and 4 extra gold. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4.
It's interesting that he's going to be running internals, because you can think of a trader as basically like an extra population. Because he's going to be generating food, but he's also going to be getting a lot of gold. But not as much gold as it would be for an international trade route. And is the Cree a gold-generating civilization that relies on working tiles to get gold rather than sending international trade routes?
Well, depends on the international trade route, first of all. Because if you send it to a city-state, for example, you only get like 3 gold and maybe some other yield. But with the internal trade route, if you fix all of these pastures, you're going to get 4 gold and 4 food from that. So,
yeah, that seems way better, because that extra food you can use to work more your meekwaps and even, maybe even like, gold generating tiles like plantations.
And put down more districts, and you get, like with Magnus, you get more production, even more food. So imagine 6 food and 2 production tiles and 4 gold.
Yeah. That's nuts.
And that's for every single trade route that sends it to the capital. So that's like you can have 10 trade routes with those yields.
Damn, that is so good. Now, one question I have is, what do you think is like is there an important wonder that the Cree might go for in the early game, looking at his land?
What's very important for Cree looking at his land? That's what you ask?
A world wonder. Is there a world wonder he might go for?
Temple of Artemis, right off the bat, because it gets that extra amenity and the extra food for the pastures. That could be a good one. I don't think any other wonder right now would be a priority. Like he doesn't have a Temenanki spawn. He doesn't have Oracle spawn. Doesn't need to. I guess. Yeah, Temple of Artemis would be the best one.
Yeah, because I was going to say Temple of Artemis, but I was scared because I couldn't. I build it so rarely, I forget how to place it. I wasn't sure if it needs camps or pasture. My
chat is telling me move on. Like,
okay, yeah. I'll try not to slow you down.
No, it's fine. I like the in detail, but they want to know before turn 8 if there will be a possibility for a remap, right? So they want to know the information beforehand. They're excited. So okay, let's see. Mapuche has Cynth has quite a bit of fresh water. It doesn't look like it's gonna need to relobby here. Ulhas is in the north, does have an amazing wonder, Upsunur Hollow to the northwest. Lack of fresh water though. He's probably gonna need that feed the world if he wants to be great in this game. We do have next to him Ottomans, and of course to the west side it's gonna be Pericles. Well, if you want a unit to defend against Cossacks, that's gonna be the hoplite. We got in the middle Spain with a continent split, by the way. Look at this Spanish continent split.
Those missions are gonna pop off.
Yeah, the only issue is if he wants to go northwest, it's gonna get closer to Ottomans, and you don't really wanna,
No, you want to settle away from the Ottomans.
Yeah, you don't want to settle towards the Ottomans.
You're basically just sending him gifts, like, hey, here's a city you can conquer.
Yeah, he's probably gonna get to the west here, and I do see a wonder, a Matterhorn, and I don't want to even imagine Matterhorn conquistadors or janissaries over here on the map.
Matterhorn is one of my favorite wonders. That's the one that gives you hill movement, right?
It's amazing. And the extra damage in the heals is just so
3
great.
damage in heals. It's so good.
We got the Gauls over here calling it out. Potato notice me senpai is doing it. Okay.
I have noticed you. You have been noticed.
What do we have here? A bit of a problem with all of the spawns here, but can definitely make it work. The Gauls, of course, will have quite a few mines, and again, not that big of an issue for a remap. He will have adjacency to Spain, though, as a neighbor, and I do see also to the south Chuck. That's going to be his ally, so maybe some nice timings for tanks, but I don't think he's going to go for cuirassiers. It feels like he's too far away for even cuirassiers to walk through this.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of distance between players, which usually says SimCity, right?
Yeah.
So who do you think? We've reviewed everyone's start location, right? We're at turn 9. There hasn't... Wait, have we passed the remap?
Yeah, it looks like they didn't go for a remap.
Right.
Actually, now I think Chuck just noticed they forgot remap vote. Okay.
Interesting. How do you feel about this? Do you think there won't be a
I don't think they need to remap this. From what I can see, it doesn't look like either of them, especially like now that both of them forgot. I don't think.
Yeah, like if you're forgetting to remap vote, you're happy with the map.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
what I mean?
Actually, there might be some information Chuck just revealed, right? They are thinking about it, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
There we go. The Nays have it. So this is gonna be the map. Yeah, it's Highlands is not usually one of those maps in which you have a lot of remaps, just because there's a lot of land available. The players do have good land because of BBS and so on and so forth. So yeah.
Oh, one question someone had: can the Cree actually build the Temple of Artemis? Can you build it next to pastures in the mod, or do you need a camp?
Yeah, you need a camp, but you can build it. Yeah, you're right. He doesn't have a camp. He can get it in truffles if he wants to the east.
He might be able to get it. There was another question. Oh God, I forgot it. Okay, carry the show. Go. Never mind. Forget my question.
Oh my God, I'm gonna start blushing right now. I didn't notice the lack of a camp.
Listen, it's okay.
Oh,
listen, dude, you're doing 500 things a second, and you're doing a great job. You're allowed to make a mistake every game. Okay.
One of the things that I didn't cover last time was the city-state availability. We did see a few of them, and of course, Wink Wink Auckland was amazing there, but we didn't go through them fully. So this time we're gonna have Preslav with Kabul as the military city-states. I do see Kumasi with Kagwana and Namadol with the culture bonuses. I see Samarkand with Zanzibar and Muscat, and I really want to see where Zanzibar is. Okay, she's right next to Pericles here.
I feel like Zanzibar is going to be probably the most fought over one, because that's is it 12 amenities that they give you, which is crazy.
It's a lot of amenities. Yeah, it's not really 12, but yeah, it's a lot of amenities. I think it's like 4 or something.
Don't they give you 2 resources?
Yeah,
or
they do, but it just doesn't work as you might think it does.
Really? Oh,
yeah. I don't know. I mean, I would have expected Zanzibar, for example, if you have like all of those bonuses, to give you like all of your cities to have like ecstatic citizens, but it just doesn't happen, right? With 12 extra amenities, you would expect even 7 pop cities to have ecstatics, but it's I think 3. It puts you to 3, so it's like happy citizens.
Yeah, happy isn't great. Well, I mean, happy is good, 5%, because it's basically like getting an extra turn every 20 turns, but it's not. Yeah, it's not like amazing.
Yeah, I think it's more about how the merit is spread around the cities, but that's a deeper subject that we would need to.
Yeah, we don't have time for that. We're trying to cast the game. It's already turned 12. People are about to die. It's all happening. So, who do you think is the most important scientific city-state here in terms of position and bonus?
Oh, Bologna. I like to say Bologna, but I don't know. Some people pronounce it Bologna.
Is that for those Guam points?
Exactly, the Guam points. It is amazing for the Gauls as well, and it's right next to JackTheRipper for those industrial, for the engineers. But of course, the Guams are just gonna be so juicy, especially later on. It's just gonna give him so many bonuses. Also, Kabul for the military city-states will be extremely fought over because of that extra experience that you get, especially after Firaxis did the experience changes, and it became so valuable.
Because if you even have one level up tempo over your opponent, that 50 is healing 25 or 50 in the mod.
15, I believe. Let me see. Or is it 25?
I can't remember. It's but
it's
even if you can get that, if you can get that full heal from promoting and get the bonus from promoting before enemy, that's a huge tempo lead.
Wait. Ooh, wait. Oh, the promoting it gives you full heal. Wait, am I? I just got.
You know when you promote a unit, your unit gets healed. Is it?
Yes.
I know some mods half the healing from that.
You don't get extra healing. No, you don't. It didn't get tampered with. It's just a base heal. I am not sure exactly how much it is, but it is around like 25, 30 or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Because it's hard. Because again, we play like different versions of the game, so trying to like make sure that I understand the differences is And I sometimes I ask my questions and I say them really, really quickly, which might be difficult for people to catch my question. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all good. I was told that I'm whispering here. So I don't know. Do you hear me fine, or am I just so low in volume that I have a problem?
You sound like really you're actually like louder than me in my OBS. So
okay. Jingo, thank you. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Thank you. Okay, so let's see what's going on. What's the opening salvo over here? We do have the 4 versus 4 setup. It looks like, of course, definitely Russia is going to need to expand to the west side because that's his only way. Does look like he put his second city to the south and might put another one to get a arena with Ottomans. I do see his Tundra forced to the west, which puts him closer to Greece. Not that big of a problem for Tordread, but it's definitely a problem for Russia. He doesn't have fresh water, and I don't see that many hills in the tundra either, so this is not ideal.
It looks, and there's not even a lot of forests here, so he's not even going to be able to chop out like those important holy sites to get that feed the world out, right?
Yeah, it's a problem over here. I also was watching the Pantheon. He went for River Goddess, so he I don't know why he went River Goddess, because he only has this river, and I guess you can put another river here. You can put a few more holy sites here, but then all over the west side, he's not going to get that extra adjacency.
Yeah, I feel like that was a bit of a mistake. Now, is the Tundra Pantheon in the game still?
I think so. I wouldn't see anybody pick it. So yeah.
Because I would have thought this is the dunk for a Russia Tundra Pantheon game.
Wait, there's an important detail here that I have to mention. So the Tundra Pantheon got changed from giving you adjacency from all of the Tundra to only flat tile Tundra. So basically, this, you can imagine, takes away a lot of the shine of Russia first of all, and Canada at the same time, and then you have to work all of the other bonuses. So it's like, I don't know, Russia, as you can see, also lost its faith availability for all of the Tundra tiles. It doesn't have any faith.
That was crazy strong, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was, but again, all of those bonuses taken away combined does pose a few challenges for Russia in the long term.
I'm surprised that they didn't simply lock that +1 faith from Tundra behind some sort of civic or technology, like they did, for example, with the Gaul's culture on mines.
Well, yeah, the problem with the faith was all over the game. You had the issues. So at the beginning, the extra faith for Russia's Tundra availability was giving it an insane tempo. So you basically were on 7 cities when everybody else was on 4. You had later advantages because of the available rock bands that you can buy, and of course units during the mid game. So all over the game, that extra faith was just massacring everybody else around Russia. If it has Tundra, that was the prerequisite. You have Tundra, you have nice Russia game.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. Well, I mean, it's probably for the best, because I even think without the faith, Russia is still it's not a weak civ.
No, it's not. And actually, we had a 2v2 last week with middle student that played Russia, and he was like, "Oh, Russia is so broken. Russia so good tempo," but he did have a very good spawn, and he really knows the game. So I don't know. It's like one of those things, like all of the stars combine and align in a certain way in which you get Captain Planet.
I do feel like this Russia player is going to settle just right of that Upsunder Hall and then pop down that holy site. But it's probably about time we maybe looked at someone else. What do you think?
Yeah, let's go. Okay, let's see. Gaul tempo, getting 3 cities out. Okay, I do see him putting down a few mines, getting the copper going, getting trade routes, and of course expanding. Looking at the vision here, they didn't figure out exactly where everybody is. They only saw... Spain, and Spain is, by the way, getting pillaged over here.
Ooh, a cheeky pillage.
Yeah, just walking in and destroying the pasture, burning it.
This would be enough to tilt me in the game to where I'm just like rallying troops to the person who pillaged.
Oh man, yeah, I totally get it. And it happens so many times in our FFAs.
Oh my god, and he has God of the Open Sky, so he's losing culture on that too. Oh, yes. I would be furious.
And he's not generating horses, and it's just, I don't know, Noob is probably a bit annoyed, more than annoyed about this. He's getting a slinger out. He's going to try to push this scout away from his land soon enough. Oh, there might be a problem here. Noob64 is moving to the east. We do have JackTheRipper with a scout coming up from the northeast, and of course, looks like we don't know exactly where he's going to put that settler. It's not escorted.
I think that Ottoman scout must have spotted that settler coming out. So if they're coordinating correctly, he might be difficult, but he might be able to at least threaten the settler and force a suboptimal settle.
Yeah, or move it back. That would definitely be an option here. Usually the players do try to get a scout out at least, or a bit of vision in the way they're going towards. But I guess Noob is just playing roulette right now. He wants to... oh, there we go. He moved the slinger towards that settler.
Yeah, I feel like moving a settler unescorted is like the first lesson everyone learns when they play Civ multiplayer, and your neighbor's scout just yoinks it and then settles the place.
Yeah. We've seen some of that happening, or even deleting the settler is better than giving it to an enemy.
Oh, I would delete the settler every time. We're not getting it. Sometimes I declare war on the AI, take their settler, and then delete it because I know I can't get it home.
Exactly. Just much better to not let it alive. I do want to point out that I'm not really a fan of escorting. Oh, yeah, this just got spotted. Well, wait, this just got spotted. It's fine. So no, you see that immediately after he saw the scout, he put it under fortify. The unit grayed out, as you can see the slinger here losing its movement. That's the sign that the unit got put into fortify, and it is because of the extra vision of the settler. Okay, now he took the chance, moved it over here. So if you take a look at the vision here for Noob, he sees the scout. It's 3 tiles away, while JackTheRipper does not see Spanish settler.
Interesting. Okay. And now settlers have +1 vision, and they were on a hill, so they could see over adjacent forests, and that gave him. Now, if there had been a couple of forests between him and that scout might have been able to sneak up.
Yeah, definitely. It's also the scout is on the highest elevation. He's on a rainforest hill, so yeah, he's getting spotted by everywhere.
But I honestly was really hoping to see a settler steal, because that's like the perfect piece of drama to start one of these tournaments, like tournament games off. It's just like, because man, could you imagine? I imagine it's happened all the time, right?
Yeah, it sometimes happens. Well, not as much as you might think at this level, but it happens a lot, quite often.
Yeah, like probably like a couple times a year, right?
A couple more times a season.
A couple times a season.
Yeah,
oh, man.
It definitely happens. It happens. Okay, so Phoenicia coming up with 3 sitters, going for more here, coming up from his capital. He knows he's free simming, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Actually has a bit of land defense to the south of Hong Kong. There's this water, and of course only one tile choke that you can go through with the units unless you need to get ship building.
Yeah, that looks like an incredible lake wall that you can, it's actually big enough to be a sea. That seems like a really, really good defense. And it's right on the edge of the map too. Very helpful.
Yeah, indeed. I do see most of the players did go for 3 cities. A bit awkward that TaskForceFish is waiting for his third to settle, but I guess he wants the fresh water from this side, from the northeast, and probably a connection city towards Mapuche.
Yeah, for sure.
He did get Pantheon, by the way, God of Craftsman. I see the extrapolation phase.
Seems strong. One question I have is whose position do you not like right now on the map? Like, who are you kind of worried about, or is everyone kind of in an okay spot?
I don't like Spain's position. I like its spawn. I don't like its position. So like the land forces you into an awkward development of the empire, and as you can see, he settled Barcelona because of that. He wanted a city on another continent, but at the same time didn't want to get us close to Ottomans to the north. And like his only option will be to keep on settling to the west or to the south on his own continent. And of course we do know that settling on the same continent with Spain is not as valuable. So basically this is like you have candy in your face but you can't eat it. This is like
you're gonna slice a birthday cake, but there's like an iron shield on it.
Nope, you're not allowed. It's like I'm certain that Noob64 is so like frustrated right now with this.
Yeah, because if that Ottoman player was like 4 or 5 tiles to the left, he could just go wild in that extra continent.
Yeah. I also see him pumping a few more settlers out. He's gonna get this trader going, and of course looking at the hotspots on the map here, it seems like Cynth is gonna get to use her army to go and pillage someone. And of course we do know that those Lotaros, Mapuche Melon Raiders are just amazing. So much movement and pillaging available.
Yeah, they're really, really powerful, especially if you can get a couple of promotions on them, because I believe they're light cavalry, so they get that depredation, which is one movement pillages.
Yeah, exactly, and that's one of the things Cynth really likes to do with Melon Raiders. Of course, that's why she plays Mapuche first of all.
Yeah, since you could say they main Mapuche, right?
Yeah.
And how often, now just like a quick aside there, how often is it that you'll see targeted bans like the Mongolia ban for Jack, where you know someone on the enemy team plays a certain save, you just take it away from them?
Oh, very often.
Yeah, I'd imagine that plays into it a lot. How about our friend here? Oh God, who's orange again?
The Gauls.
Gaul, yeah. JackTheRipper. How are you liking his position right now? Because he looks like he's got his culture on his mines online, and he's got his copper. He looks like he's getting ready to maybe get his Oppadums out. Is that, or are they already out?
So again, fresh water. Let's see. If you open up the lens over here, it does seem like the land is either forcing him to go very far away from his cities, which will pose a reinforcement problem. He's gonna need to get the units already ready to the west of Bologna if he wants to settle this. It's too close to his opponent, or he needs to go to the east. And to the east he's gonna have more than enough fresh water for a lot of cities, but this is basically putting him in a seeming position. If he settles the east, he's declaring to all of us that he's going for later timings, right? He's gonna go for his development, seeming, science output, culture output, and so on for maybe a timing push on the tanks and artilleries.
Yeah, and his closest enemies are Spain and Greece, and they are really far away. So if he doesn't settle towards Spain, it's Sim City time.
Yeah, exactly. And he's gonna be closer to Greece, though, on the east side over here. You do see that over, like the map goes around and it goes to Greece, but it's just so much land. I don't think it's a viable option until the late game to do something here.
Yeah, I think you're going to need like tanks. You're going to need like probably tanks before you ever go near Greece. It's way too far, because by the time you even walk your units over there, they're out of date.
Yeah, exactly. So railroads, tanks is probably going to be the way. So his only option will probably be to get an army out, but against Spain, right? And Spain over here is, oh my God, again, against two civilizations that won't have a religion. and he's probably not gonna get to spread his. He's not gonna make a religion. He can't spread it anyway. So it feels like half of the bonus of Spain are just knocked off. But oh well, it happens.
Yeah, that's kind of the roll of the dice, right? Sometimes you're in a bad position for one of your bonuses, and if you were to try to and the big mistake you make there is trying to force that bonus, your enemies will punish you for trying to force it.
100%. We come up on the same question, by the way, 5 turns away from the classical era. We do need to figure out who's getting that golden age, and it looks like Cynthia is the only one with 1 point away, but it shouldn't be that big of an issue. Okay, 4 turns away from bronze. That's her point right there.
Yeah, so no worries about the first golden age here.
Oh, wait, it's not. Wait a second. No, she's not going to get horseback. She's not. Or did she go for horseback? Wait, no. Bronze is not going to give her the point. 1 sec.
Yeah, no worries.
Making a mistake here. What is she going to get? Maybe a hut, maybe a wonder, maybe something. But is she... Or did she go for... I see she's going military tradition. So maybe she's she didn't want to... Wait. No, she got boosted horses. Okay, well, I'm a bit wondering what she's gonna get here as a point. Hopefully, she's gonna get it.
Yeah, because like missing that first golden age, you lose your what is it, pen, brush, and voice. That it's so huge.
Yeah, especially for the Mapuche. Well, I mean, I'm expecting her to do something. She can place a Shemamul, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Shemamul probably on the builder. That's what is going to give her the points.
Yeah, okay. Good call. I couldn't remember whether or not their unique infrastructure was unlocked yet, but that's going to be the free golden age there. That's it. If you're if you're struggling for a golden age, just make sure you have a good free builder thing you can plop down.
Yep. Okay, got distracted a little bit there. Sorry. Let's see. Next up, TaskForceFish. Oh, actually switched position. He didn't want to go for the Mapuche settler. He wanted to go to the north of Bravo. Looks like he's pumping out more Occhitaus. This is a bit surprising for more Occhitaus, right? Oh, I see what he's doing. He needs to protect those traders going towards Mapuche, which is, again, surprising for the early trade routes. He's not using internals, and it looks like he's gonna go for the gold here. He's.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. I'm also surprised because it's a little bit riskier to send those international trade routes early in the game too, because you don't have solidified borders. There could be units hiding in the.
Yeah, just like now, we got Astikos' warrior that is just drooling over that trader. Right? It's come over here, come over here. You know?
Yeah, because getting a trader pillage this early is a huge tempo swing, because not only do you take away the trader from them, but you get a bunch of gold that you can maybe quickly buy a unit or something.
Yeah, indeed. Well, at least if he's gonna send his traders towards Wente Mapu, he's still gonna have one extra pasture to work over there. It's fine. But I'm... Well, I was pointing out that Fish is definitely one of those players that will make moves that makes you think twice about, okay, well, I thought this is going to be the meta. Well, why is he changing right now? Well, this is exactly what we need to expect from Fish. Getting those surprising decisions going. Not going internals on Cree at the beginning, not getting that extra tempo on your population growth, and going for extra culture and gold at the same time. He's trading with Wente Mapu.
Yeah, I would love to like look into the mind of the Cree player and figure out why he decided to go for international trade routes.
Yeah, indeed. I'm curious myself. We're probably gonna get to ask him at the end of the game here. And there we go. Shemamul placed. Era score achieved. Of course, now she's on 22 out of 19. So everybody gets their golden age. It's gonna be a race for the second one from now on.
Sorry, a race for what from now on?
For the second one, for the second points, like the medieval.
Oh, the second golden age. Oh,
yeah,
sorry. My brain was just like, wait. Okay. Yeah, no, I get you now. Yeah, I'll be interested to see if anyone misses out on that second golden age. Now, is see 2 more settlers coming out of Russia here? Is this what you expect? You expect 3 cities, then 3 districts, and then a bunch more settlers? Is this kind of like the normal standard way to play?
Yes, because he doesn't have any kind of pressure at the beginning. That's why he's getting those settlers out, and he is already on 33 faith a turn. Not to mention he accumulated 175. So
33 faith per turn. Oh my god! What is he?
Well, these are 4 lavras. This is a +6 lavra. And another +2 over here. So, not to mention he has the shrines inside and so on and so forth. I do see him activating his prophet and just got Taoism. Let's see what it is. Feed the world with lay ministry. So he needs that extra food, and he's gonna try to get more faith and culture adjacency.
Yeah, lay ministry seems like one of those things that is not very good in single player, but that extra culture and faith when you're going for a culture play and multiplayer seems really, really strong. And feed the world is almost like mandatory on Russia, I feel like, in Tundra.
Yeah, feed the world is definitely mandatory. The only thing I have right now in my mind is, like, it pops as a question, is this is extremely greedy, because of the gold lack, I should say, or lacking of gold. Russia, and we're gonna see this happening throughout the game. You'll see he's making the least amount of gold from everybody. This is because of the investment he made in the holy sites and the shrines, right? And if he every little bit of pressure that will be put on Russia is gonna take it down from its gold. And this is gonna be a problem throughout the game. Luckily for him, we do have Phoenicia and Astikos over here with the Ottomans that are gonna give him the gold.
It does seem like an extraordinarily greedy play. Because usually I would take a safe belief like the +2 gold per city following your religion, but this is just, he's all in on culture and faith, which I guess is a kind of a thing you're afforded when you have teams. But I think you wanted to talk about the Ottoman player?
Yes, but coming back to just to finish my idea here, I would have expected to see the +2 faith from cities, because yes, he wants more faith, and he definitely needs he needs to get as much bonuses from that. But I don't know, maybe I'm just not a fan of late ministry. Just at the time you get the theater squares, you don't need that much culture anyway, because you get adjacency from other stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, coming back to Ottomans here, let's do see Astikos on 4 cities. It looks like he definitely has way more fresh water than we've seen on Spain and also Russia. So he has, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 possible cities that he can settle, more than he has right now. So that's 10 in total. It's definitely more than enough land for Ottomans to go mid to late game.
For sure, if you're comfortable. Although the one downside is a few of those cities are actually quite far forward towards the Mapuche and towards Spain, which kind of means, and I mean, that's kind of okay for you as an Ottoman player because you are looking to fight, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. But I just realized that Matterhorn is on the way towards Ottoman land. So it's like, we're probably going to see a few Malon Raiders get that bonus at some point.
Ooh, that is scary. Malon Raiders that ignore hills. It still can ignore hills. That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting.
And I think more damage and oh my god, no. I don't
delete Malon Raider from the game. Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, you know, Malon Raiders don't even need to take cities. By the time they're done with all of your infrastructure, you're just going to want a CC, right? You're going to want to concede.
100%. It's honestly the most fun way to defeat someone is to just run light cavalry through their territory and pillage every single tile while you ignore them.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's see. Mapuche moving a city towards the east definitely feels like Cynth is making those steps towards Ottomans. They do need to pressure Ottomans way before he's gonna get those Janissaries, because by the time he's getting at the time he's getting Janissaries is way too late. Those are too strong to handle. I do see also Noob getting a few archers to defend, and he knows he's gonna need to fight Ottomans, putting down the first encampment of the game here next to the city of Madrid and getting those encampment training projects for the great generals. Actually quite surprising he's going so early for those bonus points.
Yeah, I would say this is like a very clear message that you're worried about the Ottoman pressure, but there is no Ottoman pressure coming because he's sim citying right now.
I think this might be This might be a rush here. So he's getting his archers out. He's getting, he's probably getting horseback riding. Let's actually see Noob 64 going for irrigation and military tradition. So he's gonna uncover that card for maneuver. The maneuver card, I mean.
Oh, do you think he's rushing horsemen then? Yeah.
Yeah, looks like he's rushing horses. But I was watching where he could actually chop them out from. He has 1, 2. So he has a builder here that can chop that deer. He has another builder here. Could be like 3, 4 horses chopped really fast after he's getting that encampment training project. I can't find a reasonable reason for rushing encampment training projects so badly. Like nobody else from the game is making general points, so it kind of feels like he could have even got it passively if he wanted to.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if Noob 634 will live up to his name, or if he's actually a 5-head who's going to pull off a serious maneuver here that we've never seen.
Oh no, he's he's a wolf in a sheep's clothing. You know, no, he's definitely a pro player right here, but he likes to call himself a noob.
Yeah, that's it. So he can sleep into the weak player lobbies and then stomp on people.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, let's see. Phoenicia getting the same going. Ancestral Hall, of course, going for a lot of cities here. Has so much land available on the east side, and this is gonna be amazing for Jack to develop his empire. And these, you know, on Highlands you get these one-tile lakes, which are just set up for even naval situations. You just put the harbor down, and that's it. Right? You don't need anything else. Just a harbor. Like
it's honestly perfect. You just throw the harbor down, you get your lighthouse, and then you pretend your harbor doesn't exist.
Exactly. Okay, let's see.
Does one real question I had about Dido? Does she? Oh, what's happening here? Sorry.
Oh, this is I'll say a siege, not a siege, a hostage situation. Right? Ottoman warrior just got between the mountains and a few Occhitaus. He's not gonna get out of this.
Yeah, I think he's having his lunch money taken right now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like send me 100 gold or I kill the warrior. So a little bit of drama there. Is it really important for him to keep that warrior? Or is this just like a little bit of cheeky play to deny scouting and potential harassment on that settler and the infrastructure to the left there?
Oh, he really doesn't want to get scouted. And second of all, I think it's just to keep away the warrior from being annoying. Oh my god, that's an expensive buy here. TaskForceFish just spent 180 gold on an Occhitao.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold in the early game, considering most people are probably only making like 10 gold at most.
Yeah, he's 11, 14 on Noob, 25 on Chuck though. Since he started getting his Cothons out, he's getting the most.
Yeah, he's pumping that cash out right now. And I actually did have a question about the Phoenician Cothon. Does that still give a production boost towards settlers?
Yes, and towards boats. Yes.
Awesome. So
that's why he's coupling it with Ancestral Hall.
Yeah, I was going to say that seems like pretty crazy, especially on a land like Highlands. That's going to give Phoenicia maybe 2 to 3 cities over another player in terms of like settler production. Yeah,
that's exactly why Phoenicia is getting picked on Highlands. Yeah, not only for its gold possibilities, but for its expansion capabilities. Yeah, I do want to quickly go through the pantheons here. So let's take them out of the players. God of the Sea for Phoenicia is getting that extra production on the fish. We got the golds on religious settlements. He also wants to. So okay, this is another statement, by the way. He wants to get as many cities out as possible on the northeast and spend as little production as possible. But look at this again. JackTheRipper is gonna try to pressure and get the positioning from the beginning without even an escort, like a decent escort, like a Geisate or something.
There's no real military there. There's a scout, but like they're not really fighting units unless they're not Kichita.
Yeah, and there we go. We got the horses, by the way, coming out of Spain. So this is the statement, right? This was the reaction that we were waiting for from Noob, getting horses with the military tradition card. I'm a bit worried that he doesn't have chops available, but we'll see. We'll see how many he's gonna pump out from his cities. He does have more than enough production from his trade routes.
I think the scary thing for the Ottomans here is the fact that those two archers right there are denying scouting. Now the Ottomans do have their own archers coming in here to defend. Archers really going to hold back this like 4 or 5 horseman push?
Not really. Depends. Oh wait, horses coming out from Cynth. Okay, that's why they're coordinating right now. And my worry here, and I was trying to count the turns it takes for this army to actually reach the cities. Archers on their own do not keep classical units out, but archers coupled with a line of stronger units in front, like horses are coming out from Ankara, will definitely keep you safe.
Is that horse is coming in 4 turns? Is that fast enough? That's the real question.
No, that's not that. But I do see Astikos having a few builders that again can chop. I'm not sure if he has whatever he needs, or if he is aware of what's happening here, because he's definitely okay. There we go.
I think he has. His scout has scouted the Mapuche stuff coming, so I think that's why he's defending. And I imagine, knowing his position and his experience, he knows there's probably a push coming for him now.
Yeah, probably. I also think he's definitely aware of the great general accumulation here, the great general points. So both of his neighbors are getting generals. It's a sign in the stars. Oh my God! Look at this horse coming right next to that city. It's still not gonna get it though.
That's terrifying. But that's an important point you make there. Is oftentimes, a lot of players, when you're looking at the game, you just see the board, but there's actually a lot of information hidden in the menus, like the Great People screen.
Oh, yeah. So I guess I have to spend a few minutes, like a minute on this. The beginning of the game, when we had the vanilla, we had to manually watch how much science everybody's getting, like we didn't have these banners on the top side, and we were spending so much time just clicking and seeing how much military, how much science, how much culture everybody's making, so we can make an informed opinion, make a decision. And then yes, you do have the Great People screen, which gives you not only the great people that you can recruit and how many points everybody is making, but how many cities that your opponent have. You might not have all of the visibility, but you can know how many cities he has.
Or at least cities that are generating that great person point, right?
No, it's all.
It's just all. Wow.
Yeah, it's all. So like, look, Spain has 4 cities and is generating 1 great general point.
Interesting. That's actually a lot more information than I thought existed in there.
Yeah, and then sure, you can deduce how many districts he has of one kind and how many points he's generating, buildings in them and so on, how much he invested into that infrastructure. It's yeah. I also want to point out we got still more pantheons to go. Fertility rights. We got the first attack coming on a city, and looks like Shivas is getting bumped by one of the horses of Noob 634. Probably not gonna go down. That city is already on 26 defense. We got a horse coming from the northeast, and the Ottomans is probably gonna chop some more. He needs a masonry though. I'm not sure if he actually got it or not. I don't see the button available right now, but maybe that's just spectator mode. He just got a swordman in the city. It's fine. That boosted the defense to 37, and the horse just got out-teched.
Now, that gold, that probably came from one of the other players. The Ottomans just got slung there, right? They just funneled him?
Oh, yeah. Also, looking at the yield stab, Astikos is not making any gold. He's on 2 gold a turn. Neither Astikos or Ulhas. But, that's the amazing thing of having Dido with you in the team. He's just going to generate the gold you need for you.
So, if you are Spain and Mapuche here, where you have push on that city's delayed, what is your next move?
You keep on going. You can't, like, this is basically a commitment right here. You can't move away from this. So what are they gonna do is gonna try to put as much pressure as possible from the southeast as the southwest. You can actually see that since not only is moving forward with a settler, she's gonna settle in the face of Ottomans. She's trying to get the Malon raiders as soon as possible in the technology screen, and going for the attack from now. It's a commitment right here.
Yeah. No, because that's what I'm saying. Like, once because you can't bring those units back and unbuild them and build buildings instead. You have to stay and finish that attack.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I'm certain that Noob64 did see this coming. He was aware that this is a possibility that Ottomans will probably get classical units out. It's just a matter of getting enough pressure from all sides to force Ottomans not to sim. That's the biggest thing over here.
One thing I've noticed here is I noticed that people don't generally build walls in this high-level multiplayer. Is that because walls are kind of like a... they're a heavy investment that only defends you?
Yes. So units basically, if you're pressed, you need to build walls, right? For example, a caravel attacking a walled city, it's not gonna do as well. But that's just a ticking time until somebody's gonna get a frigate. The same can be said about walls in cities. It's just a delay until your opponent will get catapults or trebuchets or whatever it is.
So you're better off getting units that can potentially counterattack if you win the fight.
Yes, and not allowing your opponent to get next to the city. So this is a bit of a problem for Astikos because there are already 2 tiles, and you can see that Noob doesn't want to give them up. That can be used with horses to attack the city center. And of course,
that's true, because tile control is probably a huge thing, because that dictates how many units can hit a city in a single turn, which forces your opponent to have no reaction.
Yes, the only lucky thing here for okay, there we go. Actually, Noob, yeah, okay.
So that was a last move, first move right there, wasn't it?
He tried to do a last move, yes, on Noob634, but yeah, didn't. Noob was on the buttons over there, and he did manage to get it out. The only thing here, lucky for Ottomans, the city cannot be put under siege because of this one-tile lake. If Spain does manage to get shipbuilding, that's gonna be different, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's one of the most frustrating things when you're attacking a city next to a one-tile lake, is you absolutely cannot put it under siege unless you put a unit in the water, and then that unit is weak because it's embarked, and you just start losing units in the lake. It can really tilt you.
Yes, what will happen here is, and you can see it slowly evolving, the situation is they're gonna build a wall to not let any reinforcements from the north, a wall of units, not of actually stone. So slowly Spain is getting a few units to defend against the northern side. Astikos doesn't want to push him because he knows he's gonna get in range of the archers, and from the west Mapuche is pushing in with a Matterhorn bonus and of course a lot of open terrain. So we're
going to see some good old-fashioned trench warfare here. We're going to see a big wall of units isolating that city to try and take it.
Yes, exactly. And then of course the city will probably get smashed over and over again until it's going to be going down. This is actually a situation in which walls might save it, as in delay it and make them valuable, because you just force your opponent to commit more units.
Yeah, I think the real hard thing there is building walls is telegraphed, so they'll know it's happening, and he doesn't have a chop there. Like, if he could harvest that stone to get those walls out, it would be amazing.
Yeah, and the attack's already started. We got Mapuche pushing in from the west. Is probably going to take the position on the archer over there. There was an archer being built in Sivas, but it doesn't look like it's going to be. Okay, there we go. He just got deleted immediately after it got out of the city. And
oh my god.
They got a positioning on the city. Now with all of the units combined, they're probably going to take that city anyway.
Yeah, I was just about to say, that fight changed literally in 4 moves, and that city is just dead now.
Yes. And it's all about positioning. It was all about positioning here.
That's insane, because you can see they've almost like sliced off a piece of the Ottoman Empire, and now it's just holding out.
Yes. And also, of course, Spain over here will have the most benefits out of this city, because it does have the city is on another continent. So you can see it's going to get a trade route. He can get a positioning on more cities, even in non-freshwater now. And it's fine.
Now, there's kind of 2 questions I want to ask you there. So obviously, coordinating between players on who gets the city is an important thing, and that's something you'll probably see them do a lot. Like, you know, Russia is going to want to take a tundra city. But I'm also curious here, because while the Ottoman is dying, the rest of his team is untouched and sim-citying, and this is taking 2 players from the enemy team to do this. Even if the Ottoman dies here, I don't think this spells the end for...
Oh, Ottoman is not gonna die. No, he lost a city.
So?
No. He lost a city. He can defend the line between the mountains to the north. So basically, what they did is get all of this land on their side. This is gonna give a bit more of a spacious development for Spain, but other than that, it's just not going to have that big of an impact on Ottomans development. It's just one city. We're probably going to see Ottomans here go for his Janissaries, and when he's going to get the Janissaries, he will probably be able to counter push into Spain.
Yeah, so this is less a war to kill the Ottomans and more of a war to gain positioning on those cities.
Yes. Also, we got a few things happening on the map. Colosseum just got chopped in Novgorod. I do see Ulhas is going to benefit from that extra culture, and of course the amenities still losing gold, the same as Astikos, -7 and -1. This is a bit of a problem here. Not really used to seeing Ottomans losing gold, but oh well. Yes,
I think it's just a matter of the situation he's been forced into with 2 people attacking him. He's going to have to just make military and pray that Chuck can keep feeding him gold to keep him alive.
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, he again greeted it because most of the time you've seen the players try to stay on 3-4 cities between the expansion phases and get units out or improve their land and so on and so forth. Well, Astikos tried to do all of those things and even get more settlers, like get his second expansion phase going, which actually cost him the city. Like this was basically a roulette type of decision to go for Sivas. He didn't have how to protect it. The same thing.
I could go ahead.
The same thing can be said about JackTheRipper. Both of them went for roulette decisions over here. They couldn't protect the cities they settled in the face of their opponents. And Noob, if he wanted to, he could have taken the city of JackTheRipper as well as the city of Ottomans. And there wouldn't have been that big of a difference between taking them. There's nothing defending over here. These cities.
No, he doesn't even have like archers out anywhere. I don't think.
Yeah, he's aware. Everybody's attacking right now Ottomans, right? He's taking the punches.
It's interesting, though, to see just how willing to take risks these players are, because... And I think that really goes to show how confident they are in their own skills, because if I was to take this kind of a risk in a multiplayer game, I would get beaten down by someone who is just even like on even skill level. But to be at the top of your game and be able to take a huge risk like an invasion like this or forward settling people... That shows just how confident these players are.
Yeah, well, experience comes into play here. Most of the time, you're not going to see them take that, big risks. They're going to try to take smaller, incremental risk. But this is like I wasn't honestly expecting Astikos to go full on like this with the city to the south as close as he did to both of his opponents. But oh well, he did it and he got punished for it.
The thing, you have to be careful. If you are going to take a small risk, the other team is going to try and punish you for it.
Yeah, exactly. We got the Temple of Artemis coming out from Tordread. Of course, he did get those Acropolises going, and these are +6s over here between his cities, +4, +6, and I see another +6. He started to get a little bit of science. He's on 20 science and 52 culture, by the way, still going with a few units to the east side. And of course, he did get that city, Pergamon, to the southeast and started settling non-freshwater. Like this is the thing we were talking about at the beginning. Unfortunately, he's kind of forced to go non-freshwater here.
Yeah, but I think settling non-freshwater later in the game isn't quite as bad as being forced to settle it early in the game. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Especially after you do get, for example, now he's getting his Acropolises. It's fine. He's still going to get the option to aqueduct the cities next to the mountains. He's still going to get the option to get the granary going and so on. There are multiple things to consider.
True. It's also a lot less punishing if you do have a unique district that's half price. That's going to help a lot.
100%. Let's see what Cree is doing here. Getting commercials. I do see him placing his government plaza in such a way in which he's going to get extra bonuses for campuses as well as theater squares. This is going to be an awesome theater square here between by the way, there was a race from what I can see, or I guess TaskForceFish tried to go for Colosseum, but couldn't make it. There's no other reason to get an entertainment complex other than go for Colosseum.
Yeah, that's interesting because the entertainment complex doesn't become relevant until very late into the game for amenities, and even then it might not be worth building.
Yeah, so exactly.
That Colosseum being stolen is
and he's
probably upset.
He also put Magnus in. He was like he was prepared. He was prepared to chop it. It was just Russia much faster on the buttons here with the city of Novgorod.
Well, that's the thing. Russia is showing its strength with that extra production from Tundra and the sheer amount of chopping that you can pull off with all that forest on Tundra as well.
Yeah, especially the Wonder. He has this 2-3-2 Upsuner Hollow Wonder. Is getting a lot of production, food, and faith going from those tiles. But the gold is just not there. Minus 10 gold. Doesn't have an army, by the way. Doesn't have an army and minus 10 gold.
Like, yeah, that is spooky. To not have an army and have like 0 gold. And the interesting thing too, I think Greece might be sending horsemen at him.
Yeah, slowly but surely they want to take Zanzibar. I think that's the problem. JackTheRipper is holding Zanzibar, so that's definitely a city-state that they want to take away from their opponents. I don't see this as that big of a problem for Russia though. Only 3 horses here, no general, but it's still gonna force him to get a few units to defend.
Yeah, but a few units to defend when you're minus 10 gold, that is... Oof.
Yeah, indeed. We got JackTheRipper here with a few campuses coming out, a few horses of his own. He wants to go for Bologna. They're gonna... Okay, he's gonna take that city. He's gonna kill it. Doesn't want to keep it or fight for it, so he's much better off killing it. I don't see him going for Oracle in his capital, 5 turns away from finishing, and of course putting Oppidums everywhere.
Actually, yeah, Gaul, it feels like you have to go for the Oppidum because it's just so much production.
Yeah, and he does have quite a few good places for them. +5 over here. He does have this one +7 Oppidum. We got
+7.
Yeah, +7. I mean, 3 strategic resources and 2 mines. I mean, this is
that is insanity. My goodness.
Another one here, Varicum. This is gonna be another +5, I believe. 1, 2, and 4, and yeah, +5. Another.
God, you know what? I've played maybe like 5 games as Gaul, and I've never gotten land as good as JackTheRipper has right here.
Play Highlands.
Yeah, I've only ever played Highlands with Gaul.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, and I just always get terrible starts. Oh.
Well, after last game, he had to get something back, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So is this war? Is this what we're going to see for a while? It's just going to be like a line of horsemen against a line of horsemen until someone blinks and upgrades the unit?
Yeah, I think so. Or we're probably going to see them go for crossbows or something like that. To dwindle the damage of the opponents. We'll see. At the moment, I think Noob634 wants to catch up a little bit in his sim, and that's what he's doing, getting a bit more economy, getting some science up, improving his tiles or repairing the ones that he got pillaged. And from what I can see, he needs to settle more cities here.
One quick question I have is, these these players are taking turns shooting each other. Is it worth it to shoot your enemy if you're feeding him experience on his units, or do you want the experience on your units more?
So it's more valuable experience on the ranged units than on the other units. So like than all of the other units. If you get, for example, a level 4 field cannon with double of attack, it's definitely going to be much more valuable than a level 4 tank.
Interesting. Interesting.
Well, I mean, level 4 tanks are great as well, but they're just, you know, it's much better to have those ranged attacks. I do see flanking maneuver, I think it's called, right? He's going around the Cynthia is going around the mountains with the general, and she's gonna have open land to go against Russia here.
Ooh, yeah, I think Russia's greed will come back to bite them.
All of these horses do have Matterhorn promotions on them. Let me actually double check this. This is Matterhorn. We got this is, come on, show me the way. Yeah, Matterhorn. And
oh no.
this one doesn't have Matterhorn. Okay, it's one horse out of these 5 that doesn't have a Matterhorn promotion. It's gonna be slower than the other ones, but oh my god, when she's look how many tiles she can actually cover. She's getting to solid camps in 2 turns.
That is disgusting. And here's the thing: she doesn't have to actually even kill Russia. Just a few pillages can put him, like, basically make him irrelevant, right?
Yeah, exactly. So awesome moves, by the way, over here at the beginning to just unbalance their opponents while their simmers are trying to get advantages. We got Tordread going for Audience Chamber. We got him putting down more Acropolises, killing Zanzibar in the meantime. And by the looks of it, on the eastern side, JackTheRipper is still preparing for some later push instead of doing any kind of pressure. It was enough, for example, for JackTheRipper to put a few horses in the face of Spain. To put the pressure on the east and of course force Spain to move his general to the east and so on and so forth, so it takes away from the pressure of Ottomans. But unfortunately JackTheRipper's army is at the moment non-existent. Only 3 horses here that took away a city-state instead of going to pressure Spain.
Well, here's the thing though, I think JackTheRipper is confident in his teammates' ability to hold. And he's thinking, every turn that he sims cities means his push is stronger, 10, 20 turns down the line, right?
Well, you might think that, but it's just at some point you have to balance out your own empire development with your allies, because if you don't have allies to, to work with, you're just not going to have a strong late game.
Yeah, it's got to be a careful balancing act depending on how much you invest in.
Okay, we do have Phoenicia here with quite a few cities. He's definitely the economy here. 47 gold a turn. Astikos needs gold, Ulhas needs gold, and of course JackTheRipper doesn't have that much either. It's the Gaelic problem here, which is, honest. So another big problem, by the way. Astikos cannot make gold. We were drooling a little bit when we saw those trade route bonuses for Ottomans, and you're saying like, oh my god, he's going to generate so much gold, and I was expecting the same, but he's losing gold right now. And the only one making gold from their team, actually making gold, is Chuck. What are they going to do later on? Because they're going to need a lot of gold to upgrade all of these units.
Yeah, I think this might actually be, I think you've identified what might actually be the biggest problem for Ulysse here, is the lack of gold generation. Now, they have Dido, but man, this actually shows, I think, a really smart move on the team on the side of ZoC to attack a gold generator player and force him to make military, because they know that Russia and Gaul aren't going to generate gold, right? So if you take out their second gold generator, the enemy team is never going to be able to upgrade their military.
Yeah. And even though JackTheRipper is on 10 cities here, he's gonna need to get his own economy soon enough. And it's just like, there's no way around this. He needs some form of an economy, like either commercials or harbors or something. Does he have his... Oh, he went Ancestral Hall, right? Well...
Did he?
No, audience. Okay, audience. That actually allows him to get, to get an economy, right? More population in your cities.
Yeah, it feels like Ancestral Hall is pretty key, especially on a Highlands map where there's maybe not as much food in the plains areas.
Yeah.
To even just get your second and third district in some of your cities.
I do want to point out that while we were talking, Cynth just moved back, and I don't... Oh, Malon Raiders. Wait a second. How far is she? She's 6 turns away from getting castles and 4 turns away from getting civil service. Okay, so this is going to be the timing. She knows, because she's scouting over here, she knows there's a way in Russia's land. But she wants Malon Raiders rather than going with just horses. So she's getting more horses in the meantime from her main cities. You can see more coming on the way. A trade route also, getting a road built towards Mapu.
Yeah, reinforcement's going to be so much easier. And that's a really important point about pre-building there. Pre-building units with production and then upgrading them is way more cost efficient than trying to spend 10, 20 turns slowly building a Malon Raider. Yeah. Now, these Malon Raiders, they're going to completely change the tempo of the game once they come out, aren't they?
Oh my god. Malon Raiders with, again, Matterhorn. Oh, like, really? I think it's like grief time. Grief
Yeah,
time.
the only thing that's missing is Malon Raiders with Matterhorn and Giant's Causeway.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly. Oh, that's an open discussion, by the way, for Giant Causeway. There are quite a few players that want it banned from the tournaments. It just gives so much of an advantage to one player. It's
interesting, because I'm surprised they don't have the same feeling for Matterhorn. I guess it's a little bit more situational, whereas Giant's Causeway is like you just are stronger forever.
Yeah, I mean that extra +5 is like a general on you, right? It's like, especially if you have like a civilization like, for example, Spain conquistadors +5 against a civilization with another with another religion, and then you get core ability, and you're a missionary and so on. I mean that's just way too
your conquistadors just turn into space marines, right?
Yeah, I mean 110 strength units, like really, bro.
That's like you're gonna need giant death robots to take down these conquistadors.
Yeah. Okay. Economy being built here by Cree. I don't see his outputs. I do see his outputs. He's on 34 gold a turn now. TaskForceFish. So they're gonna need to keep gold for a few more turns. I do see that they don't have actually a bank saved up, so they're gonna need to keep around 500 gold for the upgrades for Cynthia, I guess. She's building 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah, 500. It's 60 a pop, I believe, with the 50% cut.
Really, 60 seems a little bit cheap for how strong the Malon Raider upgrade is from Horseman, but I mean, I guess it is on online speed, so it's half price in anyway, and then you half it again, so that seems quite reasonable actually. I've never, last game we got to see a war, right? But it was a very quick Caravel timing push, and then one team loses. This feels like it's going to be a bit more of a long war. How do you think the same?
I mean, I hope so, because looking at the defense of Russia, for example, if those Malon Raiders get in, they're going to take cities, not only villages.
Yeah. So is that the big fear here, that if Team Ulysse doesn't come up with an answer with these Malon Raiders, that we could see another quick finish? I mean, obviously we don't want to see that, but
I mean,
is it time to worry, or are we good?
I usually, oh my god, you put me in a weird position here. So I don't want to create a false expectation in viewers, but at the same time I gotta say it straight, right? At the moment I'm very worried about Mapuche's power spike that's gonna come here, and the timing. Last game you said it correctly, right? We had a surgical strike with those caravels at the correct timing, and it was definitely a bit of a mismatching timings from Team Ulysse. They did try to go for they thought they're safe, and they thought nobody's gonna push them, but actually Zone of Control pushed them exactly at the moment they were weak. So it kind of feels like that it's gonna happen again, and if we do count the turns here, it's 8, 9.
I feel like Russia might be able to come up with an answer here themselves, because they have the Cossack, right? I don't know how far away they are from it.
Very far. That's the Cossack is like 30 turns from now, 20 to 30 turns. So
what about Pikemen as an answer?
Pikemen could be an answer, but okay, so that's why I said count the turns. It's 10 turns for these Malon Raiders to actually get to the city of Solicams. All of them upgraded with Matterhorn and next to the city of Solicams. That's gonna be the first attack move, either a pillage or taking the city. We got Ulhas 3 turns away from getting apprenticeship. If you look at the trees here, we got apprenticeship over here. Military tactics is top 3, so he needs mathematics, and then he needs military tactics with units pre-built in the correct moment in time to defend. He's getting
spooky,
horses
but
out.
Not impossible.
Yes. The problem is economy, and at the same time, if you take a look at the long term, as in, okay, what can his allies do in these 10 turns to actually delay this attack or save them, right? Save from save, for example, Ulhas' attack or Ottomans. Because, I mean, it's not going to be only Solicams in range. Bursa is just one turn away from getting taken over. If those Malon Raiders get their Matterhorn bonus, it's just what? Matterhorns are 6 movement with the general, and she already has a general.
Ooh, yeah, it's starting to become a little bit scary. But, I mean, there is always JackTheRipper sitting in the back there who might be able to come up with an answer.
So JackTheRipper's development screams late game. So this is his whole empire development right now is gonna be towards at least Cuirassier timing, at least, and that's he's on 29 science, 42 culture. To put it in perspective, he's now getting apprenticeship and civil service, and apprenticeship is here, and you have ballistics over here for Cuirassiers and field
that's like a solid 20-30 turns away.
Yeah, exactly. So what he needs to do to actually get more infrastructure out of this, he needs to put down campuses, he needs to get his population high enough, he needs to get an economy going, because his allies are just not going to afford anything, and he doesn't have an economy, and basically settle for that later on timing. So he cannot affect this. He cannot affect this at all. This is just not going to be a possibility. If Spain, for example, plugs this choke, he's going to need crossbows and knights and so on to actually push through, which again, I don't think it's going to happen.
So that's it. This is all on the shoulders of the Ottoman player and the Russian player here to dictate whether the clash of titans may or may not, it'd be a good one. Now, how about Greece? What's Greece's role going to be in this next phase of the game?
That's a good question. I'm not so sure. So Tordread is going for both culture and expansions right now. He's got 3 more cities, took away a city-state and settled 2 more. So that puts him on 2, 4, 6, 7. I do see him having a decent economy. 12 gold is not bad. 29 cents. 98 culture, by the way. He's gonna be on cores soon.
Yeah, and that's when things start to get scary. Is like, because even 1 or 2 cores can like swing a fight.
Yeah. Also, I got a viewer telling me to watch out for the production boost over here on apprenticeship. Yes, indeed, the production is going to be quite important. How is he going to use that production? That's the biggest question.
Yeah, that's going to be like a 30% production boost in his cities that are working mines. They're going to go from 3 production to 4.
I think he's 1 turn away. This is going to be quite important here. Food is the biggest stopper for him, because he can't place down. Like, another thing with the Oppidomes is they take away that ability to go for early campuses in a pen brush and boy situation. So it's just your tempo is going to be a bit off towards production, and you need to somehow get that going. It's either going to be early units or it's going to be very late units. I don't think you can go in between that easily.
That's the thing about the Gaul. I feel like they have amazing tempo, but there's like this weird gap in the middle where after you get your op, you either have to go for the late game or for right now. Yeah, and it's very like and like if you go for that late game, you can't change, you can't switch because you don't have the districts.
Oh, I'm a bit surprised about what Cynth is doing. She's very how do you call it right now? I think anxious, or some would call it she has ants in her pants. She can't stay still with the horses, so she moved them back to get them promoted, right? But she didn't have enough patience to get them promoted, and I don't think they have the gold right now. But they're keeping gold, so it doesn't seem like she could stay in the cities and then move back all of those units to the north.
So the threat of the Malon Raider is slightly delayed, which is going to swing things slightly in the favor of the Russian and Ottoman player, buying them time to get out their critical infrastructure and potentially more units to actually hold off those Malon Raiders when they come. Because when it comes to attacking, timing is it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't really think these horses can actually hold Malon Raiders. Of course, since Russia doesn't have a Defender of the Faith and he doesn't have a general, that's an extra plus 13 in hills that those malware readers benefit from. You can imagine that is quite a bit of, not to mention the extra tech they have over, right? Their horse replacements instead of horses. Okay,
I'm excited.
Yeah,
I don't think, like, here's the thing. This is, I'm gonna like fourth wall break here. I haven't been this excited to watch a game of Civ in a long time, because normally for me, watching a game of Civ is kind of a relaxing experience, watching someone build a really satisfying city or empire, kind of like JackTheRipper is doing here. But when you've got a team game, there's so much tension because every player has a role, and not only that, every player has decisions to make that are in tandem with their teammates, but could completely swing the game just like that. And it's like, right now the game feels like it's on a knife edge. And it all comes down to what the Cynthia does, I feel like. Or Cynth.
Yes, I do believe right now the game is in Cynth's hands, and of course her ally TaskForceFish to give her the gold. It's very important to actually benefit from that gold income. The thing is, from what I can see, their synergy is much better on Zone of Control than it is on Ulysse. And I do have to point out that their major player, Liege, is now casting rather than anything else, but rather than playing. But at the same time, they have very strong players to begin with. It's just Liege usually, like, he is the team captain, and usually is the one that it's the glue of the team. It's very, very important. But again, I think he wanted to do the casting because he had trust in his team members to be strong enough to handle this great grand final. That's why he recruited them in the team in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. Liege is, for people who don't know, maybe in my community, Liege is one of the coordinators for the Civ World Cup, which is now on its fifth season. The fifth one, I think. Is it seasons or?
Yes, fifth season. Yes.
Yeah. And so he's been a major player. He actually, I think he's friends with Zerator, who's also casting the French version of this. So I believe he's also like an incredibly strong player. So missing him might give this team a disadvantage, but at the same time, maybe he's better served casting games because he can drive a lot of hype and give other players a chance to shine.
Yeah, I totally agree. He has been doing an awesome job on all fronts, getting the word out for the Civ communities, improving the game, playing the game, and being basically everywhere. So it's like one of the most valued members of the community, I would say.
Oh, dude, he's the reason why I'm sitting here casting. He just sent me a message, and I was like, okay, I'll try. I like
Great. And I know you have been multiple times invited, but it looks like it took like, I don't know, 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, no, I have been invited many, many times. It's just I never had the interest in it because I was like, all right, I'll give it a try. I'll see how it is. And I didn't, because before I never really had interest in multiplayer. I'll admit it, because I'm not a multiplayer player. I like to play the game single player. And I still kind of hold the opinion that Civ is a single player game, but I think this might be starting to change that opinion, having sat here and watched this incredible game with you.
Yeah, I do hope so. We do need every little bit of help we can get right now. It's until there's gonna be the next version of Civ, we need to keep it alive as much as possible. So the interest needs to be there.
Yeah, we will definitely keep it alive. Plus, I mean, I feel like I've kind of done at this point now pretty much everything I want to do in Civ 6 single player. There's not a whole lot of new territory to expand, but multiplayer, that's an ever-changing landscape, right? That's going to be exciting forever.
Yes, that's the biggest thing. We basically keep our own meta evolving.
Awesome. And like, you wouldn't expect a turn-based strategy game about empire building to make like an interesting tournament esport style game, right? Where you have viewers and casters and all this sort of stuff. But maybe it's just because I really like the game. It kind of works. It just feels right.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those. Well, I mean, Civ in its creation, it's a unique game. I don't see any other game that can be even close to it. Somebody else tried, wink wink, Humankind, but they just couldn't pull it through. Of course, with the experience that the developers have and so on and so forth. They did make a game that I don't even think they thought they're gonna go. It's gonna explode like this in 2021.
That's the crazy thing too. Is now this is my personal hot take. You can agree or disagree, but I think all of the best esports spectators, they were never meant to be esports at first.
No, yeah, I guess. I'm certain. Well, I guess, yeah, you're right. I mean, Dota was a mod for Warcraft. Then we had CSGO that actually started from Counter-Strike 07 beta, a Valve mod. Half-Life mod, if you remember.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And then it got standalone. So yeah, indeed.
Because I think where a multiplayer community comes from, and any sort of like a tournament style thing, it really just comes from people's love and passion for the game. You can't build that from anything else. That's just like the fact that we have thousands of people watching, and that there's like so many players in these. I think there's like 10,000 people in each of these multiplayer communities, or something ridiculous. Yes. And that just shows just the love that people have for the game, and that's what you need to build any sort of multiplayer scene that's going to have a competitive.
Yes,
you need a massive groundswell of passion.
Just to give you an idea, in CPL alone, we have 14,000 players, out of which there are a few hundreds per week that do play and like are very, very active. And then we need a full-time moderator team to handle all of the cases for them. So we have like two meetings a week, and we talk about the cases and so on, and change the rules, change the stuff, and basically it's like administrating everything.
Hell yeah, you guys have built like a whole like engine for the community here under my nose. I didn't even notice this happening. I guess I let this one slip by me.
It's all good. It's fine. Somebody needed to build it, so we might as well.
Yeah, so pyramids here for the Cree. Is that a big deal?
Well, I mean, he's gonna get to one more builder charge, and he's gonna get the era score. Let's actually check it out. 4 more turns until the medieval era. Let's check out the era score. We got Fish needing 6 more points, so that's the problem. He definitely needs the era score points for the next era, and maybe that's one of the things that Cynth was missing also. She wanted to delay the timing push. Oh, there we go. Malon Raiders starting to be upgraded here in Mamul Mapu, but only one. Oh, where are his other horses going?
Ooh, are they switching to a JackTheRipper push?
I mean, that's so far away. I don't think so. I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to make a prediction on this.
Yeah, but look, I have such confidence in these players that I don't think they do things on accident like that very much. This might be, maybe these horsemen aren't needed for their plans, and they're going to be sent to try to harass Jack, or perhaps they have another purpose, maybe a flank to the east and north.
I don't think so. They're so far away from getting next to Jack's cities. I mean, it feels like she's gonna spend too much time walking, like running towards that goal instead of doing anything useful. But yeah, if she does manage to get next to these cities, she's gonna pillage so many tiles. It is definitely a possibility. I'm a bit worried she's not pushing towards Russia. So, well, actually, that gives Ulysse a chance over here to survive until the mid to late game. Not that big of a problem.
One thought is maybe they're just there to bolster Spain's right flank, because there is a little bit of horseman harassment coming out on that right flank from the Ottoman player.
Yeah, and it looks like now Astikos is using those crossbows to punch through, and still didn't manage to get a general out. This is going to hurt him in the long term. He did put down an encampment, but didn't finish it in the city of Ankara.
He does have one finished in Istanbul. I think there's an encampment there. He's doing projects.
Yes, there we go.
So that great general is important, but also the era.
Oh, he did. Wait a second. I just clicked on it. Oh my god, I'm bigger. I just clicked on it.
Never mind. Delete the VOD.
Yeah,
go back. Erase.
Oh my god, my eyes are deceiving me. What can I say?
All right, guys. I want you guys to take a drink and make a clip every time that OnSpotTV makes a mistake, and don't do it when I make a mistake.
Oh no! Rubbing it in, man. Rubbing it in. Okay, so third expansion phase for Tordread, coming up with more cities to the south. Looks like we do have TaskForceFish with I think Yeah, there we go. Very good economy. 85 gold a 10, 48 cents, 69 culture. Looks like he's doing a little better than JackTheRipper, but of course Jack does have those extra points for production and the great engineers. He's on 12.6 great engineer points a 10 already. 2 turning a commercial, by the way, from his capital.
So this is where the economy comes in. He's on the ball. He's recognized that he needs to help the Ottoman player with gold, I assume.
Yeah. And Ulhas as well. Like this is like Czech at the moment cannot withstand both of them. Like keep them up with gold. Even though he does have 83 gold per turn, it's just not enough to upkeep everything and keep the upgrades going.
Yeah, I can imagine him just like screaming, "Quick, Jack, make gold, please!
Yes,
we're dying."
Make gold. Not something that not something that Jack is well known for.
Yeah, Jack, a very singular player. He kind of, what's that? You want me to make gold? I'm making more.
No, give me 60. I make gold. Give me 60.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I do think having I like that the players have personalities. I'm looking forward to getting to know some of these players. I think Jack is probably one of the more well-known players. But what were you going to say there?
Yes. I was just checking out the score. It's fine. So we do have Jack on 64 out of 65. Jack did manage to get 71. This time I see everybody is making it to that golden age except Task or Noob. Okay, Task probably needs to get this theater square. Oh, he's gonna chop it. Okay, so he has it in the bag as well. He's just looking at one turn away.
Adjacency.
Yeah, this is gonna be what, plus 5, plus 4.
Yeah, plus 4. That's the 2 era score that he needs to step, or is it 3? Well, regardless, it should be enough. Regardless.
Yeah, it's more than 3. It's fine. So yeah, coming back to players, definitely JackTheRipper is a well-known streamer. We do have Noob64, a well-known player that started streaming as well a few months ago. TaskForceFish is also well known for actually writing a book on Civ.
Wow, what? Tell me, wait, hang on. I want to know more about these players. He wrote a book on Civ?
He did, like a few years ago, like 3 years ago, I think. He did write a book on tactics and how to play and so on and so forth. I'm not sure about the link though, but definitely we can find that out.
Yeah, I need to look that up. So tell me about the play style and personalities. Like we've talked about Cynth and their desire to play Mapuche, and that's like I wouldn't call them a one trick, but it's their like comfort pick. Where did that Malon Raider go, by the way? Oh, it is going east?
Yeah, it looks like she is going for the goals. Oh my god, JackTheRipper is gonna be so mad. He's gonna scream.
Can we tune into his stream just as he like slams his desk?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Plus 18 right there.
But I feel like, listen, you made the right choice asking me to be on this stream because I made the 5-head call that nobody expected, that those Malon Raiders are on their way to JackTheRipper.
Yeah, I mean, this might be a triggering point, right? The first one out of the previous game was JackTheRipper, so we might see him top this favor. Because, you know, especially in a team environment, you don't really want somebody telling you, like, every few minutes that, oh, we're going to lose this, or we need to do this, or we didn't to do that. You're always going to try to have a positive attitude, and some of the players do try to keep it neutral.
Yeah, that's a really important thing for team morale is if you have one player who's getting stomped on, they're going to be filling those airwaves with negativity. And I don't mean to say that as like a judgment to those players, man. I would do the same.
No, I mean, I totally get it. It's just, and you see this in other esports as well. If they play multiple years together, they're just gonna know to shut up or when to shut up.
For sure. And these are unprofessional players. Well, some of them might be making money streaming or whatever, but this isn't like a paid tournament. This is done for the love of it. And I don't think Jack is going to be loving it in a few minutes when those Raiders arrive.
Well, I guess you can call that Jack is quote unquote getting to that professional type because of his stream. He's well known for this.
Interesting that he has decided to go for walls in his border cities. Is this maybe some 5-head predictions from him that aggression is coming, or is this just more like, I have so much production, I can do this without risking?
He had James St. George, still has James St. George, so he just put one of those actions in. So
this was actually free. Well, free for the cost of a great person.
Yeah. But I mean, it's still gonna be 150. These cities are gonna remain alive, whatever it takes. Like even those Malon raiders, if they come, they're just gonna need to move forward. But I don't think those Malons were ever thinking of taking cities here.
No, they're here to burn and pillage. Now, the really interesting thing about James St. George is he used 2 charges on his forward cities, but he's also holding 1 charge, and that great person can be teleported city if it is under threat. So he's almost got like a emergency repair for a city in the bank with James St. George.
Yeah, I also want to point out that unbelievably Spain is actually pushing through. He got his crossbows, level 2 crossbows, which I mean you can actually see how much damage they're doing. 60 strength against the horses, 54. And this is gonna start to hurt Ottomans right now. If he doesn't get men at arms or stronger units here, it's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, I am also kind of shocked that Spain is pushing here, because that has been a stagnant World War I style front line for the last, I want to say, 20 turns, almost since turn 35 maybe, that this like front line has just sat there.
Yeah, and in the meantime, actually, surprisingly, Noob634 didn't go for more cities. He did start to get his religion up, so you do see a few missions here and there, but not in amazing spots. And he's going for a bit of an army here. He knows that he's going to probably need to defend the east, and I think these are actually all conquistador pre-builds. You see those swordsmen slowly walking towards the city of Shivas. Those are going to be conquistadors.
Just 1 second, I have to go AFK. My rabbit is trying to eat my carpet. I'll be RB.
Okay. Okay, so let's see what we have here. Looking at the city-states here, we do have Cynth taking a hold of Preslav. Noob634 is on Kabul, so he's getting that extra experience whenever he's attacking. We got Kumasi not being held by anybody. Anshan is held by Tordread, and we do have Geneva again open, ripe for the taking somewhere in the north. Does look like it's a safety city. They want to keep it a pocket city-state, as some would like to call it. Samarkand not available to be taken, and Muscat is being held by TaskForceFish. Quite a bit of gold generated by him, and of course now we are in the next era. I do want to go quickly through the bonuses, but in the meantime I do have to get this going. Let me see, what do we push here? Yeah. Okay, we are just picking stuff out of the blue here. Let's see. Admirals doesn't look like it's gonna be a race anyway. So I mean, Chuck is gonna have first dibs on all of them. So yeah, there we go. He's gonna vote A. I'm gonna vote. He's gonna vote B. I'm gonna vote A. And the first one was for new districts with culture bombs. Okay, it's fine. Let's take a look also what was happening here in Chuck's land. He's definitely preparing for some late game, and of course still getting that gold. 52 science with 80 culture, 69 gold in the bank right now. Does look like we got campuses, more campuses coming out of his cities, and he wants to take Namadol. Actually, he just took it over as a city state, is Suz, and that's fine. He's going to get a lot of culture coming out from that. Looks like, yeah, 80 culture. That is just amazing for all of those Kothons next to the coast. Looking at the war here, it definitely feels like Noob634 is trying to push Ottomans to the brink. We will probably see Ottomans here get to those Janissaries at some point. Military tactics, divide right to 1, and it looks like he keeps on getting those admiral encampment training project.
He's going to want more great generals, isn't he? That's why he's pumping those out.
Yeah, you need the Renaissance ones, and the next one is the Renaissance one for the Janissaries. That's probably the reason he's getting another one. But I mean, it does feel like also at the same time Janissaries are not as close as you might think. I don't know. Maybe I don't see his technology side, but we'll see. 32 science with 29 culture does feel like it's a long time for Janis.
I mean, to be fair, he's done a good job, but like he's in a tough spot. He hasn't been able to sim city. He's just, is he even building infrastructure? Only the diplomatic quarter. Now, the first World Congress happened while I wasn't here. Could you recap me just super quick?
Yes, it's Dido's getting no growth. We got great engineers double points. Okay, sure. I mean, I'm not sure how much it matters right now. Tordread has just gained 2 Diplo victory points on Greece. And we have to take a look at the era scores here. Let's see who is in a golden age. Everybody's in a golden age. Okay, that's a big difference from the first game we saw.
Absolutely. That first game, we almost saw an entire team miss a golden age.
Yeah.
Only there was a very slight throw from one of their enemy players.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
We got Jack on Penbrush and Voice. Jack is on Penbrush and Voice also. Astikos, Penbrush and Voice. Ulhas, Monumentality. His second Monumentality on Russia. Cynth is Penbrush and Voice. Noob634, Penbrush and Voice. Fish is in free inquiry right now, trying to get that science from his commercials. Okay, and Tordread is Penbrush and Voice.
My one question... player, does he have enough commercial hubs with high enough adjacency to justify what he's gone for here?
Let's see, these are +4s, right? +4. Okay, so that's
that's a lot of science on top of all that gold, which kind of makes up for the fact that he is making campuses, but he doesn't have so many just yet.
Yeah, he's on 10 science from what I can see from his commercials. 10 more science. It doesn't feel like it's incredibly strong, but I guess at this moment he wants to get every edge that he can develop.
I also saw that you wanted to check on those Malon raiders just north of Spain on their way to Gaul, I think.
Yep, there we go. We got the first one. That's a victim, but that's gonna die anyway. We got the Malon raiders.
Oh my god, the speed! How do you catch these units? Now, interestingly, Russia did get the Courser, and that's going to be a much better defensive unit again compared to the regular old horsemen, correct?
Yes. Can you imagine if all of, like this basically is like a wrecking ball, right? If Cynth pushed at one point with every strength she had, she would have broken through Ottomans and Russia at the same time. The fact that she chose to have her army between moving on the east and moving on the west, actually, I think took away all of this shine. And we do see that she got spotted over here. JackTheRipper did have a Gisate between Spain cities and his cities. And now that means he's going to get an army out.
Interesting. I can't help but feel that this is almost like a greedy military play. Just split up your army, right? It's almost like, because the safe thing to do is keep all your military in one point and punch through with sons. But splitting your military up is almost like spending 30 turns building districts. It's saying that you're trying to get more value from each military unit than you otherwise would, right?
Yeah, basically. The thing is, you also get something in return by doing this. You're going to force players that otherwise they wouldn't have thought they're going to be in danger to think they are in danger and not be safe as, or not treat themselves as they would when they were safe. Get armies out, get more walls out, get maybe one encampment, 2 encampments down, and so on and so forth, which might be a thing. I don't think it will actually matter that much for Jack here.
Okay, so it's not quite as simple as I said it. There's a little bit more complexity to it, but that's why I rely on you so much, and I super appreciate you being my co-caster, because you're able to fill me in on the bits of the game that I don't understand, because this is like seriously high-level save that we're watching.
Yeah, well, there's a psychological factor that you have to take into account here whenever you play, because how AIs are gonna do, right? You're always gonna get to predict AIs because that's their nature, right?
Humans are chaotic and unpredictable.
Yeah.
And a Malon raider showing up at the wrong point at the wrong time, that could tilt someone.
Especially if it gets like 6 pillages off or something. But anyway, this is not gonna go anywhere because she didn't have this. She missed the timing. She missed the force she needed to, and she also spread out her units as far and wide as possible. This is just not gonna go anywhere. These are wasted units, unfortunately.
The interesting thing is it doesn't feel like she missed the timing by much.
No, it's just 3 turns. Yeah, that's it. But that's what makes the difference between you winning and you losing.
That's it. 3 turns can change a game. It looks like the Ottomans and the Russians have been given a stay of execution on those Malon raiders, and they have masterfully defended against this aggression.
Oh, there we go. Let's see. Eel stab. Looks like we got a. Oh, never mind. Somebody was calling out on my stream that JackTheRipper passed everybody in gold income, and then I switched, and he's like on 1 gold a turn. And I'm like, okay, well, yeah. I mean, he got an army out, and that puts him more. Oh my God, they're actually on like in the total team tab. They have like 50 gold generated or something.
50 gold across 4 players. Now, are these horsemen going to be able to stop these guys?
Oh my God, pillages incoming. Cynthia getting pillages. Look at that. First pillage coming up.
There is the James St. George wall bomb as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, these cities are not going to be the target of those Malon raiders. It's just, oh my God, 145 gold per mine.
I wonder if she probably has the raid card plugged in to be getting that nice round number. Because that is 150 gold. That's like a unit upgrade. That's like a half a unit purchase.
I know, right?
Look how many mines. Look how pillageable JackTheRipper is right now. He's probably kicking himself slightly that he didn't have a good defense for this settled.
Well, he does have 1 turn horses. It's just horses are not as strong as you might think. Well, yeah, definitely he's going to get an army now.
He just needs to do defense in depth, right? If he can protect his critical tiles like mines with a ton of horses, he'll force Cynth to attack those horses and waste valuable turns, buying himself time. So I think that's the name of the game for Jack right now, is to buy time.
You know, the thing is, looking at the position of these Malon raiders, I think they're going to keep on going to the north of Meledunum and Alicia and so on and so forth. So even though he has an army here, he spread out as far as he could, and that actually poses a problem of defending. Like even with horses, which are quite fast, you can't move north from the north to the south as much as as fast as you would want.
Yeah, not with all that difficult terrain, and there's also not a huge amount of roads because Jack hasn't focused on trade routes. Yeah.
So he did manage to get to 74 science with 110 culture. Definitely his sim is quite good. We do have Ulhas on 53 science with 101 culture, and from what I can see, he's definitely aware that the Meledunum is going to be in danger, and he's getting that army out. That just puts more pressure on their economy, right? That's going to be a problem.
And not only that, but while all this harassment and warfare is happening, the dark horse of the Greeks, and like I just keep seeing his numbers up and up, and I'm wondering when he's going to make a play too.
Okay, well, he's getting his hoplites out. Looks like to the west side here, Ulhas actually did get a few units to defend this, but I'm a bit how to say,
Greece is scary.
No, conflicted. I think conflicted was the word I was looking for. Mixed feelings. I have mixed feelings about what Tordread is doing here. Because, I mean, yes, sure, hoplites are amazing, but I think they're defensive rather than offensive against any possible aggression from Russia. And what he wants to do is just get more cities and more culture and more science. So I'm
curious here, but hoplites are a replacement for spearmen, right?
Yes.
And we're very late into the game. Are hoplites still relevant?
Yes. I mean, the hoplites get a +10 from being next to each other. And with the extra culture that you generate from Greece, you can get cores really soon, really fast. I think he should be on them soon. Yeah, he's in enlightenment 1 turn.
Oh, he's 1 tech away. He's 1 tech away. That's gonna be a 58 combat strength pair of hoplites. That's scary.
Yes. Actually, this hoplite without having the +10 next to it, it's 49 right now.
Ooh, that's gonna be a that's like
70 strength hoplite.
That's like a cavalry. That's like a right.
Yes.
Or a cuirassier. Those. My God.
That's heavy cav right there.
Hoplites might actually be the super intelligent counter to a potential Russian Cossack push, right?
Oh yeah, I mean hoplite armies can hold Cossacks no problems.
Yeah,
even in some situations they can hold tanks.
That's like the classic Civ 6 observation thing. You know, you have spearmen against tanks. The spearmen win.
Yeah. I don't think they predicted this happening, but yeah, it can happen.
Can we buff the hoplite more? I want to see more tanks die to hoplites.
Oh, by the way, I just want to announce that the Malon Raiders paid for themselves right now. They got 2 mines, and that was it. The Malon Raiders just got their money worth.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. It's actually really easy to get value with these high-speed horse units because you only need to get 1 or 2 pills, and then they paid for themselves.
Yeah. We also have the first player going over 100 science. It's TaskForceFish coming up on 110 over here, getting more banks going, and it looks like the city of Echo did get Reina established. All of those, well, I guess there aren't that many traders from Mapuche going there, but if there were, that would have been more gold. I'm not sure where she's sending her trade routes to. Oh, I see. Oh, she built that one trade route towards Mamul Mapu or Sivas. Okay, got it.
Interesting. So they only have 1 trade route and they're using it internally, is it?
Yeah. I think, no, it's externally towards Shivas. She has 2 of them. She has 1.
Oh,
2. Yeah.
Two trade routes.
Yeah, 1 internal and 1 external by the looks of it. Also, we should be coming up on Conquistador coming over here. Noob 634. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. We got missionaries coming out from his series, getting trebuchets, and 3 turns away from getting gunpowder on Cynth, and Noob 634 2 turns away from getting castles. Wait, does he have the upgrade? I don't see the upgrade.
He must be close to those. He must be close to those conquistadors because he has the missionaries. So he's getting ready for the timing push, and the Ottomans going to know this, and the Ottomans going to want to come up with a response, isn't he?
Yeah, the thing is, Ottomans here got a little bit lucky. Russia's how to say religion didn't spread to his main cities. If Istanbul, for example, would have been spread, it would have spread like wildfire everywhere else. So
oh, that's right. And Spain gets a combat bonus against someone who is following a different religion, doesn't he?
Yes, +5.
Yeah, that's like having an extra great general, which is huge. So very lucky here that the passive religion spread has worked out kind of in the Ottomans' favor.
Yeah, actually, one of the things that he is missing right now, from what I can see, is that general. Let me see. Does he have? Oh, he just got it. Never mind. He is right on top of this. 60 out of 60 points.
Ooh, and that's an El Cid. Man, that's actually a tough choice. Do you keep El Cid for the Great General, or do you make a core? I guess people are getting close to cores anyway, so this is less impressive.
Yeah. I think most of the time the players will go for that +5 rather than a core for more units. It's bigger
yeah, because a Great General can affect like 12, 18 units at once. Maybe more realistically like 5, 6 at a time. 1 core is +10.
Look how much it matters, by the way, for JackTheRipper to get an army out. He can't really use this army at anything. Like, these are all horses, so basically what they turn into is coursers, calves, and then later on into helicopters, but that's like very late. And in the meantime, he's being forced to upkeep them. He's on -10 gold a turn. Chuck is on 35. He switched a few cards and doesn't look like he's making a lot of gold anymore. And Ulhas here is on 14.
Yeah, that's really, really like tough for JackTheRipper to deal with, because every single one of those horsemen is -1 gold, assuming that he has the upkeep card plugged in, and that's really bad for him because he was already struggling with gold on a civ that struggles with gold.
Yeah, he's gonna get Forbidden City, so that could be a thing over here. Having an extra card to work could allow you to use a gold card, maybe some extra gold from trade routes or something like that. Or,
definitely, at the very least, it'll open up his options and maybe make his economy a little bit less strained, because wildcard policy slots are so incredible.
Yeah, it's so valuable. It doesn't allow you to win the game, but it's so strong. Okay, I want to see this damage, by the way. Hoplites, you were asking me about hoplites. Look what happens to a courser that is 2 eras over, right? It's attacking into a hoplite. And this is not even a core. That's a 64 strength unit.
Okay, I never respect hoplites are. That is disgusting, okay? That is an absolutely that needs to be deleted from the game. Firaxis, whoever makes the mod, delete hoplites right now. It's actually illegal.
So you get like what, plus 3 fortified, +5 military alliance, +10 next to another hoplite, 6 support bonus, and then another +10 against a cav unit.
My God.
Let's see where is he gonna get his next turn nationalism. So he's gonna core these up as well, get an extra +10 on them.
And one small little nice thing about nationalism too is it makes your units cheaper on average because they're -1 upkeep cost compared to having two of the same unit. So nice little eco bonus as well as a military one there.
Yep. Looks like Trabzon is getting under attack by one single Malon, by the way. It's just getting poked and poked and poked, and it doesn't look like it's going to get walls anytime soon. It is going to still heal. I
believe there is a Treb assisting too.
Yes, it is a Treb assisting as well. So this city might actually go down. No, it's still 2 turns away. Does this? Yeah, it expanded its move.
Ooh, I don't know how I'd feel about this as the Ottomans, because if that city flips, that's a frontline shift. I mean, we've already seen the front line actually massively shift. These crossbowmen from the Spain doing serious work. I think the Ottoman is pulling back to his central core, and Trabzon may be left to die, actually. Oh, he is going for walls. Never mind.
The thing is, I'm not so sure how far Astikos is from his own Janissaries. Janissaries should be able to keep at bay all of these armies. But
he is pre-building swordsman, so he is preparing to go toe-to-toe, I feel like.
But it all comes down to that timing, right? If we got... I see. Noob 64 actually is now discovering stirrup, so it's at least 3-4 turns away from getting musket. Conquistadors, I mean. Okay, let's see. Astikos just got men at arms. We got a bit more strength on Trabzon, and from what I can see, it still needs at least 2 turns to get that city low enough. And on the other side, Astikos needs to switch. Bueno, it needs to switch to its... and we can see... Where is he on the text side? Where is he on the tech tree? There is a... Oh, by the way, there's more information that you can see over here. I'm not sure if you ever noticed the bottom tab.
Yeah, the position of the players tells you how far they've researched in the tech tree.
Yeah, exactly. It's... yeah, there we go. 3 turns Astikos. So they're gonna be on the same time as on gunpowder, which is gonna be I think advantage for Astikos, but we'll see. Maybe those conquistadors are a bit stronger.
Well, I think it could really go either way, because yes, Astikos is on the defense, but ZoC has that incredible Cree economy bankrolling him.
Oh yeah, definitely. And they got pillages off. Look at Cynth go with 539 gold.
So I think this is like a pretty even matchup. Oh,
all of that gold on Ulhas. What happened on Ulhas? Like, did he just keep all of the gold? I know he didn't make it himself. So what happened? Did probably Chuck gave it to him or something for upgrades?
Yeah, curious. I wonder why he...
Oh, he did make it himself. Never mind, he pillaged Muscat. That's what happened here. He got all of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mines pillaged.
This is why these players are so good, because they're able to identify serious problems and use resources to get stuff where you normally wouldn't. Because he built this army initially to defend against those Malon raiders. They're not a threat anymore. He pops over to Muscat, and now he's making money and he's saving his team.
Yeah, looks like Ulhas over here is gonna be the one. Who would have thought that actually Russia would be the one bankrolling Ottomans?
Yeah, he's been in negative gold for the last 60 turns, and he's the one who's paying for the Janissaries.
Oh, and look at Noob 64 not actually wanting to stop the attack. He definitely wants to get these cities, or at least try to dwindle down the number of units that Ottomans has to put on the field. And I think Trabzon is gonna go down this turn.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. 1 turn. Those walls would have bought him at least another 2-3 turns before, and that would be musketmen or Janissary. Interesting that they decided to destroy the cities, considering they kept the other one. Is that just down to the loyalty, and at this point it's just about doing damage to the enemy?
Yeah, it's as much damage as you can do is good damage, so might as well use the resources that you have at hand. Let's take a look at what happened here. Look how the 3 Malon raiders forced JackTheRipper build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 horses. 13 horses for 3 Malon raiders.
Yeah, that is incredible value from Cynth. in the end, even though Cynth didn't get that many pillages off, I think this damage to JackTheRipper's economy is enough to have made this 100% worth it. Because these guys are going to hang around here for the next at least 10 turns.
Yeah, and I do want to point out that I mean, at the same time, I don't think JackTheRipper is going to get that much value out of these horses other than stopping these malorders from coming through. But at the same time, it feels like his overreaction to this is, how to say, also because of the grand finals. I wouldn't see him do this in a normal game. You know, it's just a lot of pressure right now being put on the players. He doesn't
we
want
were
to look
talking
bad.
about players taking risks earlier, but I think when you're this deep into a series and maybe this deep into a game, your tolerance for risk goes down.
Yeah, exactly. He already took the risk with his expansions. We were pointing that out at the beginning. He took a big risk coming to the southwest. Well, if he would have started losing cities right here, right now, because of a few Malon raiders, you can imagine that would have been so hurting their morale.
He's going to be a super key player heading into the is this like we're heading into the mid late game? Is that how would you describe this?
Yes, this is the mid game right now. We're like passing through medieval era, going into the Renaissance. 10 turns away. It looks like players are getting closer to the mid part of the tech tree. Like we're about to discover metal casting, gunpowder, ballistics, and so on. This is the mid game. Late game we call after tanks, steel, and planes, bombers, something like that.
Excellent. So things are going to start changing because all these early game units that have a little bit of low mobility and static, like roads, are going to get upgraded. All sorts of high tech units are going to start coming out, like cuirassiers, field cannons, bombards. These sorts of units that can define the Renaissance era and industrial era. That's going to change a lot of these front lines. And is it going to be a question of who blinks first, or is it going to be this attritional war until someone figures out some other kind of victory?
Most of the time in these situations, it is all up to the backline players. So the frontline players can only use incremental bonuses, like little bonuses over time. And you can see them being at the same moment, getting to the same technologies. For example, the conquistadors and the Janissaries. But the backline civilizations, like for example Cree over here, will need to go for some kind of big brain moves, some kind of like planes attack, some kind of push with tanks and so on, because he can't afford to stay away from the game. Sometimes it's somebody pushing culture victory, sometimes it's getting a naval attack, sometimes it's bombers, sometimes it's nukes.
There's a few different ways you can end the game, and it usually revolves around a late game military or a victory type.
Yes, something like that. Yeah, you said it better than I could.
Hey, listen, I'm here because that's my job. I'm here to try to learn from what you're saying and then distill it into a digestible statement for the audience. Because you have like incredible knowledge, and I'm here to like data mine your knowledge and steal it from you.
Oh no, don't.
Not my knowledge. Don't steal.
don't do it. Nah, it's all good. It's more awareness is good awareness, I would say.
Yeah.
From what I see here. Yeah, Knights coming out from Mapuche. From what I can see, economy is a major factor here for Cree at the moment. He didn't. Usually, the sign that somebody is going to go for some late game timing push are gonna be encampments. If we are gonna start see somebody putting down a lot of encampments, that's gonna be. Oh, there we go. We actually see encampments coming out from Phoenicia. Two.
You could say that encampments are like if there's a World War I tile diplomatic stalemate, the encampments, that's when people start mobilizing. That's when the military gets built. That's when stuff is about to hit the fan, right?
Yeah, the thing with the encampments, BBG offers you resources, and one of the most thought out, searched resource in the game, late game, is oil, right, for the tanks. So BBG gives you 1 oil a turn from military academies, and not only not only you get the opportunity to build those armies, you also get the ability to upkeep them with oil. So you build them faster, they can be upkept with oil, and at the same time you get armies. So it's just all in all how the meta has changed after that update. We do see encampments being used, while before this nobody was building encampments other than just one for the projects. That's it.
Because now that extra oil at the end of the encampment tree, that is actually a really clever way to make them relevant, because oil is so important for that early late game stuff. Like pretty much every unit uses oil. Well, at least all the units you want to be using, like, you know.
Yeah, thanks. And there we go. It just replaced another encampment. We're watching as this infrastructure is being built here in Phoenicia's land for those tanks.
And also see those roads being made as well by those traders being sent out preemptively, so they have a really nice line. Oh my god, it's Janissary time.
Okay, I wanted to see this. It's 80 against 78 on the defense.
And that unit isn't fortified, I believe, is it?
No, it's not. The Janissary. No, it's not. And we got some attacks with the Corsairs. I've seen, by the way, one single Malnorator. Just the pillaging over here.
This is like when you're playing StarCraft and someone sneaks like a zealot into your mineral line, and you're like, just get him out of here. And you're like trying to micro the front line, and things are just going really poorly for you.
And look at that shift entering. Cynth just walked over that river, and we did have Ulhas get a few courses out, but not in time. But it's fine. The Malnorator did manage to get another pillage off. This time it's just faith. But oh wait, was that a mine or a stone?
That was a quarry, so you get a big chunk of faith.
Yeah.
The important thing, though, is it also ruins those tiles because it removes all of the bonus yields. Big thing short term, but over the long course of the game, a small debuff to that city is just going to hurt.
Yeah, it's going to hurt a lot. Not to mention the extra resources that your opponent is going to benefit from.
Yeah, and you also have to spend worker time, builders, repairing all those tiles to get that value back.
Yeah.
Pillaging seems like it's pretty incredible. I know I talked crap about pillaging for a long time when I played this game, but pillaging, it's pretty good.
Oh, you actually didn't think pillaging is an available option? Or?
Yeah, for I think for the first 2 years of the game, I thought pillaging was bad, or maybe it was 3 years.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah. What can I say?
I mean, to be fair, back then when you pillaged, you got like 10 signs.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. We got a level 3 crossbow. That's of course going to get the promotions to be level 4, and it can do 77 against the Janissary's 80.
Ooh, that is pretty good. It's going to be a while before he gets him leveled up.
Yeah, it is definitely. And I also wanted to say that from what I can see, of course, these are kind of going toe to toe, the conquistadors with the Janissaries. It doesn't look like either of them can push successfully, and I think actually it's an advantage on the Janissaries because they get an extra promotion. So
so there's a heal sitting in the bank there.
Exactly, and you see that Astikos is not using it. He doesn't want to waste that heal. He wants to use it at the correct moment, so he saves a unit. Well, I think this is again a stalemate. They got a few things out, but not a big thing. Oh, another man! How did this one get through? Like, what
is Cynth teleporting these around the map to like be in the perfect place at the perfect time? It's ridiculous. I do think though that the Ottomans in Spain, they're like two people wrestling right now. Neither one of them wants to like give an inch. They're perfectly evenly matched.
Sumo wrestling.
How do you? So these Malon Raiders, this has got to be extremely tilting to have these things inside your borders, running around, damaging your tiles, and not only that, but forcing you to use brain power on like this random ass unit just running around causing issues for you.
Yeah, it's so annoying, and probably one of the things that Jack didn't want to handle. That's why he built so big of a horseman army. But just looking at the gold right now, it's a bit of a problem. Not to mention their stats. Like looking at Astikos, yes, he's gonna stay alive, but he has like minus 36, so he's putting a lot of pressure on his team. And then Science 57 with 34 culture. Doesn't seem like it's gonna go anywhere. While Noob 634 in the backline with only 5 cities did manage to get his stats up, 80 and 80 with 37 gold. It's definitely hurting their team. Oh, big numbers coming out.
missions.
by the way. Look at TaskForceFish's gold per turn. This is gold per turn.
That's like being able to buy a high-tech unit every 2 to 3 turns now with that kind of money, and potentially upgrade a bunch. Now, he hasn't started dropping encampments, so it doesn't look like he's ready for aggression yet. If Dido is dropping encampments, will the Cree have time to respond when those units do come?
Let's see. Cree. Yeah, that's going to be an issue. No, he doesn't look like. And from what I can see of the positioning of the Phoenician encampments, they're going against Spain. And Spain might fall here to tanks. I don't think he can get enough units. Cree here, I'm not so sure exactly what he's going to do, honestly. Like, he's going to need at least one extra population for his encampments to be available. And second of all, of course, he does have the goal to do whatever he needs. But at the moment, it doesn't look like he's making any move or plan.
He is in a very strong position, but my question is, like, Dido has flipped that switch, and if they haven't noticed it, then maybe Dido might be able to strike back and save the Ottoman player, because I do think the Ottoman is kind of slowly being strangled out of this game.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely being strangled. The thing is, I'm not so trusting it's going to be an option to save Ottomans. Yes, you can kill Spain, but at the same time, it looks like Mapuche is going to be the one who's going to pick up the slack. And it's far away, like you're talking about, okay, with the science. So let's check out Chuck over here. Chuck is on 180 science with 132 culture. He's in a pen, brush, and voice. And of course, we're just a few moments away, 6 turns away from switching the era. This is straight up science. This is not fake, right? It's not free inquiry science. This is a lot, 180. And
yeah, this is just raw, pure, I'm making science. Like,
yeah.
And look, I see universities going down in every city as well.
Yeah, of course, he knows that he's going to need to go as fast as possible towards technology, but he just started going ironworking. So,
ooh, that is the sign of a very, very greedy build when you're on turn 73 and you don't have ironworking.
Yes, so all of this bottom tree is going to need to be discovered, and I don't think he actually has field cannons, or let me actually check. Does he? What's he? This he has the course. Yes, where's his archer? Archer. No, he doesn't. So he doesn't even have crossbows for archers.
Yeah, that's a lot of tech he's going to have to punch his way through, because that bottom half of the tech tree, it doesn't feel like a lot of technologies, but it definitely feels like a lot when you're rushing for an important unit like a tank.
Yeah. Oh, cores on Spain. Wait, he actually got boosted to nationalism? Like, really? Wait a second. It was exploration 110.
Or did he use LC after he got a second? Oh no,
I
he has
thought
two.
that, but he has 2 of them. So it's like, okay, sure. I mean, this is the moment those January 30 promotions come into play.
Yeah, big time. I was not expecting the conquistador cores here, and that might be the thing that puts the pressure back onto the Ottomans, and it really does feel like the pressure has switched back and forth this entire game between these two players. Yeah,
he also has a +6 intel on opponents' movements. He has a spy inside of Ottoman cities, and Astikos just discovers printing next turn, so that means +3 is gonna go away, but still, that's still gonna be important here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. +3 combat strength for people that don't know is like, it's massive. Like +2 is still massive, because when you're dealing with like such a small advantages in a grindy kind of war like this, if you're taking 5 less health per attack than your enemy, you're winning.
Yeah, exactly. Also, I do want to point out something about science or going through the tech tree. You can have 1,000 science, you're still gonna 1-turn techs.
That's right. No matter how much technology you have, unless you have a way to force your way through the tech tree, like for example, as maybe even Babylon can't do more than 1 tech per turn actually in this mod because they nerfed it. But yeah, no matter how much science you get, you're doing 1 tech per turn.
That is gonna be a problem for whoever's gonna go for the top 3, or I should say for the higher science. I do see also Tordread is probably gonna get to fascism at the same time as Ulhas. Ulhas did get to 238 culture and 80 science. Is not keeping up, or I should say giving up on his defense on the west side. He really wants to keep the pressure off of him. And Tordread, at the moment, I don't see him building up an army. I just see him simming, getting more art museums up, getting his culture, getting a few knights here and there. Just, slowly generating stuff.
Yeah, it does feel like simming is a bit like playing chicken, right? You sim as hard as you can, but if you over sim, you're heading into danger, aren't you?
Yeah. I am expecting to see JackTheRipper start to put down encampments soon enough. It's either that or he's gonna go for his planes. He does like his planes. Let's see, bombers. Is he going top 3? It's JackTheRipper. Yes, there we go. We found him. Square rigging, 1 turn. Okay.
So that means we're expecting Dido to bring tanks and JackTheRipper to bring aircraft.
Yes, it kind of feels like that's how they're gonna split it, and they can definitely like with both of those at the same time. They can definitely split whatever they want to do very fast. Like even if we see steel walls melt to bombers.
Oh yeah, it's insane. But like 3 bomber shots will wipe a steel wall city out.
Yeah. Well, there is another advantage going top 3, especially on the Gauls. Industrialization is going to be amazing for him. 1 extra production on all of these juicy tiles is going to be so great.
Yeah, that's like another 25% production across his entire empire.
Yep, that's going to be quite important. Okay, Astikos got defense going here. It doesn't look like the conquistadors can actually push even with the core. Those are 88 strength Janissaries with Governor Ibrahim there. He could push, I think, through the chokes, but it's just not going to happen anytime soon.
So what are the role of these knights? Are these just is Cynth really trying to do damage with these knights, or is this just more harassment to force Russia to respond?
It's just more harassment. I don't see a concentrated move to actually get cities out. What I do see is a lot more heavy chariots coming out from her, so she just keeps on building building that pressure. Would have loved to see a few more cities though. Usually the players, especially at this stage, they do get at least 2 more cities out. Could have had one on the diamonds, for example, and another one here.
I was going to say this to you because there's a lot of chops just sitting there on the map and luxury resources like they could hoover up and get out like a critical unit or piece of infrastructure.
Yeah.
I would have expected quite a few more cities turn on how many settlers you make.
I guess at this moment it's a pressure plus. Oh no. Wait a second, is this spy? Yeah, okay, I got distracted by the Terracotta army coming up next turn from Spoon. I think there's pressure plus, how to say, being tired right now. The toll that the time of the game takes on you. You're just gonna want to, set a mission in your mind, and it's gonna be hard for you to adapt.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is looking really nice here. Can we just take a moment to appreciate how satisfying the Cree's empire looks? Like, look at all those tile yields. If this was a PotatoMcWhiskey video, this would be the thumbnail right here. Look at that empire. Now that is a juicy. He's even got like the really good truffle tiles. He's got everywhere. This is the sort of Sim City that I expect from a player who was never expecting to go to war.
Yeah, this is definitely amazing empire, amazing bonuses over here with those Mickey Wops with the kind of craftsman he has on multiple pastures, and of course his horses and his iron. Now he's gonna need to do something though. I don't think he can keep away from the next level from the tanks and the late game technologies, so he needs to do something. It's just a matter of when he's going to start doing something.
What is it that he can do at this moment? Like, what are his options? Because we know what the Gaul, we know what Dido is going to do in terms of military. Are we going to see Fish go air, or is he going to go land? What do you think? I
think it's air by the looks of it. The main problems with tanks is he needs to put down those encampments, and at the moment I don't see him having the necessary population to go for that. and he spent all of his other
very
districts.
heavy on production, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of feels like he's going for plains. What he could do is get another expansion phase going with 4 more cities on the west side. He can definitely put down encampments from those cities and chop them.
Oh, yeah, for sure. There's a huge amount of chops out there to the west that he could just like crank out those military academies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we might be surprised the next turn. I'm actually curious if when he's going to get to 13 population, what he's going to do. This is going to be the sign, right? You're not going to get to 16 pop here, but you're going to get to 13. So let's see what is going to be his next district.
Yeah, I am curious if he's just going to like completely 5-head move us and drop like a random economic district and just be like, you thought going to go military?
Yeah, or entertainment. Or something like that, you know.
He already has an entertainment plaza, actually.
I mean, you can get always more.
I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Producing banks, man. I guess in multiplayer, banks just seem so powerful because I think banks are kind of trash. Like I build commercial hubs.
I mean, in the base game, they're really bad bang for buck, right? You get like what 5 gold and that's it, not even an extra trade out or something.
But maybe with a couple city states, isn't it?
Yeah, in BBG it got changed, and now you actually get more gold from the trade routes that are passing through that city, and you get.
Oh, that is so good! That is so good.
Yeah, and more gold from the trade routes to the city and from the city. You see. So
that is really, really, really powerful. Nice, because the bank did feel kind of so like a little small adjustment like that. That's enough gold for me to want to build it.
I know. Okay, there we go. 13 pop. Let's see. Fish needs to do something. He has the tiles available for him. He can put down a district. Is he keeping this district, by the way? Is this a district for a slot, or what was this?
I wonder what he would put in there.
This could be Ruhr Valley right there.
Oh, is that what you think? He might be going for Ruhr Valley. I mean, that city does have the coal and mines. Well, he can't see.
He put down a theater square. Okay, now I mean, yeah, that's.
Okay, I need to stop saying things because every time I say something wild, the players do it.
I mean, yeah. What can you say? What can I say, man? What can I say? It's gonna be
I feel
interesting.
like they're listening and they're like, okay, how do we troll the commentators? We're gonna do the absolute worst thing ever.
He's saying that. Okay, no problem. I do the opposite.
Yeah, no, I don't think getting a theater square is the worst thing ever. He may be realizing that maybe military isn't the way to win, and he has to pump culture.
I mean, he didn't start to get those diplo points, or I should say they did start to get those diplo points acquired through the first World Congress with 2 points coming up on Tordread. They might be eyeballing that victory. Nobody's going to take away Tordread's empire anytime soon with his science and culture. He's almost 200 science and 300 culture. So he's getting to fascism. He's getting to tanks. That's not going to be a problem for him. And I do see him actually getting that infrastructure going. I think he's going to be the powerhouse in the next eras.
That's right. Greece has declared mobilization. We're on the countdown to extinction now.
Yeah, and I think Cree is just gonna be the bank. So this is why he built so many banks. This is why he's probably worried about more civics and so on and so forth, rather than putting down encampments. He's just at the moment the bank of the game. Of the team.
He wants to get to those super late game cards that give you a ton of gold.
Actually, I say that, but then, you know, when we were seeing TaskForceFish on 240, now Noob 64 is 228. Like, what happened here? Did he just give away all his gold per turn or something?
Possibly, I'm not sure. He must be handing gold away for some purpose, because it must be going to Greece.
It's 157 on Tordread and Noob is 227. Okay. Yeah, Spain, look at that. Enemy Corsair. He managed to get a few villages off.
So infuriating. This is why we need that, like, the zombie mode, so you can build those traps that damage units when they stand.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Tordread first field cannon. Okay, so something is brewing over here on the west side. Tordread is starting to build up an army. I see his oh my god, look at the trade routes coming between him and Cree.
My goodness. One thing I also noticed here is one of the city-states is looking a lot fatter than the other ones, and that is usually a sign that they're fighting over it. That scientific city-state in the middle of the map, I think it's Bologna?
Anshan.
Or Anshan. Yes. Yeah, people have been fighting over that. Look how fat those borders are, and that tells you that this is a highly contested city-state. Tordread with 30.
Yeah.
Now, Amani is probably doubling those. Jesus, Tordread.
Still, they fought over probably for 13 points or something, because JackTheRipper did put 12 in there, so yeah.
That is incredible. Pericles and Anshan with a big fat Amani. He's basically just put a giant pin on the map and said, come and take this city-state off me.
The thing is, Pericles is one of those civilizations you like Tamar, right? You can't really fight it over city-states because
there's no chance.
Yeah, it's so hard and it's getting so many bonuses for keeping city-states. And oh my god, look at that! Sorry, level 4 field cannon. You know this is gonna help him punch through, right?
Oh, absolutely. This thing is going to start shredding. Now, these units are pretty highly defended.
I'm sorry. Oh my god, he went for the garrison promotion on this one. He didn't go for the double shot.
Oh, that's right, because that guy was sitting in that encampment for so long, and Gareth.
No, this makes me slap myself, and I feel like he wants to do that too, but he has a level 5 here next to it. Never mind. This is okay. This is good. Okay.
He could actually combine those and get the best of all those bonuses, although because when you merge units, they merge promotions. Although I don't know if that would be worth it. You'd probably be better off merging them with like brand new, fresh field cannons, which is I think what he's going to do.
Yeah, he does have 2 fresh ones. Okay, so sorry, I got distracted again. We can talk about. You were talking about Greece, I believe, right?
Oh yeah, you wanted to talk about Greece getting their first field cannons out and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I got distracted by how fat that city-state was on the map.
Okay, so I think Noob is gonna get his way on the city of Ankara. It's just a matter of time. Too much power on the field cannons. They're just
that
punch
is
through.
just terrifying. The fact that he's got double shots and he's binding them now together, and he has 3 extra. Oh my god, he's got 2 double shots. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, and this is why you don't want to give ranged units promotions because your units are not going to defend themselves. Like they can't even attack back, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes you just don't have a choice. You have to sit there and tank them for 4 eras and slowly get killed.
Yeah. I didn't want to check if encampments are starting to come out of the Gaelic cities. Let's see. Okay, 1 encampment here. Just 1? Well, I mean, that's not going to be enough.
Damn, he is simming harder than anyone. And I think the only risk here is he over simming? Is he or is he like smarter than any of us here and he knows exactly what he's doing and he's getting ready for a push?
I'm leaning on the over simming part. I'm leaning towards he put 3 more cities than he needed to for this timing, but at the same time I might be wrong just because of the what his opponents are doing right now. I was expecting a different outcome from Mapuche's war, like the push on Solikamsk. It would have definitely changed the tempo of the game if 3 cities would have fallen here from Russia.
Oh, absolutely. I think the Ottoman player has done an incredible job showcasing just how you need to defend yourself. You need to just fill every tile with every possible unit you can. But this is where that tide slowly starts to break, and the Spanish grind is just going to like eat away at that front line.
Yeah. Oh my god, +5 Congress. We got somebody's going to get +5 or something.
Ooh, what do you think? What would be the +5 that changes the game the most here?
I think heavy calves for Mapuche's units, because if you go, or maybe ranged might be actually the one, because field cannons. I don't think melee is gonna do anything. Let me sync, by the way, with.
Oh, people want to see Siege get buffed up, and that might be the deciding factor.
Siege. I mean, sure, they do have a few bombards that could work, but the bombards are good anyway. Right? They're wiping out the floors clean.
Exactly. That's why I think that's why we don't listen to chat, right? I think you're right with the heavy cavalry, and also depending on how long this World Congress lasts, that might have relevance for any tanks that might be on the way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could take away strength from, for example, light cav. You take away the strength from Cossacks. I do see Ulhas did manage to get to Cossacks, and I do want to check that damage. You were asking me how Cossack hordes do against hoplites. Well, against normal hoplites, it looks like it's 82 against 67. But of course, he doesn't have them armied up. So I think that's...
Yeah. But to be fair, that's a Cossack core. That's comparing apples to a bundle of bananas. You know what I mean? If that was a Greek hoplite core, I feel like he would do much better.
Yeah, he probably would have... it would have been a stalemate or minor victory, maybe. Okay, let's see who actually got a golden age here. We got Dark Age, Chuck, Jack, Normal Age, Astikos, Ulysse, Normal Age, Dark Age, Normal Age, Dark Age. Oh, actually, Noob634 didn't manage to get his either Dark Age or a golden, which of course does pose a few problems. He could have had the +5 from the Dark Age card, but he's gonna push anyway, right? Look at this. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He's killing these Janissaries.
What do you do?
I mean, you can't do anything. You just hope you're gonna get your own field cannons at some point.
Oh my god! Like this is why one of the most fun way to play is to just rush archers and then just like fight with them forever until you have double shots, because there's nothing more satisfying than like double shotting someone's units into a...
Yeah, I do wanna check because I just saw JackTheRipper put down statue and he's definitely gonna build it. He has Filippo Brunelleschi and 9/10 and a lot of production in the city center. That's actually more than oh yeah, it's 68. Okay, it's not a lot, but it's good.
Is this him going for a diplomatic victory, or is this a block? Is he building this to block it from another player?
Good question. Very good question. Unfortunately, I think it's a block because Tordread already got 8 out of 20 Diplo points, and that means he won this Diplo Congress. It's Pericles, right? He's on their team. They're gonna have a lot of influence over the city-states that can translate into a lot of Diplo favor generated.
Well, that is the Gaul coming in clutch here, because their production level lets them absolutely steal this wonder easily.
Yeah,
I don't even think Greece has started it if they are going for a Diplo.
No, I don't think they're going. I think he realized at some point that he can't go actually for Diplo, and that's why he's building up his infrastructure for tanks. I see 1, I see 2, I see 3, I see 4 encampments.
Okay, count. What was the Muppet that counted? Oh, God, I forgot his name. The Count? Sorry, I'm just joking. You started counting and it reminded me of it.
Oh. Okay, we got... oh, by the way, what was the +5? +5, lose -5 on light calves. Okay.
Oh, so that was the one that you predicted could maybe shake the game up a bit, because these Cossacks now, I wonder how they do against hoplites now that they lost that 5.
I mean, you can imagine horses are useless right now.
Yeah, it's
13
like
horses.
A wall of meat.
Let's see the damage of one single conquistador against a horse. Come on, show us the way.
It's gonna be just an obliteration.
Yeah, 72 against 47.
I'm still baffled that these horsemen have 47 combat strength fortified. Jesus. The numbers in this game, it really does go to show just how good these players are at like completely eking out every little last bonus that they can. Because even their units that are like 4 eras out of date are still like able to tank a conquistador.
Yeah, they're very good at that, I can say that. Okay. They're milking every little bit of bonus, every +1 they can get their hands on. When we're talking about the culture victory screen, it does seem like we do have almost 100 tourism by Ulhas, but that's not going to even put a dent into the defense. If you look at the culture screen here, he's 7 tourists out of 85, and Tordread of course is with his 250 culture, 221 science. So he's gonna need a lot more tourism if he wants to outkeep Tordread here. But I think Tordread is just gonna go on the offense soon enough. With Hoplite Core. Hoplite Core. We can check the damage.
Oh, this is important. This is like more important than anything else on the map.
77 against 72. That's an ancient era unit, by the way.
Literally available on like turn 20, and it's tanking a extremely late game unique unit. That's incredible. This is the Spearman debate, okay? Spearman win.
I mean, hoplites, not Spearman. Hoplites.
Listen, they carry spears. They're Spearman units, all right? Okay, let me have this dream.
Okay. I mean, you know, one of the dangerous pushes at the beginning of the game is a hoplite push with the Gorgo. They're just so incredibly powerful. The only problem
if I see hoplites, I just alt F4, to be honest.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I mean, that's a bit chaotic.
It's game over. I have not prepared. It's because I'm a greedy player, right? I don't build defenses. If someone comes at me with hoplites, I've lost.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, especially these hoplites, like these. Ulhas is actually gonna try to poke in a little bit. Maybe snag a unit or two. Maybe take away the knight. Yeah, actually didn't go that way.
Now that was a lot of damage that just pumped out from that. Like, man, the reaction time of these players, because I think he got like 2 attacks off before I even blinked.
Yeah, it's I mean, again, reaction time. It's unbelievable. Experience and reaction time on the players. Imagine these players have some of them more than 10,000 hours in the game.
Okay, listen. I only have 3,000 hours. 10,000?
Yes, 10,000 hours. I think. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure that qualifies you for like Civ, like a Civ PhD or something.
Yeah, I think so. Let me actually double check. Let me see.
Like, what did you major in? Like, I majored in Civ 6 and I have a doctorate.
I need to pull up their profiles, but just give me a...
Yeah, no worries, man.
So Tordread over here has 7,394 hours in the game, with 44 in the past 2 weeks. And remember, he's working and at the university at the same time. I don't know how he's pulling it off, honestly. It's like so much time invested into this.
Dude, how do you hold down a job and go to school and play this game at an extremely high level? Listen, I'm barely bed and brush my teeth in the morning and maintaining a YouTube channel, all right? I get that far and I'm done.
Okay, let's see. Fish. Fish is on 8,581 hours.
All right. This is just starting to make me feel inadequate now. He's he's playing in class. There's no way he's studying. He's playing Civ in class, 100%.
I mean, I think Fish is he finished his university, moved to London. Well, I guess England with Jessica. He's American. He moved into England.
Oh, nice. Also, just a quick fact there: 7,000 hours is about 30 hours per week since the release of Civ 6. So just to put that in perspective, that's a full-time job in Civ 6, right? Civ 6 is literally my full. Put that many hours in.
Yeah, basically.
That's incredible. I'm super impressed. These guys, like, again, and it goes back to the passion of these players that like they love this game so much and they play it so much.
That's one of the things that baffled me as well. Like, you know, sitting with them for years now, it is unbelievable how much passion is being poured into this game, and you see the frustration on them every game. Like they want to get that experience going. They want to get that win going, whatever it takes. Sometimes they cross the lines to do it, but we need to pull them back a little bit.
Yeah. So I just saw a levy on Muscat there. I wonder, why would you levy Muscat? Would that be for era score, or do you want to save the units?
I think it's just era score. I don't think he can do anything here anyway. I mean, that series 65 strength, it's gonna die whatever it happens here. He wanted to milk it a little bit. Maybe, let's see. No, it's not happening. Cuirassier 72 strength, Cossack 88. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, no, there's no way. I don't. I think that's just like I wasn't sure what's happening because this. I'm starting to get a bit of a grasp of how the game works and what's being done here at the multiplayer level. But I still have questions. You know, the occasional time. A Barbary Corsair. I imagine that was. Sorry.
I'm actually surprised of this move as well. I wouldn't have thought one extra era score would have mattered for. Well, I guess it didn't cost that much anyway. Right? It's like what 60 gold or 70 gold to levy a crossbow and a musket.
Yeah, it's not much to levy those two units.
Yeah.
The Ottomans did crank out a Barbary Corsair for what I assume is Era score.
Yes.
And possibly, I think, do they have a ranged attack too? So that might help them on the defense.
They do, but look at the damage. It's 60 against 110.
Okay, you're actually helping your enemy because you're giving them XP. What is
this is not.
You may as well heal. You may as well heal them when you attack. Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, and this is actually just a matter of time until they get next to the city. They just need to power through these frontline Janissaries, and it's just not even at the moment. I don't think not even level 3 field cannons from Ottomans can actually save him. It's just a matter of time.
Interesting. I also don't think Barbary Corsairs get combat strength upgrades. It's mostly like pillaging stuff. So,
wait, they turn into submarines, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. They do turn. They turn into submarines, but they don't get like combat promotions. I don't think.
No, they're like they're nothing. And also, he's never gonna get to submarines with 57 science.
No, like if this is a submarine play, it's the most optimistic submarine play I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. You're screaming out while falling. I'm gonna get there.
We do see coal power plants coming up from Jack here. Now, is he doing this just because he has high adjacency and he wants to pump hard on production?
Probably, and of course that extra adjacency coming up from the Oppidum is going to give him that production anyway. He has 4 right now, and I don't think he's using the double. Or actually, is he? No, he is using the double. Never mind, because this one doesn't have any stone next to it.
Can we take a moment to just have a look at the amount of production that he's making? Is that something we can do in his yields?
So let's see, 74 in cap. We got second city with 56. Ratumakos is... actually, these are not extremely good. We're gonna need to see him go to 100, 150 if he wants to pump out tanks in a good enough number. It's good, but it's not as good as it can be.
I mean, I'm impressed considering how many cities he has and how much production each city has as well.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. We'll see. It's gonna actually change quite a bit in the next 10 to 15 turns when he's gonna get more stuff going. Well, we'll see.
I'm excited to see that. So these horsemen, they're just a drain on his economy. Do you think you could see him maybe try to do something like a helicopter play, or are these just sacrificial horses that exist to prevent the pillage? Like, is there a way he could find a use for them in the late game?
So, helicopters, yes, could be a thing, but he could also delete them if he wanted to.
That says a lot about how much you care for these horses.
I mean,
like,
sure.
Is it possible that these horses have a use? Just delete them. Just get them out of here.
I've seen helicopters actually make amazing work in the previous game they had, Ulysse, in the previous series, Ulysse versus Barking Yang. They managed to get a game going in which he was taking on cities with them, like trying to... one of them was nuking and the other one was taking cities with helicopters. Yes, they're very, very fast and useful. At this point, my main worry is more on the economy side, like you were pointing out, because like if he doesn't get the economy right now, his ally Chuck is not gonna have enough economy to first of all upgrade his own army, second of all upkeep his army, and third of all help them all out with gold. Like -9 gold a turn with 300 science and 228 culture. It's gonna force you to either try to pillage your opponent and get the gold from that, or hard build every tank that you can get, and probably that's why he's going for more production. He's gonna need to hard build all of his army.
Because don't forget, those late game tank armies, those take like 5, 6, 7 gold per turn each. So his gold is going to go super negative when he does go for an army.
Yeah.
And I, like you said, I think pillaging is going to be his only way to survive.
My also worry is he is 100% going tanks. He's refining 2 turns. He's probably gonna get steel after that, and then combustion. That means since they don't have the gold on them, tank upgrades are just so insanely expensive, especially if you upgrade from heavy chariots. They're gonna need. He's gonna start hard building those tanks soon enough. And one other thing, he doesn't have a general. Like he only has 1 single encampment. 2 encampments.
I hadn't even thought about that. The lack of a general, that's so much combat strength that he's missing.
Yeah, he's probably gonna try to project soon enough. The generals are starting to appear of the industrial era and modern, so that's tank. The tank is modern, right? You get tanks at
270 points, though. That is an awful lot that he needs to generate in order to pick that up. That's going to be a while. I think tanks are going to be here long before he has his great general.
Well, there should be like 6 of them available, right? 3 for industrial modern, then 3 for modern, and whatever is the next era. What is it? Information or atomic?
Yeah, that's true. He will have a good chance, but I think the tanks will be fighting without a great general for quite a while.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the timing here of how he's going to play this out. We'll see. The same can be said about Phoenicia.
I'll trust your sense of timings because you understand the game a lot better than me for multiplayer.
The thing is the first attack will be over here. It looks like Tordread is much better prepared with his infrastructure and production to get an attack going. Not to mention they have a lot more gold available for them. Like look at this gold per turn. Noob on 192, Task on 156, Tordread on 190. He's getting his military academies. He has oil coming up from even underneath his encampment, by the way. There's two oil a turn from there. So I think overall he just needs to get a good general for the tanks, and he's gonna probably start attacking Russia, putting more pressure on an already weak economy. Might give them the what they need to topple over the enemy team.
Yeah, it might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, or the handbag that makes the buckaroo buck. It looks like we have lost a city.
Yeah, actually 3rd city from Ottomans that has fallen this time. It's slowly getting there.
Yeah, this is what we kind of mentioned earlier. This is the grind that the Ottoman is slowly being ground down into a nub, and he probably knows that his time on this game board is running out, and so does his teammates. But he still has to cling on for as long as possible so that his team can come in and win the game. Would that be correct, I assume?
Yes, that is correct. Sorry, again got
no, all good. I could see like your mouse moving around the screen, so I'm like, okay, I need to talk because he's like doing something off screen, so that he.
Sometimes I'm checking messages on Discord, so I don't how to say. I'll tab really quickly, so I don't miss somebody like a moderator telling me something that I need to do or not to do.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay. Okay, morning encampment's coming down. So this is definitely going to be JackTheRipper's go-to strategy here. He needs those tanks. I don't think he's going to be planes anymore. Like, he needs the tanks.
Is that a one-turn encampment?
Yes, I mean, he's going to one-turn everything now. His Bologna is... How much production is this? It's 54.
That is impressive that he's one-turning encampments, which is quite a difficult thing to do. But it does mean that he's going to be able to pump military units very hard. And I wonder, does their team have suzerainty of any of those militaristic city-states? Are we going to see any bonuses from those being relevant here for JackTheRipper's team?
No, actually both military city-states are being held by Zone of Control. Preslav is being held by Cynthia, and we got Kabul by Noob634. Is one of the reasons he did manage to get all of those field cannon cores to a higher level.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I imagine on it's hard enough on normal game speed to get a range unit leveled up. You almost need some kind of experience bonus in a online speed game.
And by the way, I just noticed he's one-shotting his opponent's field cannons. And he has 2 shots available. I mean, okay, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if nothing happens soon, this is again one of those things that usually teammates do, as in they try to pressure from another side, a civilization that is pressuring somebody else, so they relieve a little bit of pressure from the other side,
Absolutely.
In this situation, Jack just going for late game is allowing Ottomans to be taken over.
For sure.
And they're sacrificing Ottomans now.
That is a valid choice to sack a player if you think you can win late game. And it looks like Spain knows that Jack is probably close to making a move on him because he has positioned troops on the border to block.
Yeah, and if he does manage, and this is going to be extremely important, if he does manage to block him here, he's never going to get past this point. He needs to take over Tresla. Yeah. We'll see how this will develop. I did notice another race, by the way, going on. We got Rule Valley coming up in this city of Jack, the second city, and it's 9 turns. And look at this. Remember that tile that I spoke of on the uranium?
Yeah,
but it's 3 turns Rule Valley in the Alpha city of Cree.
3-turn Ruhr Valley. That is disgusting. 89 production. He must have some sort of wonder production bonus as well on top of that.
Oh, he actually came. Oh my god, he finished something or whatever. I'm not sure what happened. He probably lost a card or something. Finished a Civic? I think so. Because you see, he lost 1 turn.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but that's just how the cookie crumbles. Now, is that turn just lost because he finished the Civic or something?
Well, he still got the production, but yeah, we'll see if he needs to switch it.
Interesting.
Okay, let's see. It's still 7 turns over here, and the only thing that actually could put JackTheRipper in the lead is if he would manage to get great people, a great engineer, and he does have one next turn. He's gonna get Gustav.
Huge. He also has a couple of chops available in that city. Now, he doesn't have the gold to get a builder out, but he could chop that jungle and maybe just squeeze out this Ruhr. Although then again, chops at this point, it's when you compare it to his production, I don't think that's enough actually to change it.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Gustav is what, 250 on normals? Oh, he just got it. Never mind. This turn.
He yoinked it.
He bought it. Yeah, so it's 240 towards wonder construction, and you do get 2 charges. He might actually have enough. Oh, actually, wait. He can't move it anyway, so it doesn't matter if he took it this turn or next turn. 3 charges, yeah.
He's got 3 because he got that mausoleum, which is my favorite wonder, actually. It is the best wonder in the game. Shout out to JackTheRipper for picking that up there. Appreciate you, buddy.
The thing is with the great engineer here, will it affect Ruhr Valley? Because Ruhr Valley is an extremely expensive wonder. It takes 1240 production to build on 620 on online speed, so it's still gonna be at least 2 charges necessary here, and he doesn't have time, right? He doesn't get to build it this turn, and from what I can see, it's 3 more turns until Alpha is gonna get to build it. Can he spend 2 charges on that one, do you think?
Ooh, I wonder. I imagine. I don't think he's going to get it, and I'm ready to tune in to JackTheRipper's stream and watch him smash his desk in real time as he misses the Ruhr Valley and gets 1 turned on it.
This is one of those moments in which you need to watch who's higher in slot,
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
It's TaskForceFish 1 slot higher than JackTheRipper.
Oh no. This is going to be a legendary. I do hope someone in chat goes.
Oh no! Okay. There we go. There we go. He actually will get it. Okay, he's 2 turns away and 2 turns away. Oh no! Oh, it changed again. It's 1 turn. Oh my god! Oh my god! Look at that. I don't know what happened. Again, TaskForceFish probably switched a few tiles or something, but he got that extra production for the next day.
Oh no! No desk is safe this day. That's gonna be. Man, I would love to be a fly on the wall and see, because it is the most frustrating thing in the world to have a wonder taken from you when you had a brilliantly executed plan like Jack has right now.
Well, I mean, sure.
Right?
I mean, he invested something. Because I can say the same about Fish, right? He invested quite a bit into this.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
How many times did he wait for this tile? Like he literally built everything around it so he could build real value over there.
That's right. He spent a long time. He has had this Ruhr Valley pin placed, although he can't actually place pins. He's had this pinned down in his mind for a very, very long time.
Yeah. He's also going for coal power plants and that economy. Oh, there we go. We start to see, by the way, cuirassier armies coming out from Tordread. These are gonna turn into tanks soon enough. He needs the text though. Rifling 1 turn, ideology in 3, so he's very close to fascism.
Yeah, fascism is one of the big end game trigger points, isn't it? Because that has so many war bonuses.
The extra +5 is just so important. The same can be said about Mapuche. Look at that. She's actually trying to put a bit of pressure on Ulhas, so he moves those units. Very important. You see how they're tearing apart Russia's defenses. They know Tordread needs a little bit more time, so Cynth is gonna try to get a push going against Solicams, get a few pillages, and force Russia to defend here, reposition his units.
Yeah, this is incredibly high level coordination to be able to just, and like here's the thing, these cuirassiers, this isn't going to like kill a city, but it's just enough to where he's going to have to respond or lose a large portion of his economy.
Yeah. Not to mention give a lot of gold. Look at that. Look at those cuirassiers just pillaging everything.
Oh my god. This, honestly, the new pillaging mechanics that they put into the game is my favorite thing in the entire world. Jack lost it. Oh no.
This is Ruhr Valley right here, man. Two turning research labs. Okay, let's see. It's Alpha. What is this city? 132 production.
This could actually be a very significant development in this game, because if I was Jack right now, I'd be pretty tilted that I had this wonder stolen from me, and it may affect me for the rest of the game because the amount of like he could what 1 turn tanks out of a city with Ruhr Valley, and now he's lost that to someone else, and oof, and think of the investment he put into that. It's tough.
The thing is. I totally get it, but the thing is, honestly, with all of the oppidums and everything on Gaul, I still prefer Cree's land. Like, looking at his cities, he has an amazing capital and he has an amazing economy. So even if he starts building stuff, he's gonna get to keep it. That's the biggest problem, right? You okay, sure, you get an army. What do you do with it? Because it's just gonna delete itself if you don't get an economy to upkeep it. And he's on minus 38 gold per turn right now, 300 cents, 241 culture. Like, they don't have any more gold. Like, at the moment, with all of the trade routes going between them, they don't have any more gold.
Yeah, that's a tough position to be in. I guess that's one of the big advantages of having a Cree simmer over a Gaul simmer, is that the Cree is just always going to have a lot more money, because the Gaul, you almost have to make those industrial zones, those oppidums, because they're so good for the Gaul.
Yeah, and that's such an early tempo switch. And if you don't get the correct land to go for higher population, so you can put down more commercials and so on, and of course the commercials are not going to be as powerful. It's just, so taxing on your development. But he does have, I do have to point out, he does have 771 total production throughout his empire, while Cree has 420.
420, the magical number, but 773 production. That's a scary amount. When he makes his move, when he starts building his tanks, I think there's going to be a literal flood of them that may be difficult to stop.
I mean, sure. I think...
You disagree?
I mean, I've seen quite a few games in which, yes, playing on the edge actually worked. So that's why I'm reserving right now my judgment on this. I just usually don't like playing on the edge. On the edge of the economy.
You got to play on the edge. It's the most fun way to play. You got to balance on that tightrope, you know?
Yeah. Well, what I do see is Ottomans dying. Like, this is just... he lost most... Like, look at this. He doesn't have any more units. Like, he had like 20 units here, and he couldn't kill even a few of the Spanish units.
Yeah, and here's the thing. This Ottoman player, he is 100% dying, as you said, and when he dies, that flood of conquist field cannons, that's going to be knocking on Russia's door.
Yeah. Also, it does seem like we got a settle coming out of Erzurum, actually. This is one of the tactics that the players are using to, well, some players call it Cockroach City. Basically, you try to stay alive somewhere in a corner of the map.
Oh, this is like when you're losing in Age of Empires 2 and you box select all your villagers and you run them to every corner and you just cockroach it out and try to stay alive.
Yeah.
Incredible.
It's the thing is keeping alive the military alliance can mean and of course getting some Diplo favor for the Congress can actually mean the difference between your team winning or losing. An extra +5, it's amazing.
That's huge. So in this game, flying your barracks away into the corner of the map actually has an implication on the outcome of the game because
Yes.
that +5 combat strength for the military alliance, if he fully dies, that's just gone, and that would be a huge loss.
Yes, exactly.
You're so smart because I never even thought about the Diplo favor thing as well. So I actually love the cockroach strategy. I'm kind of rooting for the Ottoman team. I know I'm supposed to be like fair and balanced, but I really want the Ottoman player to win.
you wanna see that happening?
Yeah, I you know, if I see a cockroach player, I want to see him win.
Yeah, I know how it is. I mean, you know, most of the time the people will want to cheer for the second runner-up. Oh well. Finally, Tordread is starting to army up all of his units on the northeast, and I do see him hard building. Oh my god, these are a lot of artilleries, by the way. Bombard army is just waiting to be upgraded. We got him on, let's see, Tordread 3 turns away from steel, and I think he already got his oil going. Let's see, army. Yes, he's on 17 oil right now.
He is pumping oil as we speak.
I also see Jack getting oil, Chuck getting oil, and taking a look at his cities. He's getting his military academies, and now he's hard building with Assyrian armies. So okay, so he is aware that he's gonna need to get first of all an economy going, and second of all his units out. This needs to happen.
I'm curious, is he building the Potala Palace as well for that extra Diplo slot?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Looks like he's definitely trying to deny that diplomatic victory point. And also, the stock exchanges are really interesting to me because he does have powered cities, so that might just be enough for him to actually have an economy worth talking about, because he has not had an economy in terms of gold worth talking about this entire game.
Yeah, especially if you compare them to ZoC's economy, that's just like comparing apples and oranges right now. They're like 4 times more gold or something.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me because whenever I'm playing single, really strong gold line is one of the most important things for me. It's why I often, like, almost all of my trade routes will be international. I'll like sell things to other players and stuff like that, but that's obviously not something you can do in a 4v4 tournament. So that it's a really interesting how you play changes when you just change those variables compared to single player.
Yeah, I am actually curious what's he gonna do. I mean, he's gonna get a lot more gold from the stock exchanges. The stock exchanges got some love also. Let me put it up over here so I can show you. It's +4 gold for each trade routes and +2 gold for each trade route. Coming and going.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's really, really good. These are the kind of buffs that these buildings needed.
You also get the +1 gold per building and then another 12 gold when powered.
Oh, and wow, that's really, really good.
Yeah, my next question here was how much coal he's making, but he's making a lot. Like, he has 2 here. He should be able to 4 coal mine. Oh my god, he has so much coal.
Yeah, this is a coal dream. He's going to be able to power these cities until, you know, the world dies from a global collapse of society because he's burning so many fossil fuels.
Yeah, it's going to be fine. He doesn't need to worry about any kind of power management. You know, sometimes it's amazing. You know, you get to that point in which you know, you get like your coal power plants and you get like industrials everywhere and so on. But then you have like 1 coal tile, and it's like, okay, sure, what do I do now?
Yeah, oh man, even worse when you have 0 coal tile. That's another Alt F4 moment. You just uninstall the game for the weekend and you go outside and you do something else because the game has just like completely thrown a wrench into your plans.
Yeah, exactly. I do have to point out that I want to say Jack looks like he's going for for tanks. It doesn't seem like he moved back to the top 3, and I don't see Dido as actually moving top 3 either. Right? If you take a look at his tech side, we got Dido on scientific theory. Well, actually, wait a second. That actually is before radio here. He wants balloons.
Yeah, balloons are really good. That +1 range is quite powerful.
Oh, indeed. So he is going scientific theory. He wants flight and then radio. Okay, we'll see. We'll see how that will develop.
So I assume artillery and rocket artillery, they form a large part of late game armies because of their ability to reach out and touch cities. They're kind of like airplanes in that sense. They let you do damage without taking damage.
Yeah, artillery is more than rocket artilleries, but yeah, most of the time artillery armies with tank armies are gonna be seen as a timing push. Rocket artilleries unfortunately do tend to die to tank armies, and we've seen that in the first game. I'm not sure if it was the first or the third from Ulysse going against the Barking Gang. Jack prepared a lot of rocket artilleries, but he didn't have any tanks, and he didn't communicate with his players that he needs to build tanks so he can help him. So
yeah, he needs like a screen of tanks to protect them.
Yeah, so basically his rocket artilleries all died because of his opponent's tanks.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It looks like Istanbul in here.
Yeah, Istanbul going down. Is it going to be before the next Congress? He's not going to lose all of his cities before the next Congress. So, okay, that's... Oh my god. Okay, another field cannon. This is a level 6 field cannon core, by the way.
It's almost max level. It's almost level 7, which is fairly disgusting. If you had told me today that I would see a level 6 field cannon, I would have told you that you're a liar and that was never going to happen. Like, because it's so rare that you see... such highly leveled units in the games that I play, but it seems like this is unsurprising.
Yeah, it is definitely a surprise for me also. I was thinking 2 of them. How often do you see one, even like 2 of them?
Yeah.
Like, really, bro? Level 4 bombard core, by the way. This is... okay, one.
What are you gonna do? What do you do against? Like, there is nothing. But I mean, in fairness to held like heroically for the last 3 eras.
Oh yeah, he definitely tried as much as he could. It's just, you know, not enough time. The thing is, right now, needs to find an answer to his east, because once JackTheRipper's cities are gonna get their garrison strength up, he's gonna know he has to deal with the Gaul in some way or another.
I'll be 2 seconds here, just so I have to do something real quick.
Yep, no problem. From what I can see in Mapuche's land, I do see her building those military academies. Of course, trying to get the old generation. She has a few coltars that she could improve, but I don't think that's going to be her go-to moment. She does have 152 science with 43 culture, and well, good enough economy to upkeep her own units. And of course, from what I can see, we got artillery starting to be upgraded here on the west side. They do deal quite a bit of damage, an important amount of damage against the Cossacks, from what I can see. Of course, we're still in the -5 Congress. Oh my god, okay, one Cossack just got deleted over there, and looks like Tordread is not even waiting for his tank upgrades. He just wants to go now. We do have a noob on 300 gold with Tordread on 313. Looks like they're also making around 500 gold between them, and of course we don't need to see how and what Cree will do here. Okay, we got a bit of oh, okay, we got a crash here. We got a bit of an incentive. TaskForceFish moving his units towards the north, and it does seem like this might be a trigger. We might see him go for his own tanks, or maybe this is the triggering point. Hong Kong getting a few calves out. Okay, so they have been fighting a little bit here, trying to put some pressure on Greece and maybe the cities of Cree. They probably noticed Cree doesn't have a lot of army out.
Yeah, that's an important piece of information that you'll pick up from the ribbon up there. If you see someone with low military score, it's probably a good time to send a couple cavalry units over there and just force them to make units. Oftentimes, you don't actually have to do damage, right? You just have to force them to make the units in order to get value from that. Because I know, because I played a game against the game mechanic a while back, and I basically pretended I was going to attack him for a while, and he built a huge army. And then he was like, "Wait, why aren't you attacking me?" And I was like, "Lol, you got trolled."
Yeah, forcing your opponent to build up an army and is a very important factor here. I do want to take this moment to talk a little bit, because you reminded me of it, about the Civ Give. We got an event coming up on the 19th of December. This is a charity event that we're 10 streamers gathering forces and trying to get $50,000 for the sick kids, of course, from the Children's Medical Network organization from the United States and Canada that has a lot of hospitals that are helping out. And Potato here just smashed every bit of like what goal he made over there. What happened?
Well,
huh?
let's be clear here. I didn't
God.
do anything, okay? The people who incredibly generously donated to that cause smashed that goal and did a great job. All right, I'm not taking credit. That wasn't my money.
I mean, indeed, but you did smash it. You were like, okay, I just streamed for like 3 hours and poof, it happened. We were like, all of us were like, okay, what do we do now? We're like, come on, we gotta get there. We put a lot of pressure building up right now. It's all for the better, though. It's amazing. I honestly had my doubts last year when I was approached by Moises. He was talking to me about the Civ Give, and I really loved the event and the idea. But then I'm kind of new to streaming, and I didn't hold these kind of events. I didn't know what to expect.
Yeah.
And this year,
you didn't think it would be like successful or interesting or whatever, because it's kind of like, I don't know what this going to go. Like, it's a bit like, because I was kind of the same way when Moises was about. I mean, but then I was like, you know what? I'm not doing anything. Listen, I'll say yes. And it turned out that it was like a really fun and incredible thing. So, moral of the story: say yes to things.
Yeah, indeed. And I do have to point it out. Moises is doing an incredible job at organizing this, like getting that timetable going for like our marketing and contacting people and so on and so forth. That's like kudos to him. It's unbelievable work.
Oh yeah, I'm like an unintelligent ape when it comes to organizing events. So if someone can successfully organize an event and get everyone coordinated and singing from the same prayer sheet, well done, Moises. Absolutely incredible. Huge props to him.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I do see tonight, right? We're gonna have that Civ draft, and we're waiting to figure out exactly what the civilizations are we gonna play, and then we're gonna leave it to our communities to actually pick those civilizations. This is gonna be interesting. Are you expecting some surprises there?
My community is gonna make me play Georgia. I just know it. I just know I'm gonna be forced to play Georgia, and it's fine. I've accepted my fate. I know what's gonna happen.
That might actually be going to 100 games, 100 days, 100 games, man. He really loves Georgia.
God,
it's gonna be a race. It's gonna be a race. I gotta tell you, it's gonna be a race.
It's true. Please let him win. I don't like playing Georgia. It's not my. It's weird though, because Georgia is a cultural civ that has like religion built in, but it's not my tempo. It's not my playstyle. I much prefer other kinds of cultural and religious civilizations.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, with the ability to pick so many city-states and keep them, you might get there. I haven't played the Tamar base game in a long time. I honestly don't remember all of the bonuses.
Oh, that gives me like a huge advantage over you. All right. Although then again, you're like way better at the multiplayer scene of the game than me, so I really hope I don't spawn near you, because I'll get absolutely dumpstered by you 100%.
I'm a panda. I'm just I'm not attacking people. Even last year I was made to play Mongolia, base game Mongolia, and I didn't kill anyone. I don't like it. I did bully Moises a little bit. He was next to me, so I mean, he accepted trade routes for Mongolia. He needed to see what happens.
Yeah, I do feel like there is a bit of joy you get from bullying other players in Civ games, because they're stuck there for like 3 hours and have to deal with the fact that you like took one of their cities or pillaged one of their tiles or just did something small, annoying, not necessarily killed them.
Yeah,
that's a lot of fun for me. Just
well,
being like a gentle bully.
Yeah, gentle bully. Sure.
Yeah, a gentle bully.
We do have, by the way, the safety settler of Astikos, the cockroach city, moving westward, and looks like it's just passing Geneva right now, and he's gonna try to get behind JackTheRipper's wing over here.
That's right. The fled the nest, and it's heading over to Mother Bird Jack to hide underneath inside his nest.
Yes.
So the Ottoman player, his main contribution to the game now is those crucial votes and the military alliance that he provides to one of his teammates.
Yes, basically, because I mean his economy is gonna go down. We do have his cities going down soon enough, and it looks like Russia is gonna be the one who's gonna get pressured here. We do have Russia getting his own cuirassiers, building up a few Cossack armies, and from what I can see, of course, Tordread started upgrading his own artilleries with soon-to-be tanks. Let's see, tech side we got. Oh, actually, Tordread going top side. Wait a second, he moved away from tanks. Maybe he's waiting for somebody else to boost tanks.
One question, sorry to kind of interrupt your train of thought there. I do have a question. It was, with regards to alliances, do players always do military alliances, or do they sometimes sneak in like a cheeky research alliance and trade with each other?
So you need everybody in the game to go for military alliance, so everybody has that +5. But if you only need 2 players and 2 players, right? So the other couples can do whatever research alliance or culture alliance they want to do. So, for example, it's gonna be Chuck with maybe Russia, or no, not even Russia, Ottomans that has a military alliance, and then it's gonna be Gauls with Russia that has a military alliance. So it's gonna be open for Ottomans and Russia to get their own something like culture or research, and then Gaul with Dido.
Gotcha. So because you can only get is it 3 alliances in a 4-player game? Yeah, you can get 3 alliances. So, but the military alliance is just so important that you have to get one.
Yeah, that is basically like a must have.
Interesting, cool.
I'm also seeing a few Cuirassier cores coming up over here for Noob, and of course those are going to keep on pushing the advantage against the Ottomans. And on the east side, I think he did notice the 90 strength garrison defense on those Gaelic cities. So yeah, there we go. We got a few Cuirassiers coming out. I think he's going for quadrims. Oh, actually, by the way, this is an interesting move. He's probably going for battleships. He wants...
these are defensive battle.
Yeah, these are defensive battleships. So battleships are basically like how to say, a very good option to defend against planes and against.
Because they have that AA strength, right?
Yeah, the AA strength is just amazing, and especially armadas. And you know that Spain gets them early, so it's better.
Very, very. Oh, that's true. That's true. They do get armadas early.
Yeah.
So battleships are kind of like artillery, but with built-in anti-air, which I can see absolutely powerful.
I'm not so sure they're gonna help against a lot of tanks though, but that's something that at the moment the Gaul is refusing to build. We'll see exactly when he's gonna get there. Jack is going chemistry, so more science, not really commenting to the attack here.
Yeah, it also looks like he's picking up the boost for democracy by picking up those sewers, or else he just really wants the housing.
Oh, the sewers got also changed. You get an extra amenity from them as well.
Oh, that would be a lot more powerful for sure. I always thought that was the best way to buff them. They just need like +1 amenity and boom, they're a useful building.
It's 2 housing, 1 amenity. And it kind of makes sense, right? You do get a bit more happiness because you don't have poop everywhere.
Yeah, you're not up to your knees in poo-poo.
Yeah.
I mean, I would consider that as a day without with less amenities if I had to go through that. So this Spain-Gaul front, so why is Jack not going for military? Because I would have thought we would see him cranking out tanks at this very moment by now.
I would have thought as well, but it looks like I think the economy is the one stopping him. So look at Ulhas, -70. They need to keep pumping gold on Ulhas. So he just like the pressure that's coming on him basically forced their hand not to allow Jack to keep building. That's the problem right now. And again, economy making setting the tempo over here, which is a bit tilting the game towards a zone of control with such a strong economy.
Interesting. So really, this whole the fact that the Ottomans got dragged into a war early and weren't able to play the gold game has actually caused some serious problems for Team Ulysse.
Yeah, this is, I guess, the reason the players do want to go for flexible civilizations instead of one trick pony civilizations or specialized civilizations, as some would call them.
Yeah, one trick makes sense. We do see tanks coming out now from Russia. There they are.
Yeah, tank armies, and it looks like Tordread at the moment is not ready for this. He didn't go for it. I'm not sure what he's doing. Let's see, Tordread flight. He's getting flight? Like, really? He already has steel. He has his RTs. He's going flight as well. Yes, he wants balloons. That's why.
Yeah, balloons.
Okay, balloons.
I was thinking the exact same thing because that +1 range makes a really big difference.
Yeah. Another thing that you have to take into account is the generals. Let's see the generals. Did the Gaul pick one up? Because if he didn't, that's basically, you can't. Yeah, he didn't. So. Oh, he did. Oh. No, that's a merchant. That's the 3. Never mind.
It looks like one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And tell me this. So that might actually be why Gaul are not going for military, is because they didn't get a great general.
Well, no great general, no gold to upkeep. Like, nothing is lining up in the stars for him, unfortunately. So he can't get this going.
He's going for research labs here. Now, you told me before that victories are very difficult to do in multiplayer because it just takes so much production and so much time. Yes. Is he just trying to get even more higher tech units? I
would think so. He's gonna go nukes after this. So he's gonna try to get the extra science going, and then he's gonna go nukes. I don't think he has the production. Like, honestly, looking at these cities, these are not extremely productive cities. 80, 60, 40, 50. Sure, oppidums are great, and they're much better than Russia cities, for example. But Russia has his own faith to bank on. He's on, let me see, actually, 169 faith. Now, let me compare them, for example, with Cree cities. What do we have here? Alpha, of course, amazing city, 146 production. Bravo is 49, so not that far off, and without an oppidum. 40 here in Foxtrot. We got Delta with non-freshwater city, it's 60. Golf 37, Hotel 25. So Gaul, for example, has around 25 production more in average.
Really? That's a lot of production, considering that's every single turn you're getting that 25 production.
Oh, actually, looking at the screen, he has almost 40.
Double.
Yeah, 40%, 45% more production.
Damn, that is very, very powerful, especially when you start thinking about stacking bonuses like military production cards, the fascism boost to production.
Well, yes, but how is he gonna use it? Because if you you open up the question for space. Can space be a thing over here? I'm not so sure his production is gonna open up that so quickly. Before he's gonna get nuked as well. That's the problem. It's most of the time.
That's it.
If somebody wants to take you out, he's gonna try to nuke you, or tank you, or force you.
It's very hard to stop it. It's very hard to stop a nuke. I mean, mobile SAMs have what, like a 50-50 shot of stopping a nuke? Is it? I can't remember.
I don't know. Well, I guess I can say that nukes from submarines, armadas, are always gonna go through.
Yeah.
And well, I mean, there's no submarine armada here, but
there could be. Yeah. You never know. Listen,
look, privateers. This turns into submarines.
We've got those land submarines on the way. They put legs on them and they crawl over the land and fire nukes.
Yeah, like those artilleries from World War II. the ones on the railways.
Actually, speaking of railway artillery, I did play. Can we get railway artillery in Civ, actually? Where rail units move on rail? That would be amazing.
It is. I mean, it is an option. Look at the military engineer. He's building the roads for those, and these will turn into railroads when he gets the, what is it, electricity? No, electricity. Steam power. Here, railroad.
Deadly. That's awesome.
Yeah, the thing is, he needs the tech, right? He needs to go for that, and now he's going to prioritize getting combustion, and I see him going for Cold War in 2. So he... let's see... he should have fascism. Let's see. Does he? Yes, he does. Okay. Both of them actually have fascism. A very good game by Ulhas, by the way. Very good game.
Yeah, I'm actually super impressed because he opened up with a fairly greedy build and has turned it into a very powerful late game in terms of tanks.
Yeah, what I do see, these tanks don't really hold their own against even cuirassiers. When Tordread is going to get his own tank armies, I'm a bit worried about what Russia's going to do here. What's going to happen with him?
Yeah, it does look like we're setting up for another stalemate here between Russia and Greece, kind of on the same scale that we saw from Ottomans and Spain here. And I wonder who's going to blink first, who's going to drop the first. Who do you think would you favor in the fight between Russia and Greece? Who do you think has an edge here?
Between Russia and Greece, I would say Greece. My main concern is what's going to be the long-term strategy here, because I mean, culture is not going to happen for anybody in the game. We do have 189 tourism for Jack, but again, that's not enough tourism to get through a culture victory. We got TaskForceFish, by the way, on 435 science with 126 culture. He just exploded. He's getting aerodromes out, and it looks like he might kill Russia here. He does. By the way, Russia doesn't have anywhere to go. Like, there's no way he could actually get out of this situation. It's not like Ottomans. He just sent the city to the east, right?
Oh, the cockroach hunters have appeared. Spain is trying to hunt down the cockroach as he scrambles to find a place to hide. And
it looks like we got a comment here in the stream chat. The sideless Rafan is telling me Ulysses' plan is Jack going to space. So you called it. Look, like he's trying to go to space. Okay.
I need to stop saying things because this is the third time that I've said like an unlikely strategy and they've gone for it.
I mean, let's see it. Like, there's no other option for them, right? So he's going to need more than 700 science. He's going to need all of that production he can grab onto, and we're gonna see if he's gonna get the projects done. I do have to remind that you actually need to get smart materials, and you need the late game projects going for terrestrial laser. That's an insane amount of science if you get unlucky. Like if that spawns like the last tech, that's so bad.
Oh yeah, the positioning of extra of whatever it's, I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, terrestrial. I don't know.
Off-world or terrestrial. Yeah. The positioning of that changes the game massively.
Okay, so this is the extra trade route policy one. We got extra lux here, and it looks like a Diplo victory, I guess, for somebody.
Out of curiosity, what is the diplomatic victory standings? I'll wait till you're done with Zautor.
Diplomatic victory standings, I think it was 8 for Tordread, and then we do have 6 for JackTheRipper. Everybody else doesn't really matter because they're like half.
Yeah, it only matters the top 2 players, but that's interesting that we might see like a race for a diplomatic victory. Do you think that's unlikely? The game won't last that long?
I mean, at this point, turn 99, getting a Diplo victory would mean 3 more Congresses fully winned, like 4 points each, which I think it's extremely unlikely. So
okay, so scratch that plan.
Yeah, it's like 20, 60 more turns in online speed. That's not, I don't think that's a viable option.
Yeah, it's never happening.
That Statue of Liberty, actually, you see how much it matters that it got snatched?
Absolutely. It delayed the diplomatic victory by 50 or 20 turns, rather.
Yeah.
Which buys them time to maybe go for a different one. Oh, Kilwat, man, my second favorite wonder.
Yeah, amazing.
Although, I'm surprised that Team ZoC didn't go for Kilwa earlier, considering the domination they've had over these city-states.
I guess they just got other plans to go for. I'm actually surprised I see anti-air guns coming up online from Greece. What is he gonna do? Like, these are extremely expensive units.
Yeah, it looks like he's maybe is he just trying to hold out? Maybe they have another plan, or is he trying to just build like the death ball push before he shoves it at Russia?
I don't know. I don't think he's worried about any kind of attack from Russia. He's probably worried about the West here. Maybe Dido, maybe planes coming up from Gaul at some point. But yeah, I think at the moment Fish has this, we'll see. He did lose like 150 science or something. I'm not sure from what. Maybe cards, because you know they just went into another era. Let's see. Oh, look at that. We got Tordread heroic. We got Cree heroic. We got Phoenicia heroic. We got Gaul golden age.
Interesting. So those are important. Which kind of age are they in? Have we checked that recently? Like the types?
Chuck is 2 arms with Heartbeat of Steam and Reform the Coinage. And we got Jack on Reform the Coinage, more gold. We got Astikos, and now, by the way, Chuck just exploded in gold generation. Is on 454. We got Astikos on normal, dark normal. Cynth dark normal on Spain. TaskForceFish heroic. Heartbeat of Steam, Reform the Coinage, 2 arms. Tordread also Reform the Coinage, Heartbeat of Steam, and 2 arms. So all of those 3 options.
Science, production, and gold seeming to be the big priority for all 3 teams at this stage of the game.
Yeah. Now the gold income is actually on Ulysses team, and this might be a good moment for them to put some production into tanks, but it doesn't look like they're doing it. Let's see. Phoenicia, for example, is in a prime position to get that production going.
Yeah, Phoenicia is doing amazingly well. They have like generated probably the most gold out of any player this whole game, possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Let's see. Total tab. He's on. Oh, actually, wait. Noob 64. Can you imagine somebody being in a position generating more gold than the Simmer? How is this possible?
How is this possible? That's insane.
Well, I mean, now Chuck is gonna go forward, right, with his income, but since still Noob 64 at turn 100 had more gold generated than Phoenicia.
Spain is ridiculous, dude. Oh my god, this dude was on the front line fighting the entire game, and he had a better economy than almost anyone. Jesus.
Yeah, so such a great game from Noob 64 in such a dire situation.
I think Noob has definitely proved that that name does not apply.
Yes, it does not reflect reality.
No, not even slightly. Jesus.
Okay, there we go. We got some tanks coming out. Tank armies coming out from Samaro Briva. Tank armies. I think, yeah, there we go. He noticed there is an opening here since they are making a lot of gold. So they have like 15-20 turns to push through their opponents.
Interesting. And that's so funny, because I thought, man, this is so late now. But these players, they must know something that I don't about the game. That now that they have the economy, the science, and everything, and they can back it up with nukes potentially in a few turns. Now is the time to get tanks.
Yeah, and I see Tordread getting his own tanks here. Looking at the damage, it still feels like Russia has the upper hand here. Of course, not taking into account the artilleries. We're going to need to see how much damage these artilleries can do against Russia's army.
What makes you say that Russia has the upper hand? Is it just the sheer number of units?
No, it's the damage points. It's 117 against 128 tank.
Yeah.
And that is with charge. So yeah, that's a bit of a concern here. I do want to point out, by the way, Ulhas didn't fortify his units.
Oh, that's a good point, because if you fortify against enemy tanks, that actually gives them a combat spread boost against you if they have that first promotion.
Yes. Very good.
Awesome.
Very good play here from Ulhas.
And I only know that because you taught me that. I feel like I've learned so much watching this game at you. Honestly, some of the tips that I've learned here will probably go like a little bit into my single player play.
You're gonna see, I think, a big improvement. plus.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I do see also some spies coming out from Greece over here. Does look like he's getting more artillery armies. This is the moment that players are just getting used to spamming armies out of their cities. The thing is, the economy for TaskForceFish just disappeared. I'm not sure what happened. Oh, I see what happened. Is canceled any international trade routes. They canceled fish. So basically, all of those trade routes that we were seeing were coming out from Cree and going to the north. They just went internal now.
Yeah, we need to get on Twitter and try to uncancel fish here, because his economy is in the deep sea at this moment. So he's going to be growing really fast. That does not make up for that goal, does it?
Yeah, I mean, internal trade routes at this point in the game are just not making any viable sense. I guess you can put a trade route and work them, but like the trade route Civic. But when you're talking about straight up gold, it's just much better to send them to your allies.
Yeah, so that is a huge tempo swing, I feel like, for this late game, and that might be like we were talking about earlier. Do you think that's why they pulled that off, and now they see an opportunity? They smell blood, so now's the time to make.
Yeah, 100%. They're gonna try to use this advantage. Like at this point, even if Tordread has quite a bit of economy, these units are not gonna get to their whole upgrades, their full upgrades, and it's gonna delay this attack. Might delay it long enough for Russia to muster up more defenses here. He's getting his war department going, getting that ability to heal, getting more production to his well, I guess a heal from taking down units, right? So very important to have. Yeah.
If I remember now, is war department changed in the mod?
I'm not so sure actually. I know I had it open up at some point. Let me see.
Does it? I assume it still gives the same. I think it gives. Oh my god, I have to look this up now because I use it so rarely. So it basically is right where you heal when you kill something.
Yes, it still gets that.
Awesome.
It doesn't tell me if I can't even find it in search in that file I sent you. I don't know. I need to wait for the game to be unpaused so I can search Wikipedia.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Like Civlopedia, I mean.
Now, one question I have here is...
Jack going scientific win.
Did we have a DC? Is that why we're paused?
Yes, Ulhas got a fire access crash.
I see. So... Oh god, wait. Train of thought, come back. No. Alright, it's gone. Never mind. So... don't you hate it when you're trying to like say something and you completely lose your train of thought in front of like hundreds of people and then you have to try and get it back? It's just gone now. It's just there is no.
I know the feeling. It's fine.
Listen, hashtag relatable. Okay, I'm embarrassed right now.
I still get I still blush, so it's fine. I didn't get how to say used to making mistakes yet.
Yeah. No, I mean you should totally be used to making mistakes. You're doing an incredible job. Yeah, 20 heal.
Yeah, it's 20 heal points, and that's about it. Okay, so...
Still, 20 health, that is a big swing.
Yeah, it's incredible. Can you imagine this with Scythia's late game bonus? You just get back full health tank.
Like if my unit's on 1 health, kill like some random unit, bang, full health.
Yeah. Well... I see they're asking for a relobby because they cannot move. If they're gonna do a relobby, I do need to
restart the game, I assume, for stability.
Yeah. I'm gonna restart the stream after that. Well, I mean, I'm just waiting for their decision now. I'm very worried about Fish, by the way. Very worried. Okay, sure, he's gonna get a few bombers here and there. He's gonna get a few fighters probably. Oh, he already has a bomber here in Alpha. Hard building it, but he's at the moment not really able to do anything with it. He should
He's
have
going to need military engineers, right?
Yeah, he's probably going to get a few military engineers for airstrips to the north, but I don't see them yet here. So I'm not sure exactly where he's going to put them, or if he's going to use them in some form. He does have, oh, I see, look, railroads coming up from a zone of control alpha to the west side. Oh, I see what he's doing. Scanning bombers against LPQI, against Chuck. Why is he doing this? Well, I guess Chuck doesn't have an army, that's why.
Yeah, and it might just be down to the fact that he is going to have a really hard, because he has to walk his troops through Greece and Mapuche, and he's the closest player to Dido, so it might be his best move to go for Phoenicia.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Oh, how much time until the draft?
I don't know how long.
It's 3 p.m. EST, if I'm not mistaken, but I might be mistaken. Yeah, it's 3 EST. I don't know how much maybe Moy is over here on the stream.
20 minutes, I think. 20 minutes.
Oh, it's so close. Okay, so close.
Yeah, that's kind of spooky because we're not even going to finish this game.
I think I need to get my second coffee. 1 second.
Did I need to have dinner? I've been here 7 hours. I didn't think I want my dinner. What do you get for winning? I'm not sure what the players get for winning. I'm super impressed about with these players' ability to play at this level for this long. This is
sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. I was just gonna say, somebody asked me, is there a prize for winning this tournament?
No, we actually try to. I personally try to mail a few companies, actually more than a few companies, but nobody noticed the community, and we didn't have that much, I guess, marketing power to them.
Okay, that's BS. All right, I'm gonna help you out.
I mean, that would be amazing.
I will throw my shoulder behind the Civ multiplayer English community. One thing I was going to say is I'm super impressed that these players are able to play at such a high level for such a long period of time. This game has gone on for 4 hours now, and they had another game before that.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is basically like their normal days. They're gonna play games back to back quite a few times, quite a few days in a row. So this is they got used to the marathon type of games.
Yeah, that's kind of insanity to me. Because like if you think about it, oh god, I've lost my train. It's getting late in the day, and I'm having trouble remembering what I was going to say.
I got the same problem.
If we just laugh, it'll seem like we're commentating. Insane amount of hours. Because if you think about it, like the only area in which I would think someone would be expected to have this level of gameplay for this length of time is like hardcore, high-end speedrunning of certain 100% categories. So this is what this is like. This is the sort of intensity that you would expect. Or this is the sort of intensity that we're getting from these players.
Yeah, it's a lot of dedication over here. It's from, you know, if you compare it to for other games, for example, they only play like what, best of 3 series or best of 5 series, which take mostly like 3 hours. Well, one of these games can take 8 hours.
Dude. 8 hours. This community has a different level of stamina.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's one of the things that I guess does help is the fact that Civ, sure, it doesn't require you to have that, level of intensity that you need to click at that particular second all of the time. You click always, but it definitely has its own pressure points, or I should say hard points, especially when you're talking about thinking ahead of time.
Yeah. I don't know if I think that's because for me, I could sit and play like a shooter game for 6 hours, no problem, because there's not a whole lot of decision fatigue in there, right? Whereas executing and at the same time, that seems really intense and difficult.
Well, I mean, depends on what you're thinking of decision making. I can give you a few readouts of CS:GO decision making that is taking a toll on you, and you have to do it a split second. It's not like here that you have a few, maybe sometimes a few turns to do it.
That is true. That is true. I would say a full round of CS:GO is probably on par with how difficult it is.
It's
this is game 3 of the series, correct?
2. This is game 2. So
game 2.
We didn't have a game 1. This is they're playing for the 3rd point, but this is actually game 2.
Gotcha. And how did they? Did the winner bracket get a free point?
Yes, that's the correct.
I see. That's an interesting way to do it.
Just reconnecting here, so I have a connection to every one of the players, and that's another thing that sometimes you need to do when you're joining the lobby. You need to figure out if you have connection to all of the players open.
Yeah, I've seen that happen a couple of times where someone has a red marker, but it's actually like 5,000 ping or something, or 0 ping, and it's being weird.
Yeah, basically you need to not have pay attention to not have 0 MS or gray. If you have gray, actually it might desync the game, so it's a problem. That's why you see players leaving and joining and leaving and joining.
Yeah, interesting. I would love to see those kind of stability issues and connection issues fixed for this game, because I think those little things are like barriers that they just frustrate the player, they frustrate everyone involved, and it's something I'd love to see fixed.
Oh, I totally agree. Most of us in the communities do keep our fingers crossed that in the next Civ version, like in Civ 7 or something, we're gonna have a much improved version of multiplayer, and including this multiplayer stability.
I mean, here's the thing. If Civ 7 comes, I'm not even sure you guys need to move to that game, you know? Because this game, if you've got a thriving multiplayer scene, why don't you just keep it here, you know?
That's a good question. Well, I mean, first of all, how are we going to keep the Discords? Because the infrastructure is already built. And I can guarantee you most of the players will want the latest toy. So they will probably invest in Civ 7.
Oh, that's true. I mean, I will definitely be playing Civ 7.
There we go. I will as well. So, like, if all of the content creators move towards that, I mean, they're just going to pull everybody towards that.
No, I was just thinking, because there are a couple of like games like StarCraft Brood War, like that's still played, even though it's like God knows how old now.
I mean, we still have Civ 4 being played, and it's a thriving community. We have Civ 5 being played, and they really like it, but it's just not at this level.
I'm pretty sure Civ 4 is like still in one of the top like 100 most played games on Steam. I could be wrong.
I'm not sure about that, but it is definitely has its own audience, I would say.
Well, maybe not 100 anymore. Maybe back in the day it might have been close to that. But I know it's still popular. Hello? Did my connection die? Hello?
No, sorry, I'm banning people because I'm getting spammed with selling stuff.
Oh! Yeah, no, they were hitting me too.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, they're really annoying.
I never understood why you would be lying yourself by doing this.
I think it's the same reason people cheat in video games. You get the sense of accomplishment and the social status from the thing without actually having to achieve or struggle to get it. Because, you know, the reality is if you're going to succeed in a lot of these areas, a lot of it relies on luck. So if you could spend money or cheat your way to overcome luck, proposition for some people.
Yeah, I guess. You're still lying to yourself.
I mean, like, yeah, exactly. But I think a lot of the people who do like those view botting things, maybe they don't have the best perspective on life.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, so let's see tanks against tanks. Tordread, okay, still doesn't have a lot of damage going, but his artilleries, when balloons are gonna get closer to these artilleries, they're definitely gonna put the pressure on Russia's tanks, and we're gonna need to see if Russia has enough production to withstand this attack. Now that we do have the goals with economy, 100% expecting him to put pressure on Spain, and Spain honestly here might die. These tank armies are one-shotting his conquistadors, so it's definitely 100% a problem for Noob 64 to keep up with all of this.
Yeah, it's a dire situation. I think in this position, if I was Spain, I would consider just trying to block and hold for as long as possible and then feed gold to another player, kind of like the way the Ottoman player was sacrificed, because I do think it's going to come down now to these pocket players, Greece, Cree, and then Gaul, Phoenicia.
Yeah. Well, wait, Phoenicia still building research labs. Oh, we were watching this, right? We were watching the slow build-up of TaskForceFish's bombers on eastern borders of Phoenicia. Oh my god, he's one-turning bombers, by the way, from his capital. One-turning bombers.
Whoa, Jesus. That is the power of the Ruhr Valley, who JackTheRipper lost, by the way.
Yeah, one turn away.
One turn.
I mean, he has enough production anyway. He's like, what, double the amount of production of fish, so at least one city is gonna be good for him.
For sure. Dude, I'm starting to yawn here, man. You do this every week? I'm impressed.
4 times a week sometimes. I do try as much as possible to keep my schedule up for 4 times a week.
I am impressed, dude. This takes some serious stamina. I'm gonna go to bed immediately after the stream. But our boys here are showing no sign of tiring. They are ready for the fight. And are they going to just spam tanks and try to hold the line, or what is their goal?
I think so. This is gonna be the moment Russia needs to put as many tanks, and that's why you see them appearing like in all of his cities. You see tanks appearing, supply convoys. He needs them. Yeah, literally all of his cities. The problem is, I don't think Tordread is gonna push directly with the tanks, but he's definitely gonna finish off the attack with the tanks. Those artilleries are gonna be the main army. He's just gonna move a tile, move all of the artillery's front, and start shooting.
I see. So interesting. I've never seen like late game war between two players. It's kind of exciting, but it's also kind of like
yeah, he just did that. He just...
The old brain fog is starting to settle in here. They're going to shake it off.
It's all good.
How about the Mapuche? Because I don't know what Mapuche does right now. I assume they're in a support position. Like, how is their economy? What's their role in the game right now is my question.
So they did get their own economy. She got a bit more science and still struggling with the culture, which is usually not how Mapuche advertises, of course, with those Shimamuls, but only got to build one. Didn't put down more cities. This is something that really surprises me as well. I would have definitely expected a lot more cities. She did have cities to go for on the east side. From what I can see, she did manage to build up a cuirassier army, pre-built for tanks, but unfortunately the second they lost their economy, they lost the ability to upgrade all of these into tanks anyway. So it's not only the lack of tech that she has, it's also the lack of oh no, she even has the tech, she just doesn't have the gold. Never mind.
Yeah.
What might happen here, while Tordread is going to push Russia, he's probably going to get quite a few pillages, and this might actually allow them to upgrade those tanks.
Ooh, yeah, the pillaging might be huge. Have you ever seen a player realize that they might not be able to prevent like their empire being pillaged and like unimproved?
Unimproving tiles? No. The only time I see unimproving tiles is if the players want to go for national parks.
And that would only be exclusively for the amenities or for a tourism game.
Yeah, tourism game, not amenity. Well,
no, they wouldn't.
Maybe I did not see I didn't consider that, but most of the time it's just tourism.
Yeah.
Or in Canada's way, you get plus 10 easy. So I don't know. It feels
that
like
is
that's
true. Those
important.
Mounties become terrifying.
Yeah, tank Mounties, because why not?
Armored moose cavalry.
Okay, so the shells have started to rain down on the Russian tanks. It's still going to be a while until the strength is going to go down. And of course, we're going to need to wait for those artists to get more bonuses on them from the upgrades. While in the meantime, these tanks are just going to get closer and closer.
Well, thankfully, those are artilleries and not tank destroyers, so they're not even hitting that hard.
Yeah.
Maybe we should bring in tank destroyers into this game, although I feel like that might shake up the tank meta a little bit too much.
No, we got anti-tanks though, which I guess some players do kind of cry that they're on a weird spot. They're where are they? Over
Chemistry,
here, chemistry, right? Yeah, it's like so weird to actually get.
And do people use? Because I imagine there's like maybe 3 or 4, maybe like 3 or 4 units per era that see a lot of play.
Yeah, no, you don't see that much play. Like if you want to go for your science, for campuses, for research labs, you don't go there for anti-tanks.
Interesting, and that's just because, tanks are better.
Yeah.
If you're fighting tanks, I'd rather have tanks.
It's more about the mobility. Like having only 2, maybe 3 mobility on your unit compared to a tank that has 4 with the general 5, it's just not going to be on the same level.
Yeah, they're just in different brackets because like a tank can almost always move 2 tiles, whereas a lot of the time an anti-cavalry, it's only going to be moving 1 tile, right?
Yeah, even with the extra movement. Yeah, let's see what's going on here.
Something that is
look at the repositioning,
really...
by the way. It forced, like, Tordread with the artilleries forced all of those tanks to go north.
Interesting. So even though that's not a huge amount of damage, it was enough damage to force a reposition.
Yes. Also, when he started getting those military engineers and building the roads to the north, it basically put Smolensk and Tver at risk, not only Saratov. And I think he was... thinking that Saratov is going to be the target here.
Very cool. And I see there's a lot of use of military engineers, which is something that rarely sees play in single player, except just like role-playing building railroads. But here it seems like it's huge to give your units even more mobility. It seems like mobility, like you said, mobility seems like it's the name of the game when it comes to warfare.
Yeah, speed and mobility, yeah, indeed. We do have, for example, Fish getting this railroads to the west side, which honestly, I think it might be at some point for his detriment. But we'll see, especially if we're going to see tanks coming off from Phoenicia. But no, never mind. We got the Manhattan project coming off from Byblos. In my mind, whenever I see someone building railroads to somebody else, I think, sure, but those railroads can be used on the other way around. Like
that's true.
You basically build a road.
You didn't build to me. This is my railroad now.
Yeah. And right now, I still think that Phoenicia has the upper hand when it comes to science and culture, and gold, like 317 science, 225 gold. It kind of feels like, honestly, we're gonna see a win here from Ulysse at this point. They couldn't.
Is that how you're feeling?
Yeah, they couldn't, like this last World Congress. I think tipped the scales into Ulysses' favor. I I might be wrong if we go to the next Congress and they lose this and they lose also Russia. But I think by that point, Gaul should have more than enough army to go for this, like kill Spain and then go through Mapuche.
Yeah, it is crazy just how much of a big swing that was. I will say to you, I think we have to do like this draft thing now in like 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute. I can't do the draft, but I did give Moy my like a set choice. I'm gonna need to keep this going.
All right, I'll in and do the draft, and then I'll pop back if the game isn't over.
Okay, you sure?
Yeah, I kind of wish I could stay. In all honesty, because this is so good, I really want to see the end. But I'll just scheduling conflict. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
or I'll be back when.
So, what do we have here? We do have a push coming up from Tordread. He did manage to get one tank away from Russia. It looks like, of course, Russia has a bit of a problem with his unit count. He is trying to build more tanks, but it's just not enough production for even one tank. For turning a tank at this moment in the game is a bit hard. It's a bit slow. We do have quite a few more artilleries coming up from Tordread, moving up the line to get the observation balloons, of course, in tow. That will allow him to shoot from 3 tiles away, and of course he's going to put a lot of pressure on these Russian units. We do notice military build-up next to Cinnabum. JackTheRipper getting his observation balloons going, artilleries, and of course tank armies. Very good production coming up late game from the Gaul here. We're gonna need to see if Noob634 can keep up with this pressure. He now is available to put more pressure on Russia, and of course his whole army doesn't really make sense to move back on the east side here, so he's gonna need to rebuild his tanks or build new tanks on the east border to withstand Gaelic tanks. Not gonna have armies, not gonna have I don't think he has generals, but I guess I can check that. I think he was 11 points at 10. We do have him halfway there, and I don't think he actually recruited one. Oh man, I do have to point out something.
Game.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. White and Nerdy showing up over here. I do have to check back with all of the activity feed. I'm sorry, today I was a bit off. I do have to say thank you for everybody that followed, and of course the sub. Thank you, Farshes. Thank you, White and Nerdy. Thank you, Luke Kang. Thank you very much, Peppermint Butler showing up over here, and Yuzi. Much appreciated, guys, and of course everyone. Oh, Parking J also resubbed. Thank you. I can only how to say, I can only bow down to the support you guys give me, and of course try to do better and as much entertainment as possible. Oh my god, thank you guys. We do have to also point out what happened to Ottomans, just like the stream chat is saying over here. We got Noob634, that is as you can see, finishing off the job. Unfortunately, the city of Izmir is going to be defended by JackTheRipper, so he's not going to get there anytime soon to actually bump against that city's defense. We do have JackTheRipper with multiple cav armies that are just staying over there, or I should say cav units, and of course we do need to see how Astikos is going to keep up that military alliance. Keep the dream alive, boys, keep the dream alive. In the city-state screen, we do have Cynth coming up 23 points for Preslav, Kumasi being held by Ulhas, getting, well, I guess quite a bit of culture from that. Kabul, Noob634, we got Ulhas also on Caguana, Chak on Geneva, TaskForceFish still keeping up Samarkand alive actually, and Anshan being kept by JackTheRipper. Oh my god, man, thank you very much, guys. Kebab lives indeed. Babies need, thank you very much for your prime. I also, from what I can see, I also see more hangars coming up from Fish. Is going full-on late game warfare in the aircrafts here. We got fighters, we got bombers from him. He's building up that infrastructure for some fast units going on the west, but I think he just got spotted. From what I can see, Chuck is aware he's gonna need to fight TaskForceFish on the east side. Not aware of what he's gonna need to put on the table here, so he needs to fight him. From what I can see also in Noob634's pond, this lake that we have between Madrid and Cordoba, we do have those ironclads available in Cordoba to boost the strength of the city, and at the same time pre-builds for those battleships. The main problem right now is the gold generation on Team Zone of Control. It does seem like, oh my god, Tordread actually smashed through the defenses of that city, and of course we do see that Ulhas is in trouble, big trouble right now. They might actually lose Russia here. Oh my god, thank you very much, guys. Oh my god. Oh. I mean, I'm you're making me how to say, you know, when you have an error. Thank you very much, guys. Okay, so let's see what's also going on Cree side in the main cities. He's getting quite a few military engineers. Everything has been built as an infrastructure towards the east side over here. As you can see, he actually is aware that he's going to need to help out his allies, and he built up infrastructure, railroads towards the east side. So we have military engineers putting down those airstrips, getting those railroads going, and as much as possible getting his units with the possibility to go for a defense here. Now that they did get their tracks, or I should say Greece over here did get his tracks on a few tiles to pillage, we do definitely see more tanks coming out from Cynth. She's gonna try to get some of the cities and of course more pillages going, which is gonna ramp up its upgrades. Of course, all of those all of those units that were sitting to the northern cities are going to be her way into the cities of Russia. I do want to point out this city name. All a woman can do is smile back. This is a Synth's way of saying she's coming. She's coming. What do we have here on Dido's screen? We did have 3 turns Manhattan project coming out from Byblos, and of course I do see War Department being built also in 2 turns, while he is 1 turning, 2 turning tanks from his other series. I do see more settlers coming out from MTW. We got Anu coming up with the hangars. We got military academies coming out from Namadol, and of course most of the infrastructure has been half built, as in we do have encampments put down. We do have them with the stables. We do have them with the armories. It's just those military academies that are missing, and that's exactly what he's building up over here. I do have to point out, usually even coastal civilizations do have quite a bit of production going. KDY coming up with 70. Of course, this is all because of those shipyards. Actually KDY doesn't have a shipyard, wink wink. It only has a lighthouse, but these cities, Byblos for example has a shipyard, Ziz has a shipyard, and we got Biruta here with a shipyard, and so on. I'm a bit amazed he's not using the double card. This is a lot of production, like using the double card for harbors, a lot of gold, a lot of production. I guess he had another use for that card. So many trade routes. What is this? We got 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 traders coming up from Phoenicia's land going towards Gaul, and of course you can imagine that's going to give him so much of an advantage here. 551 gold per turn coming up for Chuck. We do have Tordread still pushing in his advantage. This is an amazing military build-up that he made in the last few turns, and of course as you can see over here, it does seem like even if Russia does have quite a bit of strength on those tanks, they cannot withstand those artilleries coming up from the south. Russia is also losing 100 gold per turn with 146 science to 118 culture. It looks like he still has that problem of actually getting the production going, and since we don't see an incredible amount of faith generated by him every turn, you can imagine this is quite a bit of an issue here, quite a bit of a concern. We'll see if that's going to change anytime soon. On the side of Greece, since he invested so much into this attack, this is probably going to be an all-in attack against Russia. He did drop down around 100 science to 154 science with 248 culture. We're getting to that point in the game in which tiles are disappearing because of the increased height of the seas. The sea level is increasing, and as you can see, it burning down, enveloping these campuses, and of course taking down those bonuses away from the players. Same can be seen over here in Phoenicia's land, but he did manage to get a few points. Oh, he's never gonna get that flood barrier. Okay, that's gone. That is gone. A few questions here in the stream. You are 8 out of 10. Wait, I am? Wait. Oh, thank you very much for the donations in the extra life, man. I'm 8 out of 10. Okay, got it. Thank you. Let's see. Global warming is flooding the world. I'm surprised they didn't settle more. So much potential for more cities. The sea walls always come too late. Do they not build flood barriers? That is a big question, and most of the time the players do try to be preventive on this. I think they just ignore this problem. There weren't that many times that were flooded over here in Phoenicia's land. But when you're talking about Pericles had totally different things to do and worry about. I think his attack on Russia was the main priority, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. Of course, you do see that he's getting the help of Spain from the east side. We're probably going to have the split up, the tearing down of the Russian Empire here soon enough. There is a settler coming to the west side, but you can see how Tordread over here has one of those calves ready to pounce on any unsuspecting settler that is moving to the west. Not the same. They don't want to do the same as Ottomans did over here. Just surviving over there on one city. Let's see the attack started over here. JackTheRipper moving his tank armies to the west of Senabum. We do have quite a few options for him to go through these units, and it looks like he can definitely take down the strength of the encampment as well as one-shotting those conquistadors. I'm not so sure exactly why Jack is not pushing right now, but I guess he wants to use the last moves. Noob634 is aware he might lose this. He's getting his tanks up, and of course he already has a 96 defense strength in his garrison because he upgraded the tanks on the front line over here. But anyway, even if Noob dies, they're gonna take out Russia in the meantime, and that's still gonna leave them in a 3 versus 3 situation. With Astikos taken out of the game, it's probably gonna be 3 versus 2, which is a bit of a concern at any point in the game, especially if Noob over here does manage to stay alive. It's going to be extremely important, and he might be staying alive just because of the infrastructure that Cree is building up over here, so he can get those planes rolling, planes bombing. Of course, we do have the bombers repositioned towards the north. They want to help out to take Russia faster, and then they're going to reposition probably to the help of Spain to the east. Let's see. Hello there, Timmy Cosma, and also welcome everybody. Welcome. I do hope you guys enjoy the show, and of course we do have quite a few more minutes to go until the players will decide if they wanna who won. We do have TaskForceFish coming up with the attack on LPQI, while I do see modern armors being upgraded here. That city is 98 defense strength, and from what I notice, those bombers are gonna make Swiss cheese out of LPQI. They're gonna pew that city, and of course coming up with the modern armors is definitely gonna try to core them up here or army them up. I'm not sure if Chuck... Oh, never mind. Chuck does have more than enough culture to go for this. It's actually TaskForceFish who doesn't have that much culture to keep up with only 115, but it is enough culture to matter. Of course, putting in front of the modern armor core is gonna be quite a bit of an issue here. TaskForceFish is gonna need to punch through that before he's gonna get that city. It would have been an interesting thing if he could have actually moved through the great animals, but he can't, so oh well, it happens. Gaul science victory. Zeno asking us of that science victory. We do have spaceports being put down from the capital city, and this might be definitely a thing over here. I do see more fighters coming out from his cities, and of course keeps on banging on that doorstep of Noob634. This actually might be the closest victory condition that we have right now. It's just a matter of how much science JackTheRipper can actually get, and if he's lucky enough to get that late technology. Of course, the one that unlocks, I'm not sure exactly how it's called. I think it's off-world something, but I guess I can check. Terrestrial laser station. This comes up with off-world mission. This is a technology that usually is how to say, is in the unrevealed section of the technology tree, so you might end up here with it, you might end up here with it, we might end up here. Like, it's all over the place. Something these are randomized, unfortunately, at the beginning of the game, and you don't know where it is. Okay, we got a big hole being made by Tordread through the middle of the Russian Empire, and of course we do see that he's gonna probably push every turn over here. He's taking down the units, and of course moving his armies forward and taking down or repositioning them to take down cities. Another city will fall here from Ulhas. Russia did actually. Oh, wait a second. This is okay. This is the statement, and this is the response here. It's "Death smiles at us all" by Ulhas, and then Cynth said, "Oh, all a woman can do is smile back." Okay, we got some communication here through city names. Cynth over here does seem like she's doing quite well, of course, using the artillery corps to smash through the city's defenses and waiting for the bomber attacks. The bomber runs on that city defense of 100 is what's gonna put that city down. Of course, artillery is coming up from Nose 334 is still gonna be important. How does Jack have 800 science? It's from how to say, research labs, not projects, sorry, a lot of good campuses and cards and so on and so forth, and of course all of the buildings in them. Taking a look at the great people here, I did actually today, I didn't actually go through all of the scientists, so let's see. We got Hypatia being held by Spain. We did have a Gaul picking up, oh no, Pericles picking up Newton. And let's see who got Einstein. Did anybody get Einstein? I think so, right? We got Cree actually picking up Einstein. Okay, so that's the reason he's getting so much science with not that many campuses. Okay, got it. Yeah, we got more of these airstrips being put down by TaskForceFish's military engineers. He's getting so much infrastructure all over the place, and definitely is aware there might be a push from JackTheRipper on Spain soon coming. And of course, JackTheRipper still needs to benefit from this Congress as much as possible, because this is the moment he has that strong economy with reform the coinage. That's one of the things that stopped him from getting an attack going in the previous era, and of course this might be a problem going into the next one. We're gonna need to see if his economy is gonna still be strong when he's gonna lose it, and that is in 9 turns. We got actually 8 turns to go until the next era, and in the 9 turns we got another World Congress session. The same can be said about Cree. Cree got cancelled. He got his trade route cancelled. It's basically like an embargo on his trade routes, and he cannot send them to any of his allies, nor are his allies available to send trade routes to him. So right now all of their economy is suffering because of that option, and of course we're gonna need to see them adapt to this. Okay, we got a few of these modern armor corps starting to punch back from Chuck, and it looks like one of these tanks did manage to get through. That's a tank army, and it looks like it's not enough damage from these modern armors to actually take it down in 1 turn, and we're probably gonna see those bombers finish off LPQI right here. Or I should say there's one more bomber left. It should be enough to take down the city. Let's actually see it in action. Let's see it. It attacked it. Oh my god, oh my god, quick moves coming out from Chuck. He did 2-punch that tank well before it actually attacked the city of LPQI, and it managed to take down the health of the tank low enough that when it attacked into the city center of LPQI, it just didn't have enough strength anymore. It died against the city's walls. This is unbelievable how much damage came out of that. There is a jet bomber repositioned over here to the west of Alpha. I do see another bomber over here. Of course, both of them actually lost movement, and since there are modern armors coming over here, they're probably gonna start to pillage these airstrips. This is dangerous, and of course what I was saying, like, you build railroads towards your opponent, but those railroads can be used to your detriment as well. They can be used by your opponent to come faster to your cities. You have to pay attention to that. We got bombers starting their runs on Kazan, of course, Russian cities over here. Very few units remaining for Ulhas, and as you can see over here, these artilleries of Pericles are more than capable of deleting these armies if they do get enough rounds going. Yes, most of the time the plane, if it does have where to go, it does get moved, yes. What even happens when you attack a plane on the ground? Never done that in a single player. Yeah, it's the only units that you cannot pillage are those deployed fighters. So for example, this one over here, you can't do anything about it. We got also nukes in production, 3 turns away from a few of them. Wait, the first one is coming up in 3 turns, right? It's this one in Byblos. Yeah, we do have the first one here. Another one coming up in 5, another one coming up in 6, and of course that's going to allow Chuck over here to bomb Cree, and that might be the moment we might see somebody say, oh no, we might lose this game. We'll see. Of course, these players, especially at this last level, at this grand final, are not gonna want to give up that easily. Oh yes, indeed. We can you can use definitely those reactions over there from what is it, Blurb or something like that. It's an application. Does the game look balanced to it? Wait, which game? This one? As in balanced in what way? Science victory, light years turns. Wait, that's okay. Let's see. We got JackTheRipper with the first project. We're gonna need to see him do the moon landing, and these are all relatively quick projects, like moon landing and Mars colony. The one that he's gonna definitely need is Smart Materials, and then Exoplanet Expedition. That's gonna be a later one. Is he gonna do it in time? It kind of feels like he's going through them quite fast over here. I'm expecting him to do the moon landing next. Let me actually see if he does have it. Guidance control. Okay, well, I mean, sure. That's a bit of a concern. He didn't have it before now, but it's fine. It's fine. He does have satellites, I believe, right? He's getting his mobile SAMs going. Let's see. What is it? Is he gonna put it? He should put it in production. Why are they not keeping cities? It's a problem of loyalty here, and I guess until now Spain was too far away from his main cities to actually apply any kind of loyalty pressure, and since Greece has closer cities and high pop cities, he's applying quite a bit of pressure here, so he can keep the city. And that's another thing Ero is pointing out with the city flipping, as I should say, liberating by an opponent. It can make that 100 Diplo favor, which is so important, especially for the World Congress. You can see how damaging a World Congress can be. Helicopter armies coming out from Cree. He needs a fast unit to actually take down cities with. He's starting to get pillaged over here. And oh, never mind. It looks like he did manage to get a tank army right on spot over there. And of course, Chuck's modern armor looks like it's one single unit. So he's gonna need a little bit of help. These jet bombers are already starting to strike it, and of course I don't think TaskForceFish over here has renounced the idea, or you know, has lost the idea of attacking LPQI and taking it over. He's also gonna need to pay attention to the north over here. There are settlers coming towards him, and of course Fish over here is gonna have a bit of an issue with cities being put close to him. Those bombers of course can reposition over there, and he's probably gonna get bombed. That's gonna allow Chuck to actually bomb him. Very important not to let those units through. I'm not so sure he has what it takes over here to stop this from happening, but oh well. This is, by the way, I have to point this out. You see this, all of these cliffs, this is stopping the units from disembarking on the other tile, on the other land. So he can embark easily from the eastern side, but he cannot disembark over here on the west. Oh, helicopter just pushing through and taking down a unit here, getting closer to that airport. Can definitely do some damage. I don't see new units in production. Well, I guess I can see the helicopter army and the tank army, but one of those units needs to come out next turn to actually be a viable option. We do have bombing runs started on St. Petersburg. Of course, those artilleries are getting closer. They're going to have the option to take down cities here, and slowly but surely they are shelling the the capital city of Russia. We do have, of course, Tordread pillaging as many tiles as possible, getting as much return on his investment, on his attack. While from what I can see, still we do have Vologna as a city to the northwest. Ulhas did reposition a few of those tanks to play defense over here, and of course, in the city of Tula, we do have repair outer defenses. He wants all of the damage to be, to delay any kind of attack. I'm not so sure he can do it anymore, but we'll see how many times he can do it. Planes, bombers, artilleries coming up on the city of Cadiz. Well, I guess, Noob 634 cities. We do have victory established over there, and from what I can see, no defense in the anti-air. Would have been amazing if you would have managed to get a battleship armada in that city, but unfortunately, it just didn't have enough time. There is an anti-air gun going towards the city of Madrid. That's going to be an important defense, especially coupled with the battleship armada, and from what I can see, of course, these tank armies are going to probably push through. Ooh, actually, wait a second. We got, 6 more turns? Let's see in the era score screen. How many turns do we have? How much eras do we have? Jack is 209 out of 198. So he's going to keep his golden age, by the way. And from what I can see, he doesn't have, of course, that 2 arms. So he's not doing as much damage as we would like against the city centers. Using his rocket artilleries, bombers, planes, fighters, and so on, this is going to do the damage against the city center. Let's check out St. Petersburg. Just got taken out. Tordread moving in, strolling in with those tanks, just parading around, and of course taking the Russian capital. We do have Moscow, Novgorod, Smolensk to the northwest. Well, I guess the ones on the west are easier to take. The city of Moscow is going to be a pain, quite far behind the mountains through a one-tile choke, and from what I can see, Tordread's artilleries are moving towards Novgorod, much easier to take down, and of course that's the Colosseum city. Where did I'm actually a bit surprised that Spain is not moving his army to the southeast, back on the eastern front, because he would need every little bit of help that he can get. And from what I can see in the score screen, they do have a bit of a lack in gold here. Yeah. Let's check out the bombs. The bombs. We want to see the bombs. We want to see those fireworks going off, right? And I see that Tyre did finish the first nuclear bomb. Let's actually check it out. Army tab over here. We got 1 nuke available for Chuck. He did reposition his jet bomber over here in Sbrnt. Not sure exactly how to pronounce that, but Sbrnt does feel like it's very, very funny. We got, of course, TaskForceFish's cities that are about to get bombed, and from what I can see, this jet bomber doesn't have movement right now. It's gonna need movement next turn. Unfortunately, from what I can see also in TaskForceFish's land, it doesn't seem like he's gonna have a lot of defense, anti-air defense on the city of Foxtrot. He would need at least a battleship armada and of course one of these anti-air guns, one of which was being built. I'm not sure. Wait a second, did he just attack or what did it? Oh, it attacked. Okay, so got it. So TaskForceFish is attacking the city of Sbrnt. We gotta see this happening. We gotta see this happening. Okay. Helicopters. This is the bomb. This is the nuke. We got a jet bomber on the way, and of course he's probably gonna try to take down Foxtrot. Oh no! He's actually going for the air strips, or I should say aeroports. Aerodromes, whatever they're called. Didn't actually attack the city, and from what I can see, did manage to take down or push back that unit. We do have the repositioning of the bomber. Casimir, welcome, just in time. You got to see the first bomber apply that nuke on fish. We do have a new airstrip over here next to the city of Burnt, and from what I can see, we do need to see when TaskForceFish is going to get those I would say defenses going. I do see more jet bombers on the way. They're gonna reposition over there, and of course with more jet bombers available, more nukes can be thrown down at the same time. The production is not amazingly great on Phoenicia, even though in the main series he's building other stuff. He definitely wants to get the big boy nukes over here, 410s from Operation Ivy. We do still have the Science Victory going on, and from what I can see in the city of JackTheRipper, he's getting, wait, a spy out? Oh, he did manage to get moon landing. It's just about getting Mars colony right now. Mars colony coming up over here in nanotechnology. He's going to need to go composites and then nanotechnology. Looking at the tech side, he is on robotics. Robotics going GDRs. Oh, nice. Definitely wants to open up the top 3 over here. Does he already have Mars colony? I don't see it. I don't see it anywhere, but he is definitely preparing for that last project, in the last projects, by the way, for the spaceport, especially when you do need to push it, you know, push it until it's gonna go towards an off-world base station. You do need as much as possible to get the projects going, the terrestrial Lagrange terrestrial laser stations, or whatever they're called, and that actually pushes your the speed of your lander with 1 light year a turn. So basically you need a lot of those projects multiple times to actually get it faster. It's gonna take a while, but he's gonna get there. It doesn't look like anything's gonna stop him in time. That's the best saying over here. We do have Tordread coming up with tank armies next to Smolensk. He did manage to take down Novgorod, the city of Moscow, as well to the northeast of St. Petersburg, and it does look like now he's working on that city center, quickly taking it down actually. Only 2 more turns until the next era, and of course that's gonna be the drop of the World Congress in 3, and from what I noticed, this is gonna be quite important. But again, I do want to point out, unfortunately, also there's gonna be a change over here for Tordread, and he needs to get as many cities out right now. He does deal 10 more damage from 2 arms ability. You can see it's golden age ability here. The production, 15% production towards military units and 10 strength against cities. I do see more tank armies coming out from his cities, and of course he's still quite far away from actually getting to the Gauls. The Gauls are waiting for him with jet fighters, from what I noticed, probably some bombers here and there. 1 city got taken down from Spain, and now JackTheRipper actually needs to reposition towards Cordoba and Madrid. It doesn't look like he's he's in a hurry to go against those cities. Of course, his rocket artilleries are more than capable of going through the defenses of the city of Cordoba, and with the help of the bombers, the fighters, and so on and so forth, they're probably gonna take down the defenses. Okay, there we go. He just started moving. So were they going for Heroic Age when they had a Dark Age, the second phase? Well, it did take quite a bit of an effort to go out from that Dark Age, yes. Potato Gun for the day now. He is for the drafts. So we do have an event coming up on the 19th of December. It's a charitable event. It is, of course, for the sick kids from the Children's Miracle Network. That's an Extra Life organization, or I should say Extra Life is a part of their organization. That's why you see also that timer over there. Extra Life, we're trying to gather like $50,000 between 10 streamers, and of course relying on the generosity of our communities to actually gather that sum. And right now for that event there is a draft going on, so all of the 10 streamers are in one single stream on the Civ show. You can actually check it out, twitch.tv/the Civ show, and it looks like, Psycho Mike is calling it. Egypt is my 3rd pick. Oh, you're actually calling it out? Wait a second. You did tell me what my picks are. I know I gave my... wait, nuke. Ooh, bravo! Oh my god, wiped from the face of the planet over here. The city of Bravo is taking a beating. Yeah, the players are drafting their civilizations. They're banning some civilizations and they're drafting other ones. And I did talk with Moisos. I gave him a list of priorities for my bans and for my picks, and he's choosing in order, probably, like, you know, choosing whatever wasn't banned or wasn't picked. So wait, what do I have? What do I have, by the way? Psycho, you gotta tell me, bro. What civs do I have? So I have Pericles, Catherine, and Cleopatra. Oh, that's amazing. That's so great, man. Oh my god, all of those. I love all of those civs, by the way. Wink, wink. Oh, great. Thank you, man. Thank you. Okay, let's see what's going on here. We did have 2 more cities available for Greece to take, Vologna and Tula. It looks like Tordread was aware there might be an escape settler and he wants to take down, fully take down Ulhas. You can see a few of these Noob 64 tanks are also chugging along towards the Russian last remaining settler, and he might actually just settle for the sake of settling. Does seem like Tordread has this in the bag to take down a player here. It's going to be the first player. They might CC afterwards because, of course, that science victory is coming, developing right now. Mars colony coming, launching in 3 turns from the city of the Gauls, from the capital city. That's going to be his 3rd project. He would need the 4th and the 5th, of course, to finish, and in the meantime going for his own Manhattan project. Actually, 3-turning Manhattan project coming out from this city. 232 production right now from that. Oh my god, can you imagine if he actually had Rule Valley in that city? Ooh, I don't even want to know that. Dark Dwarf, hello there, sir, welcome. Love naked archers in the tundra. Wait, naked archers in the tundra. Where? Oh, this one. Yeah, well, I guess, you know, it happens. You gotta do what you gotta do, bro. And there we go. Ulhas actually did settle Yekaterinburg, and he's gonna wait it out. Probably wait for all of the upgrades to happen. We do have another nuke applied on the city of Alpha. Alpha is also going for its own nukes. That's, of course, TaskForceFish over here does have more than enough jet bombers to fight it out. The problem is his infrastructure for the planes is going down, and he couldn't stop Suburnt from actually housing a lot of these planes. You can see those airstrips being placed over here, and with the help of the military engineers, and of course quite a few of those jet bombers are repositioning. It's still a bit of a while until we're gonna see Phoenicia move in to take cities away from TaskForceFish, but it's just, you know, again, a matter of time. Winners of the keys for the Civ 6 anthology. I didn't announce, but it is still ongoing. Actually, I got right now 176 eligible users on the giveaway listed. The first winner was Manjack, coming up on the first game. So at the end of the game, I'm gonna hold up, I'm gonna roll this, and of course it's gonna be on screen over here so you guys can see what is going on. Okay, Noob 64 coming up with the tank armies going against Vologna and Yekaterinburg. We do have a few tanks coming up from Cynth, but now moving actually her armies to defend Spain. It looks like, of course, with the tank armies coming up over here, it's going to be a hard time for JackTheRipper to push this. Even though, of course, you can see those rocket artilleries are not going to be that hard to take out. They're basically like paper. If you attack them with tank armies or modern armor armies, they're going to be one shot. It's just a matter of getting your units on the front lines. The biggest thing is it's still not gonna stop JackTheRipper's science development, not to mention that ability to get the science victory. Okay, let's go for culture. You're talking about culture. Zerator. Whoa, thank you very much for your prime, sir. Parallelepiton, Ton, actually. I think I pronounced that fair and correct. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Oh, another bot? Oh my god, bro. One sec. I really need to ban these. I'm sorry. Just to actually get rid of these, you need to like report them and then ban them. So that's why it takes me a while. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, please report them if you see them. Yeah, okay, another nuke did fall, and this time it is, oh my god, on TaskForceFish's capital. He just probably finished Manhattan project, but that was his most productive city. That is quite a bit of an issue. Of course, he's gonna need to quite a bit of to repair it. Another bomb will fall probably on Foxtrot. There we go. So it's 2 cities every turn that are getting nuked. TaskForceFish just won't have enough production to come out of this. Looking at the tab over here, we do have Tordread coming up with a bit more science, 216 with 281 culture, but losing 200 gold a turn. That's probably because he's using all of that great military in the north. He did manage to get a few pillages off, and of course Fish does have quite a bit of gold banked up. Still, it's not enough to actually, how to say, play it through the end. I still think they're just waiting for that space victory. Of course, we're waiting. Let's see, since victory, we got another project finished. Mars colony finished up by the Gauls. 3 turns for exoplanet expedition. That means, of course, more materials was discovered. He just needs to go for that off-world and off-world whatever it is. Let's see, where is it? JackTheRipper is on. It's on Taxi advanced ballistics or advanced batteries or whatever there, and global warming. Yeah, it seems like Ulysse wins this, so it's gonna be 2 wins for Zone of Control, 1 win for Ulysse. Whoever gets to the 3rd game is gonna win this best of 5 series. So Zone of Control needs 1 more game under their belt, while Ulysse will need 2 more to actually get the win after this, if they do get this win. 2 turning Operation Ivy coming up from JackTheRipper over here. We do have him being stopped on the attack on the west side. Of course, you see all of those rocket artilleries repositioning on the defense of Cenaboom, and with the arrival of the Cynth tank armies, it's just not gonna be an option. to attack through. I do see Fish actually putting down some infrastructure for planes on the east, and from what I can see, he's trying to use as much as possible his ability to get those planes out. Unfortunately, he's starting to lose his main cities. Already lost one. Chuck is moving in with helicopter armies, and probably gonna take down Bravo and hit TaskForceFish's capital city. Oh, Kitolab 1999, thank you very much for the prime, sir. Is there any chance Gaul could be nuked? No. I mean, let's see. And we got 2 jet bombers over here. There was a nuke in 4 turns, 5 turns, 8 turns. I mean, I guess it all depends if they get to bomb Delta or Echo. That's the prerequisite to getting a nuke there. Yeah, that would be an insane comeback. Answering Aero TV's question, that would be amazing. Hey, Graphic Otter, thank you very much for stopping by, and yeah, more welcome, sir. I do hope you enjoy the show. The next games will be tomorrow. We did have around, I don't know what, 10 hours of games today. And of course, actually, wait, I can check. 8 hours and 14 minutes since I started my stream. It's around 7 hours and 45 minutes of games. And tomorrow, we're going to start up at the same time with, I think it's going to be for me 12:30 GMT. I'm going to start up the stream while the games will probably start at 1300 GMT. Yeah. Okay, Exoplanet Expedition coming up in 2 turns. We do have another city falling here. Greece did take down Vologna. One single remaining city available for Russia, Yekaterinburg. And of course, Ottomans is still keeping alive over here. Merci pour le cast. Oh my god, look at that. Astikos is just thanking everybody over here for the casting. Kudos to him. We do have also Tordread with quite a few units moving on the west side. He's trying to keep those tanks out from moving anywhere. I still don't think it's gonna be enough time to even get to the Gaelic cities before he's gonna get these projects done. We got the GDRs in play coming up from the capital city of JackTheRipper. Of course, from what I can see over here, he does have a level 2 GDR. He's gonna need a level 4 if he wants to keep this going. But of course, level 2 GDRs are more quite powerful in their own aspect, right? If you can see over here, it's 145 strength unit against the tank's 122. The only problem is it doesn't heal. That's the biggest issue. Oh, I heard the plane. Where's the plane going? Oh, Delta got taken out in the same time. Jack moves in, swoops in with the helicopter army, takes down that city away from TaskForceFish. We got also modern armors going against the capital city here of Fish, and it looks like even though he's trying to get those mobile SAMs, it's just not enough time. Hey, thank you very much for your prime. Oh my god, I'm actually gonna get to 65. I'm actually gonna get to put more emotes for you guys. Oh my god, thank you. Hazmat Fish got very toxic. Yeah, I mean, yeah, what can I say, man? That's a lot of radiation coming around his lands. Okay, there we go. I needed to put new, new sub goal over there. You guys smashed it. Unbelievable. Thank you. I can't thank you enough, man. Thank you very much also for the follows. And let's come back to this. So what do we have? Okay, city of Yekaterinburg being put under siege. We do have those artilleries being repositioned from attacking Vologna and going towards that city. They don't have an infrastructure with roads. It's going to take a little time, but it's there. It's building. Tordread getting those military engineers to work. And of course, one more turn until Exoplanet Expedition is going to come out from the city of the capital city of the Gauls. We do have a few battleship armadas and of course missile cruiser armadas over here. Not sure exactly what I guess he's a bit afraid of getting nuked over here. He really doesn't want to get that going. And of course we do see the anti-air strength on the GDR. That's what I was waiting for. Okay, there we go. Level 3 GDR, 140 strength for anti-airs is definitely going to defend against bombers, even jet bombers. A bit of a problem with the economy here on the side of zone of control, even though they were in the lead from the beginning of the game, and now they don't have an economy to speak of. They are basically working on fumes here, and of course we're gonna need to see when that they're gonna balance this. The main goal maker here, TaskForceFish, unfortunately is losing city after city every turn. You see another one got taken down over here by those helicopters, and in the main cities he's already getting nuked everywhere. Modern Armor is just waiting to swoop in and take that capital city. In the World Congress, we did have Scientific City State losing their suzerain bonus. Not that it matters that much right now. We got no growth for Chuck. Tordread getting 2 victory points, and from what I can see, the warfare did pass. We're probably not gonna get to the warfare. And now that we did have the awful mission finished, it's gonna be taking time until we're gonna see those how to say that wind screen. Of course, Exoplanet Expedition is traveling right now with 1 light year per turn. We're gonna need to get some projects going in the meantime, or I should say the Gauls will need to get some projects going in the meantime. But first he needs awful. Okay, he's getting it. He's getting awful technologies coming up next, and of course that will allow him to use the projects. He's gonna put those projects in production. It's gonna be really fast. It's probably around, like, the game should be around 4 to 5 turns from finishing. We might lose a player here in the meantime. Tordread is just not giving up on destroying Ulhas, taking him out completely from the game. Even if he loses his units, he's still gonna take down Ulhas. Okay, that's quite a commitment over there. Another nuke coming up against the city of Golf. This time the city had a bit of production, not enough. Of course, punching through it with the help of a submarine. A nuclear submarine. The city of Golf did get erased from the planet. Greece is just side-questing at this point. Not sure why, but I got in the mood to play Fallout right now. To play Fallout. Oh my god, that's an amazing game, by the way. Oh my god, yeah, you gave me some ideas. Anyway, I'm not sure if you guys played The Ascent, but that's another amazing game that you should look for. Looking at Cynth, she did manage to stabilize the defense on the city of Madrid. Of course, got quite a few tanks over there on the borders, and a few artillery coming up from the west side. Still, I do think JackTheRipper didn't quite flex to actually go on the offensive here. He doesn't need to. He just needs to keep his borders and at the same time get those projects going. One turning of 3 of these projects, and of course, I see another one being put in production in the Vodurum, and he is building another one of these spaceports in Ulysse. This will allow him to get very fast extra light speeds per turn, and of course that's going to allow him to get faster to his destination. As you can see over here, the Exoplanet Expedition is an ongoing project, right? You need that speed. You need the ship has sailed. You need to push it back. You know, give it more wind, give it more power from behind, and of course allow it to land on another planet. Not sure how that works, but sure, let's say it actually works. Yeah, indeed, this was an amazing game from both teams. A lot of back and forth, an amazing gameplay from Noob634 going against Astikos over here. Astikos doing amazingly well to defend. Unfortunately, at some point he just couldn't keep up the pressure with the pressure coming against him from Mapuche, from Spain, and of course their economy was in shambles until we got a heroic age coming up on 2 of zone of control, 2 of not zone of controls, 2 of Ulysses players. And that actually tipped the balance of power towards Ulysse. Very close to getting the win here. Okay, getting more spaceports, getting more projects. We can actually see it next turn, not right now, unfortunately. Oh, never mind, it did update. Never mind, I'm wrong. It's on the screen right now. We got 5 light years per turn for the exoplanet expedition, and of course you do need only like what, 30-35 light years to go through. You can imagine this is gonna go quite fast. 6 turns right now. He's gonna probably put another 3 projects in, 4 projects in actually, because he's finishing them with wait a second, what did he go for the last building over here? Is that oh, that's War Department. Okay, so he doesn't have Royal Society. He can work the projects with the builders. You know, it happens. You gotta do what you gotta do late game. We got terrestrial. Okay, 1, 2, 3 projects selected. He can select another one from Malaysia, but no, big boy nukes coming up. Thermo nukes actually. This is gonna give a big mushroom cloud. I do notice Chuck did manage to raise one more city away from Cree, and at the same time did take the Cree capital. City of Gulf is not that far away from following suit, and of course being deleted from the game. We do have 2 remaining cities here, Echo and Hotel, but still TaskForceFish is going to be in the game with Misanabi and Musu Min. These are going to be a while until they're going to be taken down, and I think it's going to be well after the game. Wait a second, we did have a player. Okay, well, I guess he's staying connected to the game over here. He's not full. Oh no, he's still alive. 5-13. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god, look at TaskForce. Oh my god, this is Russia, Ulhas staying alive with 1 city next to Geneva, 131 strength. Of course, putting that city down. He has another settler moving towards the east side over here. He wants to stay alive at all cost. He survived indeed. That was so much effort coming out from Tordread to kill him, but it was just not enough. And I guess right now Tordread's army needs to reposition somewhere. It looks like at the moment it's just staying in place over there, waiting for that victory to appear on the screen. Wait. Nuke. Where is the nuke? Oh. Okay, Madrid is getting nuked right now. And from what I can see, JackTheRipper just flexed his muscles over here, going against Noob 634. And from what I can see, he did... well, he did nuke the north of the city, not actually the city. Of course, when he's gonna get the big boy nukes, this will allow him to attack the city from 3 tiles away. And well, I guess not. Let's put it another way. He can nuke this tile, not get hit on the turn, not get defended by the anti-air guns or the battleship armada's anti-air strength, and of course delete the city center itself. It will delete the walls and of course the city defense. We got more nukes showing off over here. Let's see where they are. Not sure. Oh. Okay. Well, this is happening. Chuck is just erasing Pericles' cities one at a time. 1, 2, 3, 4 cities got nuked this turn. Oh my god, this is so much radiation coming up. Is this like from the... I think this is from the big boy nukes, right? That looks like it's from the big boy nukes. Chuck already had them. We've been bamboozled here. We got 3 tens for another one, 7 tens for another one, 4 tens. I thought he was still building those little boy nukes, but no, he's going all full thermal here. Yeah, this is... whoa, this is quite a show. This is nuke fest. Okay, let's see. Culture screen, nobody's happening on that. We got 6 light years coming up from the exoplanet expedition. More of these terrestrial naval stations are going to finish next turn. 3 of those projects coming out, and of course putting those in production is going to allow him to get faster and to get the science faster, science victory faster. Oh, I agree. Jack's efforts are amazing. I mean, he was the one, like, for the 80% of the game who kept alive all of his other players by giving them gold. He was the bank of the team since Ottomans couldn't quite expand his cities. Ottomans was being kept in check by his opponents. Okay, we got more bombers repositioned over here. Jack would need to get cities out, and this is his moment to shine. He's getting those cities away from Pericles. We got modern armors with a choice. No, he's not gonna get there. He needs to reposition closer. And from what I can see, those bombers need to get closer to the city of Mycenae. We got Corinth, Knossos, the northern cities, and so on and so forth. Okay, let's see. This is taking a little. Oh, okay, there we go. 12 light years per turn. This is it. This is it, boys. We're probably gonna see the screen next turn. That ship will reach the planet and it will settle down. We're gonna see the end screen for the science, where I guess we got a domination screen or the losing screen because we're the observers, you know. But it's just as good as well. Ulysse did manage to get the second game out of this best of 5 series. I do have to remind you that Zone of Control has already 2 points. They won the first one and they had a point anyway. And there we go, Ulysse managing to put a point on the table here.
From the dust to which our civilization first rose, so too
an amazing victory coming up from Ulysse, and of course it did take 128 turns to push this through. Actually, this is quite early for science victories. Let me see if I find them in a channel. I do hope we're gonna have some late game talk over here in the general voice. We're probably gonna hear a few interviews, but it is kind of late if of course we have to take into account all of the players and the time and so on. So we'll see. Wanna see some? You wanna see those stats? What stats? Yields, text, totals. What stats do you wanna see? Oh my, thank you very much for the follows, guys. Thank you. I do hope you guys enjoyed the show. Post-game stats. Post-game, I mean, can I even see the stats? I don't think I can see the stats. But if what I can do, if you want to contact me on Discord, I can give you the save if you want to, and you can check the stats for yourself. Okay, general voice, let's see. Hello.
Right of the Geneva.
Man, so many mushroom clouds.
Oh, he's alive. Oh, he's still alive.
I couldn't settle because of the screen, victory screen.
Oh, we didn't get him. We were so close.
Chuck and Jack kinda big.
Dude, I'm still pissed about first spawn, guys. You guys spawned on top of Wonder. None of the custom stuff. What, man?
I've never seen that, Jack. I also spawned on top of a Wonder.
How were they spectating, dude?
Jack, I told in chat. They didn't.
Yeah, that's why we said in chat. That was why we.
Yeah, I know. I realized it after. I mean, we're like, dude, what are they talking about? Like, what? And then I checked the replay. One, you spawn on Fountain of Youth, and Jessica spawns on Aurorema, and like everyone is fine with that apparently, except for me.
It's things, Jack.
6/5, 6 signs extra.
Turn 1.
Turn 1, yeah. And dude, the second game, you realize, guys, if Jessica didn't meet us with a galley, all 4 of us miss golden. I was so
that was amazing.
I had to make a galley, and I even made that bullshit that if we scout from north to south, there's gonna be extra error score. It was not all of us were missing golden, even though I got political and how you call it, and the wonder.
You know what, Jack? These almost cost us a golden because I went south with my galley instead of east, and so I met them on the last turn. Otherwise, I would have met them earlier.
I know, but I'm just saying, we have one continent against their 3 with one single wonder, and we're all missing golden. Like, that was...
That's how we were
I was
continent-wise. Continent-wise in this map, we had 3 people on one continent, so we were really struggling communities. Noob had it a little bit, but yeah, it was just tough.
Guys, we tried a double Colosseum strat, me and Russia at the same time. It didn't work.
I also saw you both building Oracle.
Yeah, but I didn't put production in it.
Okay.
Didn't you say Tilt was the best map, Jack?
Dude, you know what's the worst? Like, I told I think I spaced out. They asked me what to ban, and I told them to ban Highlands in my head, but apparently I said to ban Tilted somehow. So we kind of chose the wrong map.
I didn't see your double push coming on me until it was too late. I saw it super late. I didn't expect Mapuche to come.
I mean, you did grid that out with like what, 7 cities or something expanded.
Yeah, but I didn't understand, man. Like, I was thinking we're gonna fight later, and then like Trek tells me, you know, she has God of War and 250 of ponies, and she's coming, and I'm like, what? And when I start to notice, they had like a few turns before, I noticed we have 100 ponies in stock, horses, you know, and we have like 4 which are from me, and they pillage my tile. So there was like, literally, we had like 4 and none per turn.
Also, Task, you beat me to Ruhr Valley by 1 turn.
Oh.
And the thing is, I could also pop the engineer, but like.
I mean, he was preparing the Ruhr Valley from the beginning of the game, and he pre-placed every district around that single tile. I
was planning it for a long time. But the problem was, I think I'm okay here if you guys don't cancel my trade routes, if we don't lose the science city-states. Like, I was too slow on the text, because Chuck over there, 600 science too. I had the advantage for a while, but... So, it wasn't as devastating, because I got the internal trade route merchant. So I was still making, like, pretty decent gold, but it just sucked. I had heroic age, so my gold... The trade routes without the heroic age modification was 20 already, and that was going to shoot up because I was trading mainly to like Tordread's cap. You denied so much money there with that Congress.
Nah, it was lucky for
I saw on second era you went for free inquiry, but is that worth it with the +0 hub?
Yeah, I think that was a big misplay. Yeah, I wanted to get faster through the tech tree, but yeah, my commercials weren't that good. I think if I were to replay this, it would be double pen brush.
Were you guys trying to do Liberty?
I didn't even attempt it. I knew you were gonna completely outproduce me.
But Task didn't think about it, about the Ruhr Valley. The same, huh?
Harbors are overrated.
Nobody's gonna contest Gaul on Ruhr Valley, who took 3 engineers with Mausoleum. Like, that's not happening, right?
That last Congress, I think, gave you the win, by the way. So much gold immediately.
I had enough harbor building on the first map, Jack. No harbors this game.
Oh, dude, I was so happy with my setup as Mongolia. I was in the back. I was like ready to bonk you guys with +8 intel, since there was like, if Persia holds and Rome holds, there is no way you guys can see me. That would be pain for you.
Well, I just landed a warrior on the coastline. Right? Like, if I get back.
No, yeah, obviously, like, since you started throwing,
right,
it was like, it was completely over. But like, I set up harbor, commercial, Diplo Quarter, but apparently we figured out Diplo Quarter gives culture instead of gold to the trade route yields. And double merchant for like Portugal, he was like making 30 gold on a trader, like turn something 14.
Yep, you had the money for sure. We had decent gold on that map, but yeah, we just, that was pretty fast on all the admirals.
I mean, yeah, you guys destroyed us in admirals, and then when we all missed golden, I told guys, save energy, go next game, I'm out. Like, this is not going anywhere. Like, there is no chance. 4 goldens against 0 goldens. By the way, were you trying to nuke me with those planes?
I built a nuke because all my cities got nuked. I was trying to
like
build
you moved the
that was
three
the plan.
bombers like there.
Yeah.
Hey man, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everybody. We're just at the end of the game here. No problem. I hope you drafted quite a few important civs. I'm gonna need to rewatch that ban and pick for the civ show for that civ give event on the 19th of December. We were just going through the last stages over here, and I was leaving how to say, the players to talk with each other, of course, from both teams. They were discussing the moves, the strategies, their points of views, and so on. But welcome everybody, and thank you very much for the support here.
You forward sold the shit out of me on Matterhorn. It's a good wonder that needed to be taken.
Okay.
You squeezed him well there, guys. Like, I looked away for 1 second and then his whole city was surrounded.
Dude, I was gaming with level 5 field cannons. Oh
Yeah,
my
man,
god.
I hated that shit. It's like, I didn't know what to do. I was like, you touch anything, it dies.
And then I got the conversion from Spain, so I had another +9 sometimes.
Yes.
Not gonna lie, that the Congress, which doubled our engineers, was so good for me. Like, I took all the engineers, I set up Mausoleum, like Da Vinci and all those, like, and Magnus as well, vertical integration here in the middle of all cities with 2 AoE engineers doubled. Like, that city, I think it was like 60 production, and after Magnus established, it's like right now sitting at 250.
Yeah, I forget if we were more focused on Diplo there. Really mind that as much. Like, we didn't really have something to double per se. Like, maybe we could have doubled artists for Tordread. I don't know. But we focused on Diplo.
We thought about canceling it, but like I said, Russia is gonna make quite a lot, and it doesn't, like, it's super hard to win culture against Gaul and Russia at the same time.
Russia spawn's really good. Holy shit. Fucking
Look at my
Wonder
spawn.
Expand.
Look at my spawn. Like, I have 2 good
Anyway,
epidemiums,
guys.
and the rest of the cities have like literally like 1 or 2 adjacency epidemiums. But my capital in the North City,
I'm
like,
off, guys.
disgusting
See you,
epidemiums.
GG for games, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Good game.
GG, man.
Yeah, good game. GG, guys.
Dude, I already prepared all my builders when I said I'm getting Colosseum, and Russia said I'm getting Colosseum at the same time, and we both finished entertainment complex already.
Mausoleum, best wonder in the game. Plus,
I don't know when you finished your entertainment complex.
I mean, I actually no, I was like 1 turn off, and then I, like you said it, I delayed it. I mean, I never finished it.
I said it before. Like
I don't know. I must have missed it. I spaced out. Probably. I mean, I started with so many settlers opening, and like I made extra scouts just so Cree does not fuck me. So I had too many units, and like I was just like basically in my own world, like with my scouts, with my settlers, with my builders. I had no time for anything.
How much era score did you have when you spawned?
I spawned, guys. This game is not like previous. I spawned with 17 out of 19.
I've never heard of it before.
Golden was secure turn 7.
Triple content split. Nice.
Yeah, and double first mid.
Oof.
And obviously you and like stuff like that. But Casa wasn't that good because main cities went south. Dude, Cynth made like those Malons are illegal. Like I couldn't catch them. Like I had to make a wall of horsemen, and like they were just moving one by one. Like I had it across my war border towards Achan and even in Tundra. Like
Malons on Highlands with Matterhorn is the most fun you can have at this game.
It was not fun for me. It was not fun for me. It screwed my sim completely. Like my cities kept spamming only horses. I think I had a disgusting game because I had like religious settlements, super early cities, plain hill Gaul, like full setup.
3-2 banana god.
Huh?
free 2 banana god. I see like 5 of them.
Yeah, yeah. 2-2 base, free 2 banana. They bought me builder.
The thing is,
5 Apedium in the capital.
If...
The only problem is iron was fertile out, and like I had to like culture bomb the tile and then buy the tile to get iron, and it was like quite late.
If those mana raiders wouldn't come to you, they could have broken Russia's defenses and the Ottomans. They just didn't have units there in time. She did wait 5 or 7 more turns.
I kind of knew they were gonna come for me. Like, I mean, it makes the most sense. First of all, Gaul only makes mines, and that's what Malones want. And second, like, I was the free slimmer, so they had to target me. But I didn't actually believe they were gonna go through there, and I didn't look that much. I forgot they had Metahorn, and like when I saw, when my unique unit spotted that 4 Malones going towards me, I started panicking because like I have to literally cover every single choke against those guys. I can't catch them at all. Like it is absurd.
I will say one thing. You guys can nuke us like 15,000 times, but we will answer with one tiny nuke in the ice. We got him. We got one nuke. We got one nuke off. That's all that matters.
We did also basically kill 2 people, so.
I thought Cynth was gonna 5 by the merchant. I spent 3 turns waiting for intel.
I picked the wrong time. I was trying to have you distracted at some point.
Yeah. You know, I knew you were gonna. I knew you were gonna tell Noob to tell when I make the move, so you can pick it while I'm making a move, because like it makes sense, right? Like you were gonna, like Noob would tell you, like he made a war move. So I was faking shooting with bomber and straight to the back to the merchant screen and just waiting. I thought Noob would say instantly, like, Jack made a move, go, merchant. And I'm already sitting there for 3 turns straight, like faking a bomber shot and back to the merchant. And it never happened.
I should have done it sooner. The turn before was the time, I think.
Okay, so I think it is time to put up that giveaway. Let's see it. So let's give it a few more moments, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, so you guys can vote, or give it a minute. Exclamation mark love Civ, and of course that's gonna put you in the giveaway over here. We do have another city key to give out, and you can see 192, 93 eligible users here from what I can see in the giveaway screen. So yeah, just gonna wait until we pop into the 17th minute of 2300. Let's see it. Come on, let's see it, guys. Exclamation mark love Civ. Okay, we got a minute. Okay, let's roll it. 3, 2, 1. Random luck 07. Oh my god. Okay, hello there, random luck 07. Just got another city key. Of course, please contact me on Discord, or we can actually talk a little bit through the messaging over here. Random luck 07. Are you here, sir? Are you here? Well, if not, I'm gonna have to contact him and of course make that key go towards him somehow. I need to find out his details. Well, this was it for today. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have more keys for tomorrow, but of course if I do, I'm gonna put one of these over there. So today we had 2 winners, the Magia coming up in the first one and the Random Luck 07 coming up in the second one. And indeed, Random Luck over here coming up with quite a bit of random luck. Okay, let's come back to the chat here.
Of Mapuche, so that's why.
I mean, the thing, Balloon just removes defender advantage, right? And it just like makes like even combat bonus matters to a lesser degree.
But he had artillery, I had 1.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, like with the what Balloon does is basically makes whoever has more just straight up kills another guy, and even combat bonus that matter a lot less. Like it's just like literally all about who has more units.
With much pleasure, sir. It was amazing to cast this, by the way. Amazing.
I guess it's fair when you can have artillery. If I could have like 5 or 6, would be easier. GG guys, bye.
GG. Bonsoir. So this was it, just to give a readout of what happened today. We did have in the first game a quick victory by Zone of Control. They did manage to push that victory through with caravels. They did spawn on the tilted axis map with an east versus west type of map, but it was amazing, of course, to see how they played that out with a correct timing on the caravels, got all of those bonuses on them, and they were basically winning the seas. In the second game, we did have the Highlands being chosen as a map, and of course we were expecting from the beginning Zone of Control to actually have an advantage over here with very good simmers on their side. TaskForceFish coming up, Tordread coming up, Noob 637, 634 I mean, and Cynthia on their roster. But it was awesome effort, by the way, coming up from first of all the economy of Chuck. We did have Jack also going for a lot of production coming up over here. Gridded it a little bit, but did make it through until the end. Got a science victory over here, 129, very important, while his ally Russia was torn apart by those Greek units from Pericles. Of course, we did also have Spain did manage to punch through the Ottoman Empire and got his cities, but not before he got a safety settler out. Of course, this was Astikos' last city, staying alive. Also, Russia did stay alive with a few cities over here in the north. This was it, guys, for today. We got a 2-1 lead for Zone of Control in the grand finals. This is a best of 5 game, or I should say series, not game, and we're gonna see 2 more games tomorrow. 1300 GMT being the first one, the next one probably right after that, if we're gonna have a next one. Of course, whoever gets to 3 points will win the finals. You can wink imagine Zone of Control does really want that next point. It's gonna be quite a climb back for Ulysse to get those 2 wins going for the final. Of course, we're gonna see each other tomorrow. Of course, I think I'm gonna start the stream a little earlier. Not sure if Potato will be joining me tomorrow. I'm gonna have to talk a little bit with him and see if they're gonna be available or he's gonna be available, I mean. But I do hope we're gonna see each other also tomorrow for the next games, of course, to finish this series. Thank you very much, guys, and in the meantime, have some fun with some Civilization 6 gaming and enjoy the weekend. Bye. This was Michael for OnSpotTV streams for the Civ 6 World Cup Season 5. See you later. Bye.